Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Today, as I have told you that we are going to discuss one of the Chaucer's masterpiece, The Wife of Bath. Wife of Bath is the most vibrant work in the world of whole English literature because this particular work first emphasizes on feminism, on the right of women. So, this story is especially a woman called wife of Bath. So, here Bath is a place. Okay, so Bath is a place where this particular woman lived, and she first condemned the religious or Christian belief that women man can uh, marry with many women. Okay, but she justified that if a man can marry multiple women, so why women could not? And Chaucer shows in this poem that how a woman can take an independent decision of marriage for her own sake. Okay, though it may be condemned in the society on that particular time and now as well, but still Chaucer is initiated with the story. So let us try to know the span of the composition. It might be composed between 1343. So Chaucer was born in 1340, it has been called, and spun from 1400. Okay, so Chaucer, known as the father of English poetry as well as English language, author of the Canterbury Tale, I have uploaded a distinguished video on the whole tale. If you interested to watch, please watch this one. So our particular present topic is only about the wife of Bath. Okay, so master poet, he was a master poet. Geoffrey Chaucer was a master poet and a storyteller of the Middle Age. So let us discuss what is actually the wife of Bath prologue. The wife of Bath is introduced in the general prologue in the Canterbury Tale. Now, here given few basic characteristics of the particular woman called wife of Bath. She is bold, that means brave, confident, talkative, and independent woman. She has been married 5 times. She is successful businessman who makes her own money. She loves talking and enjoys sharing her experience. She is dressed in expensive cloth which shows her wealth and status. She believes in her physical attractiveness and uses it to get what she wants. Now moving to the slide 3, the portrayal of wife of Bath. So how is she? She is an expert. in love and marriage. So she is an expert in love and marriage. She is frank speaker and does not hesitate to talk about personal matters. She challenges the tradition and the traditional ideas of the women. Chaucer portrays her with both humorous and respect. She is lively, realistic, and full of energy. So, these are the major characteristics in the prologue of the Canterbury Tale. Now, let us consider it in social context. Wife of Bath represents the rising middle class of the 14th century England. Women of her class were becoming more independent in economic and life. Her character reflects the changing role of women in medieval society. She challenges the authority of man and traditional church teaching. Prologue represents as a real woman with real experience, not an idealized or perfect figure. Now, Wife of Bath, the tale. Her tale is about the value of women and nature of marriage. It is a story within story, told by an old woman. The tale is a combination of adventure, romance, and a debate on power. Let us discuss about the summary of the tale. So, here an old knight called Arviragus. So he is a knight, goes on a quest to find what women desire most. So let us talk about the previous story. The knight actually raped a young, beautiful woman, and he was punished with the capital punishment, that means death. But the queen of the king give a second option, that if he is able to know the mystery that what women should actually want from their husband, if he come to know the idea and tell me that particular correct answer, his capital punishment or death penalty will be withdrawn. So this particular knight, after listening this uh, second option, see, he starts a journey to know about the queen's question, to solve about the queen's question, what women most desire. So he asks many women but gets different answer. Finally, he meets an old woman who tells him that women want sovereignty over their husbands The knight doubts her and say, woman cannot be trusted with power. To prove her point, she tells him a story. In the story, a young knight marries a lothi, that means ugly old woman, as a part of a bet. The old woman gives him three choices: to have her own beautiful or gain wealth. He chooses beauty. She becomes beautiful on the condition he must promise to obey her. He agrees, but later breaks his promise. She punishes him until he agrees to obey her again. Finally, he learns that it is better to be faithful and allow his wife to have control. So now in this story what happened? The night journey was continued and he trying to collect the real answer of the queen's question, but he meets after meeting several women, he could not find a suitable answer. Ultimately, he meets an old and ugly lady. Okay, so she tells him that I can tell you the right answer, but you have to obey few of my conditions. Okay, so after getting released from the from the death penalty, you have to fulfill my wish. Okay, then to save his life, he agreed with the old woman's proposal, and old woman says that every woman wants sovereignty over their husband. And the knight goes to the court and say the correct answer, and queen is pleased and release him from a death penalty. Then he comes towards the ugly woman and tells her the good news, and the ugly woman told him that now you have to fulfill my promise, and now I want to marry you. So after listening this this demand from the old lady, the young knight was too much surprised and says, how is it possible? You are too old and I am handsome, beautiful and young. Then the particular ugly woman argues that marriage should be a bondage of love. It should not about the physical affection, because physical attraction is a subject to decay. Sometime it will be vanished. Then he find no way and he ready to accept the proposal of marriage. On their first night, the particular ugly woman tells him that if you want me as a if you want me as a or loyal but ugly, or beautiful but unfaithful, what form do you want me? Then sometime the knight was get surprised after listening such kind of statement. Now the knight decide that I cannot give the correct answer, so do what you actually want. That means after listening this statement from the knight, the ugly woman or the knight's bride was so happy and she transformed herself a beautiful woman. After knowing that her present husband is giving full power of sovereignty on her life, and she was pleased and transformed a beautiful woman. And now they started their life, married life happily, and the knight was also pleased. Okay, so now Arvigarus is the main character. Along with him, there is a few characters, that means old woman, the young knight, the lothy lady. Okay, we talked about it. I don't want to interpret this slide. Now, literary devices used in this particular work. Frame narrative, a story within story. Irony, the young knight learns the lesson through suffering. Symbolism, the ring and the marriage represents power and authority. Humor and satire. Chaucer uses humor to make serious points. The importance of prologue and the tale. The prologue introduces a strong female character who changes norms. The tale gives a powerful message about women's right in marriage. It reflects medieval society and the changing role of women. It is one of the earliest literary works to present a woman's point of view so strongly. It combines storytelling, humor, and social criticism. Remember, Chaucer uses wife of Bath to question male dominance and promote understanding in marriage. Now let's talk about a critical analysis. Some critics says the wife of Bath as a feminist character. Some believe she is self-centered and manipulative. Her tales supports female power and also shows the complexity of relationships. Chaucer does not completely support or rejects her view. He presents her realistically. He understanding. Chaucer represents her intelligence and experience, even if humorously criticizes her bold nature. So the key takeaways. Wife of Bath is one of the bold and independent women. Her prologue shows her confidence and life experience. Her tale teaches the importance of trust, obedience, and equality in marriage. It challenges the traditional ideas about women. It remains relevant even today. The Wife of Bath prologue and tale is a brilliant blend of humor, wisdom, and social insights by Geoffrey Chaucer. So I hope you can understand everything about the Wife of Bath prologue and tale, and I hope this will be very helpful for the upcoming examinations. And thank you for giving you a time and patience listening. And to get similar videos, please like, share, and subscribe our channel and stay with us. So that's the conclusion of the class. We will meet again in the next class.
अब हम प्रवेश कर रहे हैं अंग्रेजी साहित्य के एक और बहुत ही दिलचस्प दौर में, जिसे जेकोबियन एज यानी जेकोबियन युग कहा जाता है। इसका समय काल 1603 से 1625 ईस्वी तक है। आपके मन में पहला सवाल ये आएगा कि इसे जेकोबियन क्यों कहते हैं। दरअसल लैटिन भाषा में राजा जेम्स को जेकोबस कहा जाता है, और चूंकि इस दौरान इंग्लैंड की गद्दी पर किंग जेम्स फर्स्ट का शासन था, इसलिए उनके नाम पर इस काल को जेकोबियन एज नाम दिया गया। ये समय कैसा था? एक तरफ तो देश में राजनीतिक स्थिरता थी, लेकिन सतह के नीचे धार्मिक तनाव, रिलीजियस टेंशन बहुत तेजी से बढ़ रहा था, खासकर कैथोलिक और प्रोटेस्टेंट ईसाइयों के बीच। सांस्कृतिक रूप से यह दौर बहुत ही समृद्ध था। पुनर्जागरण काल का जो नाटक पिछले दौर में शुरू हुआ था, वो यहाँ और फला फूला, और कविताएं और अधिक परिष्कृत, रिफाइंड और कल्पनाशील, इमेजिनेटिव हो गईं। इसे हम एज ऑफ किंग जेम्स फर्स्ट भी कहते हैं। आइए इस काल की उन बड़ी ऐतिहासिक घटनाओं पर नजर डालते हैं जिन्होंने लेखकों की सोच और उनके लेखन को प्रभावित किया। 1603 महारानी एलिजाबेथ की मृत्यु के बाद स्कॉटलैंड के राजा जेम्स सिक्स इंग्लैंड आते हैं और किंग जेम्स फर्स्ट के रूप में गद्दी संभालते हैं। इससे स्कॉटलैंड और इंग्लैंड एक ही मुकुट के नीचे आ जाते हैं। 1604-1605 इस दौरान इतिहास का प्रसिद्ध गन पाउडर प्लॉट हुआ। कुछ उग्र कैथोलिकों ने मिलकर संसद भवन को उड़ाने और राजा जेम्स को मारने की साजिश रची थी, जिसे समय रहते नाकाम कर दिया गया। इस घटना का डर और तनाव इस दौर की कई नाटकों जैसे शेक्सपियर की मैकबेथ में दिखाई देता है। 1607 अमेरिका में पहली स्थायी अंग्रेजी बस्ती जेम्स टाउन की स्थापना हुई, जहां से ब्रिटिश उपनिवेशवाद कॉलोनियलिज्म की बड़ी शुरुआत होती है। 1611 अंग्रेजी भाषा के इतिहास की सबसे महत्वपूर्ण घटना किंग जेम्स बाइबल का प्रकाशन हुआ। इसने अंग्रेजी गद्य और भाषा को एक अभूतपूर्व मानक रूप दिया। 1618 यूरोप में धार्मिक आधार पर 30 इयर्स वॉर की शुरुआत हुई। साहित्य पर इसका क्या प्रभाव पड़ा? राजा जेम्स प्रथम कला के बड़े पारखी थे। उनके पैट्रनेज यानी संरक्षण के कारण लेखकों को बहुत बढ़ावा मिला। दरबार में भव्य उत्सवों और मास्क्स यानी एक प्रकार का दरबारी संगीत नाटक का चलन बढ़ा। देश में चल रही धार्मिक और राजनीतिक बहसों ने साहित्य को और गंभीर और दार्शनिक बना दिया, और नए देशों की खोज से लेखकों का नजरिया व्यापक हुआ। जैकोबियन युग की 6 मुख्य विशेषताओं को विस्तार से समझते हैं, जो इस काल के साहित्य की पहचान है। फ्लरिशिंग ऑफ ड्रामा। इस दौर में नाटक अपने चरम पर पहुंच गया था। शेक्सपियर अपने करियर के उत्तरार्ध में थे और बेन जॉनसन जैसे नए नाटककार थिएटर की दुनिया पर छा रहे थे। यूज ऑफ विट एंड ह्यूमर। इस समय का हास्य बहुत ही बौद्धिक यानी इंटेलेक्चुअल और चतुर यानी क्लेवर हो गया था। लेखक शब्दों के खेल और व्यंग्य का बहुत सटीक उपयोग करते थे। ब्लेंड ऑफ ट्रेजेडी एंड कॉमेडी। शुद्ध सुखद या शुद्ध दुखद नाटकों के बजाय इस दौर के दर्शकों को ट्रेजी कॉमेडीज बहुत पसंद आती थी, जहां कहानी में गंभीर संकट तो होता था लेकिन अंत सुखद हो जाता था। इंटरेस्ट इन द सुपरनैचुरल। राजा जेम्स प्रथम खुद जादू टोने और चुड़ैलों यानी विचक्राफ्ट के विषय में बहुत रुचि रखते थे। उन्होंने इस पर एक किताब डेमोनोलॉजी भी लिखी थी। यही कारण है कि इस दौर के साहित्य में अलौकिक शक्तियों, जादू और प्रेत आत्माओं का गहरा प्रभाव दिखता है। प्रीज ऑफ किंगशिप। इस काल के साहित्य में अक्सर राजा की सत्ता और गौरव का गुणगान किया जाता था, और डिवाइन राइट ऑफ किंग्स यानी राजा का दैवीय अधिकार का समर्थन मिलता था, जिसके अनुसार राजा को भगवान का प्रतिनिधि माना जाता था। मॉरल एंड रिलीजियस थीम्स। समाज में प्यूरिटन शक्तियों यानी जो बहुत ही कट्टर धार्मिक सुधारक थे और शाही सत्ता के बीच जो वैचारिक टकराव चल रहा था, वो नैतिक और धार्मिक विषयों के रूप में साहित्य में उभर कर सामने आया। भाषा के विकास क्रम में जैकोबियन काल में अंग्रेजी भाषा अर्ली मॉडर्न इंग्लिश से और अधिक स्टैंडर्ड इंग्लिश यानी मानक अंग्रेजी की तरफ बढ़ने लगी थी। इस समय की भाषा में हमें क्या बदलाव दिखते हैं? शब्दों का भंडार तो बढ़ ही रहा था, लेकिन अब लेखकों ने कविताओं और गद्य में लैटिन और क्लासिकल अलूजन्स यानी प्राचीन ग्रीक रोमन कथाओं के संदर्भ का बहुत भारी उपयोग करना शुरू कर दिया था। गद्य की शैली यानी प्रोज स्टाइल अब और अधिक परिपक्व और संतुलित हो रही थी। भाषा को अलंकृत करने के लिए रेटोरिकल डिवाइसेस यानी अलंकारों और वाक्पटुता के तरीकों का खूब इस्तेमाल होता था। अगर हम बदलाव का उदाहरण देखें तो पुरानी अंग्रेजी के शब्द जैसे दी की जगह अब आमतौर पर यू का प्रयोग होने लगा था। इसी तरह हाथ बदलकर हैज बनने लगा था और वेयरफोर की जगह सीधे वाई का इस्तेमाल बढ़ रहा था। यानी भाषा धीरे धीरे उस रूप की तरफ बढ़ रही थी जिसे आज हम आसानी से समझ सकते हैं। आइए अब हम देखते हैं कि जैकोबियन काल में साहित्य की कौन सी विधाएं चल रही थीं और उनके बड़े हस्ताक्षर कौन थे। ड्रामा, नाटकों का दायरा बढ़ चुका था। अब ट्रेजेडी और कॉमेडी के साथ साथ ट्रेजिकॉमेडीज और राजा के दरबार में खेले जाने वाले म्यूजिकल मास्क्स बहुत लोकप्रिय थे। पोइट्री, यहाँ पारंपरिक सोनेट्स के साथ एक बहुत ही क्रांतिकारी कविता शैली की शुरुआत हुई, जिसे हम मेटाफिजिकल पोइट्री या आध्यात्मिक और बौद्धिक कविता कहते हैं। प्रोज, गद्य में केवल निबंध ही नहीं बल्कि चर्च के उपदेश, समन्स और यात्रा वृतांत ट्रैवल राइटिंग भी लिखे जाने लगे थे। इस दौर के 5 सबसे बड़े स्तंभों के नाम नोट कीजिए। विलियम शेक्सपियर, इन्होंने इस काल में अपने जीवन के सबसे महान और गंभीर नाटक लिखे। बेन जॉनसन, ये शेक्सपियर के समकालीन थे और अपनी कॉमेडी ऑफ ह्यूमर्स और दरबारी मास्क्स के लिए विख्यात थे। जॉन डन, इन्हें मेटाफिजिकल पोइट्री का जनक और सबसे बड़ा कवि माना जाता है। इनकी कविताएं बुद्धिमत्ता और प्रेम के अनूठे मिश्रण से भरी होती थी। जॉर्ज चैपमन, इन्होंने होमर के प्रसिद्ध महाकाव्यों इलियाड और ओडिसी का अंग्रेजी में बेहतरीन अनुवाद ट्रांसलेशंस किया। फ्रांसिस बेकन, इनके दार्शनिक और व्यावहारिक निबंधों का सिलसिला इस काल में भी जारी रहा। बहुत से छात्र ये गलती करते हैं कि वे शेक्सपियर को सिर्फ एलिजाबेथन काल का मान लेते हैं, लेकिन आपको ध्यान रखना होगा कि शेक्सपियर का करियर भले ही पहले शुरू हुआ था, पर उनके जीवन की सबसे परिपक्व, सबसे गहरी और महानतम नाटक इसी जैकोबियन एज में लिखे गए थे। जब राजा जेम्स गद्दी पर बैठी तो शेक्सपियर की कंपनी को शाही संरक्षण मिला और उनका नाम बदलकर द किंग्स मैन रख दिया गया। इस दौर में उन्होंने जो नाटक लिखे उनके नाम और साल ध्यान से देखिए। ओथेलो 1603-4, जो अंधविश्वास और भयानक ईर्ष्या की कहानी है। किंग लियर 1605-6, जहां बूढ़े राजा की अहंकार और बेटियों की धोखे को दिखाया गया है। मैकबेथ 1606, जो सीधे तौर पर सत्ता की अंधी महत्वाकांक्षा और उसके विनाशकारी परिणाम पर आधारित है। एंटनी एंड क्लियोपाट्रा 1607-6, एक महान ऐतिहासिक और राजसी प्रेम कहानी। द टेम्पेस्ट 1610-11, इसी शेक्सपियर का आखिरी पूरा नाटक माना जाता है, जो जादू, प्रतिशोध और अंततः क्षमा, फॉरगिवनेस पर आधारित है। इस दौर में शेक्सपियर के नाटकों के थीम्स बहुत गंभीर हो गए थे, जैसे ईर्ष्या, महत्वाकांक्षा, सत्ता का खेल, भाग्य की क्रूरता, बदला और इंसानी स्वभाव की गहरी कमियां। प्यूरिटन, जो बहुत ही कट्टर धार्मिक सुधारक थे और शाही सत्ता के बीच जो वैचारिक टकराव चल रहा था, वो नैतिक और धार्मिक विषयों के रूप में साहित्य में उभर कर सामने आया। भाषा के विकास क्रम में जैकोबियन काल में अंग्रेजी भाषा अर्ली मॉडर्न इंग्लिश से और अधिक स्टैंडर्ड इंग्लिश यानी मानक अंग्रेजी की तरफ बढ़ने लगी थी। इस समय की भाषा में हमें क्या बदलाव दिखते हैं? शब्दों का भंडार तो बढ़ ही रहा था, लेकिन अब लेखकों ने कविताओं और गद्य में लैटिन और क्लासिकल अलूजन्स यानी प्राचीन ग्रीक रोमन कथाओं के संदर्भों का बहुत भारी उपयोग करना शुरू कर दिया था। गद्य की शैली यानी प्रोज स्टाइल अब और अधिक परिपक्व और संतुलित हो रही थी। भाषा को अलंकृत करने के लिए रिटोरिकल डिवाइसेस यानी अलंकारों और वाक्पटुता के तरीकों का खूब इस्तेमाल होता था। अगर हम बदलाव का उदाहरण देखें तो पुरानी अंग्रेजी के शब्द जैसे दी की जगह अब आमतौर पर यू का प्रयोग होने लगा था। इसी तरह हाथ बदलकर हैज बनने लगा था और वेयरफॉर की जगह सीधे वाई का इस्तेमाल बढ़ रहा था। यानी भाषा धीरे धीरे उस रूप की तरफ बढ़ रही थी जिसे आज हम आसानी से समझ सकते हैं। आइए इस काल की प्रमुख नाटकीय विधाओं को थोड़ा और गहराई से समझते हैं ताकि आप परीक्षा में इनका अंतर स्पष्ट कर सकें। ट्रेजेडी या त्रासदी या दुखांत, ये नाटक बहुत ही गंभीर विषयों पर आधारित होते थे, जहां मुख्य नायक अपनी ही किसी बड़ी गलती या हमार्टिया के कारण अंत में विनाश या मृत्यु को प्राप्त होता था, जैसे मैकबेथ। कॉमेडी या सुखांत, ये हल्के फुल्के हंसाने वाले नाटक होते थे जिनमें प्रेम, गलतफहमियां और अंत में शादियां दिखाई जाती थी, जैसे मच अडू अबाउट नथिंग। हिस्ट्री प्लेस या ऐतिहासिक नाटक, ये नाटक पूरी तरह से इंग्लैंड के वास्तविक राजाओं के इतिहास और उनके युद्धों पर आधारित होते थे, जैसे हेनरी वी। इनके जरिए देशभक्ति की भावना भी जगाई जाती थी। ट्रेजिक कॉमेडी, ये जैकोबियन दौर का एक बहुत बड़ा ट्रेंड था। इसमें नाटक की शुरुआत और मध्य तो ट्रेजेडी की तरह बहुत तनावपूर्ण और दुखद होता है, लेकिन अंत में कोई चमत्कार या सुलह हो जाती है और कहानी सुखद मोड़ पर खत्म होती है, जैसे शेक्सपियर का द विंटर्स टेल। मास्क या स्वांग या दरबारी नाटक, ये आम जनता के लिए नहीं होता था। ये राजा के भव्य महल में रईसों के लिए आयोजित होने वाला एक बेहद खर्चीला मनोरंजन था, जिसमें संगीत, नृत्य, शानदार वेशभूषा और विशेष स्टेज इफेक्ट्स का इस्तेमाल होता था। बेन जॉनसन इसके बड़े लेखक थे। जैकोबियन साहित्य की मुख्य विचार या थीम्स क्या थी, आइए उन पर एक नजर डालते हैं। किंगशिप एंड डिवाइन राइट, राजा जेम्स प्रथम का मानना था कि राजा को शासन करने का अधिकार सीधे भगवान से मिला है, इसलिए राजा की आज्ञा का उल्लंघन भगवान का अपमान है। साहित्य में इस विचार पर बहुत चर्चा हुई। पावर एंड एम्बिशन, सत्ता हासिल करने की जंग और उसके पीछे की साजिशें लेखकों का पसंदीदा विषय थी। लॉयल्टी एंड बिट्रियल या वफादारी और विश्वासघात, क्योंकि राजा को मारने की साजिश असल जिंदगी में हो चुकी थी, इसलिए नाटकों में वफादारी की परीक्षा और पीठ पीछे छुरा घोंपने वाले धोखेबाजों के किरदारों को बहुत प्रमुखता से दिखाया गया। सुपर नेचुरल एंड द ऑकल्ट, चुड़ैलें, भूत प्रेत और जादुई शक्तियां इस दौर के साहित्य को और डरावना और रोमांचक बनाती। ऑनर, ये शैली बहुत ही सुसंस्कृत, सुंदर, स्पष्ट और दरबारी वातावरण के लिए लिखी जाती थी। इसके सबसे बड़े प्रतिनिधि बेन जॉनसन और उनके शिष्य थे। बी, मेटाफिजिकल पोएट्री, ये इस दौर की सबसे क्रांतिकारी और अनोखी कविता शैली थी। मेटा का मतलब होता है बियॉन्ड यानी परे, और फिजिक का मतलब फिजिकल वर्ल्ड यानी भौतिक संसार। यानी ऐसी कविता जो इस भौतिक संसार से परे आध्यात्मिक, वैज्ञानिक और दार्शनिक विचारों की बात करती है। इसके प्रणेता जॉन डन थे। परीक्षा में मेटाफिजिकल पोएट्री की विशेषताएं बहुत पूछी जाती हैं, इन्हें अच्छे से समझ लीजिए। यूज ऑफ विट एंड इंटेलेक्ट, ये कविताएं सिर्फ दिल की भावनाओं से नहीं बल्कि बहुत गहरी दिमाग और बुद्धिमत्ता से लिखी जाती थी। पाठक को इन्हें समझने के लिए दिमाग लगाना पड़ता था। कंसीट्स एंड मेटाफोर, इसमें बहुत ही अजीब और अनोखे रूपकों का इस्तेमाल होता था, जिन्हें कंसीट्स कहते हैं। जैसे जॉन डन ने अपनी कविता में दो प्रेमियों की तुलना एक कंपस यानी प्रकार की दो टांगों से कर दी थी, जो दिखने में अलग हैं पर अंदर से जुड़ी हैं। स्पिरिचुअल एंड फिलोसॉफिकल थीम्स, इसमें ईश्वर, आत्मा, मृत्यु और गहरे प्रेम जैसे दार्शनिक विषयों पर विस्तार से बात आती थी। जैकोबियन थिएटर्स की दुनिया में इस दौर में एक बड़ा बदलाव आया। पहले जहां केवल खुले आसमान वाले थिएटर्स जैसे द ग्लोब होते थे, वहीं अब द ब्लैक फ्रायर्स थिएटर जैसे इंडोर यानी बंद छत वाले थिएटर्स बहुत लोकप्रिय होने लगे। बंद थिएटर्स होने के कारण अब मोमबत्तियों की रोशनी में रात के समय भी नाटक हो सकते थे, जिससे नाटकों में रोशनी और साये का इस्तेमाल करके डरावना या रहस्यमयी माहौल बनाना आसान हो गया। इस दौर के नाटकों की मुख्य विशेषताएं क्या थी? प्रोफेशनल एक्टिंग ट्रूप्स। अब नाटक करने वाली मंडलियां पूरी तरह से पेशेवर और संगठित हो चुकी थी। अभिनेताओं को समाज में सम्मान और अच्छा पैसा मिलने लगा था। मिक्स्ड ऑडियंसेस। थिएटर्स में समाज के हर तबके के लोग आते थे। अमीर रईस गैलरी में बैठते थे और गरीब लोग स्टेज के ठीक सामने खड़े होकर नाटक देखते थे। यूज ऑफ स्टेज प्रॉपर्टीज एंड म्यूजिक। स्टेज पर बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक, नकली तलवारें, राज सिंहासन और भव्य वेशभूषा जैसी चीजों का इस्तेमाल बहुत बढ़ गया था। पॉपुलर थीम्स एंड लाइवली प्लॉट्स। कहानियां बहुत ही जीवंत, तेज और सस्पेंस से भरी होती थी ताकि दर्शक पूरे समय बंधे रहें। इन्फ्लुएंस ऑफ क्लासिकल ड्रामा। प्राचीन रोमन ट्रेजेडी लेखकों जैसे सेनेका का प्रभाव इस दौर के हिंसक और खूनी नाटकों पर साफ दिखाई देता है। जेकोबियन काल को अच्छी तरह याद रखने के लिए इन 5 महत्वपूर्ण टर्म्स को अपने दिमाग में बैठा लीजिए। जेकोबियन एज, राजा जेम्स प्रथम के शासनकाल 1603 से 1625 के दौरान का अंग्रेजी साहित्य का दौर। मास्क, ये एक विशेष प्रकार का दरबारी मनोरंजन था जिसमें शानदार संगीत, नृत्य, सजी धजी अभिनय और छोटे छोटे संवादों का मिश्रण होता था। ट्रेजी कॉमेडी, एक ऐसा नाटक जिसमें दुखांत यानी ट्रेजिक और सुखांत यानी कॉमिक दोनों प्रकार के तत्वों का मिश्रण होता है। डिवाइन राइट यानी दैवीय अधिकार, ये एक राजनीतिक और धार्मिक धारणा थी कि राजाओं को शासन करने की शक्ति स्वयं ईश्वर की इच्छा से मिली है और वो केवल ईश्वर के प्रति जवाबदेह हैं। विट यानी वाक्पटुता या बुद्धिमत्ता, अपनी बात को बहुत ही चतुराई, बुद्धिमत्ता और तीखे अंदाज में कहने या लिखने की कला। इस कालखंड को समाप्त करते हुए आइए उन वन लाइनर फैक्ट्स को नोट कर लेते हैं जो आपकी परीक्षा में सीधे नंबर दिलाएंगे। फैक्ट 1, जेकोबियन युग का सटीक समय 1603 से 1625 तक था। फैक्ट 2, राजा जेम्स प्रथम खुद एक लेखक थे और साहित्य व कलाओं के बहुत बड़े पैट्रन यानी संरक्षक थे। फैक्ट 3, शेक्सपियर के महानतम नाटक जैसे ओथेलो, किंग लियर, मैकबेथ इसी काल की देन है। फैक्ट 4, बेन जॉनसन को उनकी शानदार कोट मास्क्स और कॉमेडी ऑफ ह्यूमर्स के लिए जाना जाता है। फैक्ट 5, जॉन डन इस युग के सबसे महान मेटाफिजिकल पोएट यानी आध्यात्मिक कवि हैं। फैक्ट 6, वर्ष 1611 में प्रकाशित किंग जेम्स बाइबल ने अंग्रेजी भाषा की गद्य, शैली और व्याकरण पर सबसे गहरा और स्थायी प्रभाव डाला। नमस्कार दोस्तों, आज के इस महा लेक्चर में हम अंग्रेजी साहित्य के सबसे सुनहरे और महत्वपूर्ण कालखंड की शुरुआत करने जा रहे हैं जिसे हम द रेनेसांस पीरियड यानी पुनर्जागरण काल कहते हैं। इसका समय काल 1485 ईस्वी से 1600 ईस्वी तक माना जाता है। रेनेसांस शब्द का सीधा सा अर्थ होता है रीबर्थ या इंटेलेक्चुअल अवेकनिंग यानी सांस्कृतिक और बौद्धिक रूप से फिर से जागना। पूरे यूरोप में जब मध्यकाल का अंधकार खत्म हो रहा था तब प्राचीन ग्रीक और रोमन ज्ञान विज्ञान को फिर से खोजा गया। इंग्लैंड में इसकी शुरुआत 15वीं शताब्दी के अंत में हुई और 16वीं शताब्दी आते आते ये पूरी तरह से समृद्ध हो गया। इस काल ने इंसानों को सोचने का एक नया नजरिया दिया जिसे हम ह्यूमैनिज्म यानी मानववाद कहते हैं। इसके अलावा कला और साहित्य में अभूतपूर्व रचनात्मकता यानी क्रिएटिविटी देखने को मिली। आपकी परीक्षा के दृष्टिकोण से ये जानना बेहद जरूरी है कि इस पूरे कालखंड को हम एलिजाबेथन एज और एज ऑफ शेक्सपियर के नाम से भी जानते हैं क्योंकि इसी दौर में महारानी एलिजाबेथ प्रथम का शासन था और इसी दौर में महान नाटककार विलियम शेक्सपियर ने अपनी कालजयी रचनाएं लिखी थी। अब बात करते हैं कि इस दौर की प्रमुख ऐतिहासिक घटनाएं क्या थीं जिन्होंने साहित्य को आकार दिया। किसी भी साहित्य को समझने के लिए उसके इतिहास को समझना बहुत जरूरी है। 1485 यहां से ट्यूडर राजवंश की शुरुआत होती है जब हेनरी सप्तम इंग्लैंड के राजा बनते हैं। 1509 हेनरी अष्टम गद्दी पर बैठते हैं। इनके समय में चर्च और राज्य के बीच बड़े विवाद हुए। 1534 ये साल इतिहास की दिशा बदलने वाला था। इस साल एक्ट ऑफ सुप्रीमेसी पारित हुआ जिसके तहत इंग्लैंड के राजा को ही चर्च का सर्वोच्च नेता घोषित कर दिया गया और रोम के पोप का प्रभुत्व खत्म कर दिया गया। 1558 टू 1603 ये महारानी एलिजाबेथ प्रथम का शासनकाल था, जिसे अंग्रेजी साहित्य का स्वर्ण युग कहा जाता है। 1564 इसी महान वर्ष में विलियम शेक्सपियर का जन्म हुआ, जिन्होंने आगे चलकर नाटक की दुनिया को हमेशा के लिए बदल दिया। इन सब घटनाओं का साहित्य पर क्या प्रभाव पड़ा? सबसे प्रिंटिंग प्रेस का विकास। अब किताबें हाथ से नहीं लिखी जाती थी, वे छपती थी, जिससे ज्ञान आम लोगों तक पहुंचा। मिडिल क्लास, मध्यम वर्ग का उदय हुआ, जिससे पढ़ने वाले पाठकों की संख्या बढ़ी। दुनिया भर में नई समुद्री रास्तों की खोज हो रही थी, एक्सप्लोरेशन ऑफ द न्यू वर्ल्ड, जिससे लेखकों की कल्पना को नए पंख मिले। और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण, लोगों में प्राचीन ग्रीक और लैटिन साहित्य को पढ़ने की एक नई ललक पैदा हुई। आइए अब हम देखते हैं कि इस पुनर्जागरण काल की मुख्य विशेषताएं क्या थीं, जो आपको अपने उत्तरों या परीक्षाओं में लिखनी होंगी। ह्यूमनिज्म यानी मानववाद। मध्यकाल में हर चीज के केंद्र में भगवान या चर्च को रखा जाता था, लेकिन पुनर्जागरण काल में ध्यान बदलकर इंसान पर केंद्रित हुआ। इंसान की क्षमता यानी ह्यूमन पोटेंशियल, उसका तर्क यानी रीजन, और उसकी व्यक्तिगत स्वतंत्रता यानी इंडिविजुअलिज्म को सर्वोपरि माना गया। रिवाइवल ऑफ क्लासिकल लर्निंग। ग्रीक और रोमन लेखकों जैसे अरस्तु, प्लेटो, होमर और वर्जिल के दर्शन, कला और साहित्य को दोबारा जीवित किया गया। ग्रोथ ऑफ वर्नैक्युलर लिटरेचर। इससे पहले तक केवल लैटिन या फ्रेंच को ही ज्ञान की भाषा माना जाता था, लेकिन इस काल में अंग्रेजी, जो कि स्थानीय भाषा या वर्नैक्युलर थी, एक बहुत ही शक्तिशाली साहित्यिक भाषा के रूप में उभरी। सेक्युलरिज्म यानी धर्मनिरपेक्षता। साहित्य का विषय अब सिर्फ चर्च, स्वर्ग या नर्क तक सीमित नहीं रहा। अब सांसारिक विषयों यानी वर्ल्डली थीम्स, इंसानी प्रेम, युद्ध और राजनीति पर भी खुलकर लिखा जाने लगा। डाइवर्सिटी ऑफ जॉनरास। ये काल विधाओं की विविधता से भरा था। इस दौर में केवल कविताएं ही नहीं, बल्कि नाटक, निबंध, सोनेट्स और गद्य यानी प्रोज का भी भारी विकास हुआ। यूज ऑफ विट, इमेजरी एंड मेटाफर। लेखकों ने अपनी बात को प्रभावी ढंग से कहने के लिए बुद्धिमत्ता यानी विट, सुंदर दृश्यात्मक कल्पनाओं यानी इमेजरी और रूपकों यानी मेटाफर्स का प्रचुर मात्रा में उपयोग किया। भाषा के दृष्टिकोण से ये काल एक बहुत बड़े संक्रमण का काल। इस दौरान अंग्रेजी भाषा मिडिल इंग्लिश से अर्ली मॉडर्न इंग्लिश की तरफ बढ़ रही थी, यानी आज हम जो अंग्रेजी पढ़ते हैं उसकी नींव इसी काल में रखी गई थी। इस समय की भाषा की प्रमुख विशेषताएं क्या थीं? सबसे पहले शब्दकोश यानी वोकैबुलरी का बहुत तेजी से विस्तार हुआ। नए विचारों को व्यक्त करने के लिए लैटिन और ग्रीक भाषा से हजारों नए शब्दों को अंग्रेजी में शामिल किया गया। शब्दों को वाक्यों में रखने का क्रम यानी वर्ड ऑर्डर काफी लचीला था, जिससे लेखकों को कविताएं लिखने में बहुत आसानी होती थी। इसके अलावा रूपकों का रचनात्मक उपयोग किया जाने लगा। अगर हम उदाहरण देखें तो मिडिल इंग्लिश में जिसे हाउस लिखा जाता था, वो अर्ली मॉडर्न इंग्लिश में भी हाउस ही रहा, लेकिन मिडिल इंग्लिश का शब्द स्टोन बदलकर आधुनिक रूप में स्टोन बन गया। स्पेलिंग्स और व्याकरण अधिक व्यवस्थित होने लगे थे। अब हम नजर डालते हैं कि इस दौर में किस किस प्रकार का साहित्य लिखा जा रहा था और वे कौन से महान लेखक थे जिन्होंने इतिहास रच दिया। साहित्य को हम 3 मुख्य भागों में विभाजित कर सकते हैं। पोएट्री यानी कविता, इसमें मुख्य रूप से सोनेट्स यानी 14 लाइनों की कविता, ओड्स और लंबी वर्णनात्मक कविताएं लिखी गईं। ड्रामा यानी नाटक, नाटकों को 3 श्रेणियों में बांटा गया। ट्रेजेडीज यानी दुखांत, कॉमेडीज यानी सुखांत और हिस्ट्रीज यानी ऐतिहासिक नाटक। प्रोज यानी गद्य, इसमें निबंध यानी एसेज, शुरुआती उपन्यास यानी नॉवेल्स और लैटिन ग्रंथों के अनुवाद यानी ट्रांसलेशंस शामिल थे। अब इन महान लेखकों और उनकी अमर रचनाओं के नाम सीधे नोट कर लीजिए, क्योंकि ये परीक्षाओं में बार बार पूछे जाते हैं। विलियम शेक्सपियर, इन्होंने अनगिनत नाटक और अद्भुत सोनेट्स लिखे। क्रिस्टोफर मार्लो, इनका नाटक डॉक्टर फॉस्टस अंग्रेजी साहित्य की अमूल्य धरोहर है। शेक्सपियर भी इनसे प्रेरित थे। एडमंड स्पेंसर, इन्होंने महारानी एलिजाबेथ को समर्पित करते हुए एक महाकाव्य द फेरी क्वीन लिखा। फ्रांसिस बेकन, इन्हें अंग्रेजी निबंधों का जनक माना जाता है। इनकी एसेज ज्ञान से भरे हैं। सर फिलिप सिडनी, इन्होंने प्रसिद्ध गद्य रचना आर्केडिया लिखी। थॉमस मोर, इनकी लिखी पुस्तक यूटोपिया ने एक आदर्श समाज की कल्पना को जन्म दिया।
चलिए अब बात करते हैं उस नाम की जिसके बिना अंग्रेजी साहित्य की कल्पना भी अधूरी है, विलियम शेक्सपियर। शेक्सपियर को पुनर्जागरण काल का सबसे महान लेखक और दुनिया का सर्वकालिक सर्वश्रेष्ठ नाटककार माना जाता है। शेक्सपियर का योगदान इतना विशाल है कि उनके कार्यों को समझने के लिए हमें गहराई में जाना होगा। उन्होंने मुख्य रूप से दो क्षेत्रों में काम किया, नाटक और कविता। नाटकों में उन्होंने दुखांत, सुखांत और ऐतिहासिक यानी हिस्ट्रीज हर विधा में अपनी महारत साबित की। इसके साथ ही उन्होंने 154 सोनेट्स लिखे जो प्रेम, समय और मृत्यु जैसे गहन विषयों पर आधारित हैं। उनके कुछ सबसे प्रसिद्ध नाटकों के नाम आपको हमेशा याद होने चाहिए, जैसे हैमलेट, जो टू बी और नॉट टू बी वाले आंतरिक द्वंद्व के लिए जाना जाता है, मैकबेथ और ओथेलो, जो इंसानी महत्वाकांक्षा और ईर्ष्या की पराकाष्ठा दिखाते हैं, किंग लियर, जो पारिवारिक रिश्तों और पागलपन की दर्दनाक कहानी है, प्रेम की अमर कहानी रोमियो एंड जूलियट और एक जादुई कॉमेडी अ मिडसमर नाइट्स ड्रीम। शेक्सपियर ने इंसानी स्वभाव के हर एक पहलू को अपने किरदारों के जरिए पर्दे पर उतार दिया था। इस स्लाइड में हम उन प्रमुख साहित्यिक विधाओं यानी जॉनर्स को करीब से समझेंगे जो इस काल में सबसे ज्यादा लोकप्रिय हुई। सोनेट, ये 14 पंक्तियों की एक छोटी गीतात्मक कविता होती है। इसकी शुरुआत वैसे तो इटली में हुई थी, लेकिन इंग्लैंड में शेक्सपियर और सर फिलिप सिडनी ने इसे एक नया मुकाम दिया। इसमें एक निश्चित राइम स्कीम होती है। ओड, ये भी एक प्रकार की गीतात्मक कविता ही होती है, लेकिन इसका विषय बहुत ही गंभीर और उदात्त यानी सीरियस थीम्स होता है। इसमें किसी व्यक्ति, वस्तु या विचार की प्रशंसा की जाती है। एडमंड स्पेंसर ने इस विधा का बेहतरीन उपयोग किया। ड्रामा यानी नाटक, पुनर्जागरण काल में मनोरंजन और विचार विमर्श का सबसे बड़ा साधन नाटक ही था। ये इस पूरे दौर की सबसे लोकप्रिय साहित्यिक विधा बनकर उभरा। थिएटर्स में अमीर से लेकर गरीब तक हर कोई नाटक देखने आता था। ऐसे यानी निबंध, गद्य के क्षेत्र में निबंध एक नई और क्रांतिकारी विधा थी। ये गद्य का एक छोटा रूप होता है जिसमें लेखक के अपने व्यक्तिगत विचार। इस स्लाइड में हम उन प्रमुख साहित्यिक विधाओं यानी जॉनर्स को करीब से समझेंगे जो इस काल में सबसे ज्यादा लोकप्रिय हुई। सोनेट, ये 14 पंक्तियों की एक छोटी गीतात्मक कविता होती है। इसकी शुरुआत वैसे तो इटली में हुई थी, लेकिन इंग्लैंड में शेक्सपियर और सर फिलिप सिडनी ने इसे एक नया मुकाम दिया। इसमें एक निश्चित राइम स्कीम होती है। ओड, ये भी एक प्रकार की गीतात्मक कविता ही होती है, लेकिन इसका विषय बहुत ही गंभीर और उदात्त यानी सीरियस थीम्स होता है। इसमें किसी व्यक्ति, वस्तु या विचार की प्रशंसा की जाती है। एडमंड स्पेंसर ने इस विधा का बेहतरीन उपयोग किया। ड्रामा यानी नाटक, पुनर्जागरण काल में मनोरंजन और विचार विमर्श का सबसे बड़ा साधन नाटक ही था। ये इस पूरे दौर की सबसे लोकप्रिय साहित्यिक विधा बनकर उभरा। थिएटर्स में अमीर से लेकर गरीब तक हर कोई नाटक देखने आता था। ऐसे यानी निबंध, गद्य के क्षेत्र में निबंध एक नई और क्रांतिकारी विधा थी। ये गद्य का एक छोटा रूप होता है जिसमें लेखक के अपने व्यक्तिगत विचार और जीवन के अनुभव झलकते हैं। फ्रांसिस बेकन ने अपने व्यावहारिक और संक्षिप्त निबंधों से इस विधा को अमर बना दिया। एक छात्र के तौर पर आपको यह समझना होगा कि उस दौर के लेखक आखिर किन विषयों पर लिख रहे थे। उनके साहित्य के मुख्य थीम्स यानी विषय वस्तु क्या थे? लव, प्रेम, चाहे वो शेक्सपियर के सोनेट्स हों या रोमियो जूलियट जैसी कहानियां, प्रेम का मानवीय और आध्यात्मिक रूप इस काल का मुख्य आकर्षण था। पावर एंड एम्बिशन, सत्ता और महत्वाकांक्षा। मैकबेथ की कहानी हमें याद दिलाती है कि सत्ता की अंधी भूख इंसान को कैसे बर्बाद कर देती है। फेट एंड डेस्टिनी, भाग्य और नियति। क्या इंसान अपनी किस्मत खुद लिखता है या वो किसी अदृश्य शक्ति के हाथों की कठपुतली है? ये इस दौर के नाटक का बहुत बड़ा दार्शनिक सवाल था। रिवेंज, बदला। रिवेंज ट्रेजेडी इस दौर में बहुत बिकती थी। जैसे हैमलेट में बदला लेने की भावना पूरी कहानी को आगे बढ़ाती है।
नेचर मैन, इंसान और प्रकृति का संबंध कैसा है, इस पर भी गहरा मंथन हुआ। रिलीजन वर्सेस सेक्युलरिज्म, एक तरफ चर्च की पुरानी मान्यताएं थी और दूसरी तरफ विज्ञान और मानववाद की नई सोच। इन दोनों के बीच का टकराव साहित्य में साफ दिखता है। द ह्यूमन कंडीशन, अंततः इंसान होने का क्या मतलब है, हमारी कमियां, हमारी खूबियां, हमारे सुख दुख, यही इस काल के साहित्य का असली सार था।
अक्सर लोग पुनर्जागरण काल को सिर्फ नाटक और कविता का काल मान लेते हैं, लेकिन इस दौर में प्रोज लिटरेचर यानी गद्य साहित्य ने भी बहुत मजबूत नींव रखी थी। आइए कुछ बेहद महत्वपूर्ण गद्य लेखकों और उनकी रचनाओं को देखते हैं जिन्हें आपको बिल्कुल मिस नहीं करना है। सर थॉमस मोर, इन्होंने यूटोपिया नाम की एक अद्भुत किताब लिखी जो मूल रूप से लैटिन में थी और बाद में अंग्रेजी में अनुवादित हुई। इसमें एक ऐसे काल्पनिक द्वीप यानी आइलैंड का वर्णन है जहां कोई बुराई नहीं है, सब समान है और न्याय का राज है। फ्रांसिस बेकन, इनके निबंध जैसे ऑफ ट्रूथ, ऑफ स्टडीज गागर में सागर भरने जैसे हैं। इनकी भाषा बहुत ही संक्षिप्त और बुद्धिमत्ता से भरी होती थी। सर फिलिप सिडनी, इन्होंने आर्केडिया नाम का एक गद्य रोमांस लिखा जो अपनी सुंदर भाषा शैली के लिए प्रसिद्ध है। रिचर्ड हुकर, इन्होंने एक्लीजियास्टिकल पॉलिटी लिखी जो चर्च के नियमों और कानून पर एक बहुत ही गंभीर गद्य रचना है। टॉमस नैश, इन्होंने द अनफॉर्चुनेट ट्रैवलर लिखा। इसे अंग्रेजी साहित्य के शुरुआती उपन्यासों में से एक माना जाता है जो एक साहसी यात्री की कहानियों पर आधारित है। चलिए अब हम थिएटर्स की दुनिया में चलते हैं और देखते हैं कि पुनर्जागरण काल में नाटक मंचन की क्या स्थिति थी। उस समय आज की तरह टीवी या सिनेमा तो थे नहीं, इसलिए नाटक ही मनोरंजन का सबसे बड़ा केंद्र थे। उस दौर में लंदन में कई प्रसिद्ध कमर्शियल थिएटर्स खुले जिनमें मुख्य थे रोज थिएटर, कर्टन थिएटर और सबसे प्रसिद्ध द ग्लोब थिएटर जिससे खुद शेक्सपियर जुड़े हुए थे। ये थिएटर्स खुले आसमान के नीचे होते थे और इनमें लकड़ी का स्टेज बना होता था। इस दौर के नाटकों की तकनीकी विशेषताएं क्या थी? मिक्स ऑफ जॉनरास, क्लासिकल ग्रीक नियमों को तोड़ते हुए यहाँ के लेखकों ने ट्रेजेडी और कॉमेडी को एक ही नाटक में मिला दिया जिसे हम ट्रेजिकॉमेडी भी कहते हैं। सॉलिलोक्वीज और मोनोलॉग्स, आत्मभाषण, जब कोई किरदार स्टेज पर अकेला खड़ा होकर अपने दिल की बात सीधे दर्शकों से कहता है तो उसे सॉलिलोक्वी कहते हैं। इससे दर्शकों को किरदार के दिमाग में चल रही उथल पुथल का पता चलता था। यूज ऑफ कोरस, नाटक के शुरू में या बीच में एक बैकग्राउंड नैरेटर आता था जो कहानी की पृष्ठभूमि समझाता था। पॉपुलर अमंग कॉमन पीपल, ये नाटक सिर्फ राजा महाराजाओं के लिए नहीं थे बल्कि आम जनता यानी कॉमन पीपल भी बहुत कम पैसे का टिकट खरीदकर इन्हें देखने आती थी। इसलिए नाटकों में हर वर्ग के स्वाद का ध्यान रखा जाता था। चलिए अब हम थिएटर्स की दुनिया में चलते हैं और देखते हैं कि पुनर्जागरण काल में नाटक मंचन की क्या स्थिति थी। उस समय आज की तरह टीवी या सिनेमा तो थे नहीं, इसलिए नाटक ही मनोरंजन का सबसे बड़ा केंद्र थे। उस दौर में लंदन में कई प्रसिद्ध कमर्शियल थिएटर्स खुले जिनमें मुख्य थे रोज थिएटर, कर्टन थिएटर और सबसे प्रसिद्ध द ग्लोब थिएटर जिससे खुद शेक्सपियर जुड़े हुए थे। ये थिएटर्स खुले आसमान के नीचे होते थे और इनमें लकड़ी का स्टेज बना होता था। इस दौर के नाटकों की तकनीकी विशेषताएं क्या थी? मिक्स ऑफ जॉनरास, क्लासिकल ग्रीक नियमों को तोड़ते हुए यहाँ के लेखकों ने ट्रेजेडी और कॉमेडी को एक ही नाटक में मिला दिया जिसे हम ट्रेजिकॉमेडी भी कहते हैं। सॉलिलोक्वीज और मोनोलॉग्स, आत्मभाषण, जब कोई किरदार स्टेज पर अकेला खड़ा होकर अपने दिल की बात सीधे दर्शकों से कहता है तो उसे सॉलिलोक्वी कहते हैं। इससे दर्शकों को किरदार के दिमाग में चल रही उथल पुथल का पता चलता था। यूज ऑफ कोरस, नाटक के शुरू में या बीच में एक बैकग्राउंड नैरेटर आता था जो कहानी की पृष्ठभूमि समझाता था। पॉपुलर अमंग कॉमन पीपल, ये नाटक सिर्फ राजा महाराजाओं के लिए नहीं थे बल्कि आम जनता यानी कॉमन पीपल भी बहुत कम पैसे का टिकट खरीदकर इन्हें देखने आती थी। इसलिए नाटकों में हर वर्ग के स्वाद का ध्यान रखा जाता था। इस काल को पढ़ते समय कुछ तकनीकी शब्द या टर्म्स बार बार आपके सामने आएंगे। आइए उन्हें एक बार स्पष्ट रूप से समझ लेते हैं ताकि परीक्षा में परिभाषा लिखने में आसानी हो। रेनेसांस, इसका सीधा मतलब है कला, शिक्षा और संस्कृति का पुनर्जन्म, रीबर्थ ऑफ आर्ट, लर्निंग एंड कल्चर।
ह्यूमनिज्म ये एक ऐसी विचारधारा है जो मानव की क्षमता, उसकी बुद्धिमत्ता और उसके सम्मान, ह्यूमन पोटेंशियल एंड डिग्निटी को सबसे ऊपर रखती है। सोनेट ये 14 पंक्तियों की एक गीतात्मक कविता होती है जो आमतौर पर एक निश्चित लय और तुकबंदी राइम स्कीम में बंधी होती है। सोलिलोकी जब नाटक का कोई पात्र मंच पर पूरी तरह अकेला होता है और एक लंबा भाषण देता है ताकि दर्शक उसके आंतरिक विचारों को जान सके तो उसे सोलिलोकी कहते हैं। पेट्रनेज संरक्षण उस समय लेखकों को अपनी आजीविका चलाने के लिए राजाओं, रानियों या अमीर रईसों, किंग्स या नोबल से आर्थिक सहायता मिलती थी। इस व्यवस्था को ही पेट्रनेज कहा जाता था। इसके बदले में लेखक अपनी रचनाएं उन रईसों को समर्पित करती थी।
तो दोस्तों, पुनर्जागरण काल के इस आखिरी हिस्से में हम उन एग्जाम ओरिएंटेड फैक्ट्स यानी महत्वपूर्ण तथ्यों को फटाफट रिवाइज कर लेते हैं जो आपकी उंगलियों पर होने चाहिए। पहला तथ्य, इंग्लैंड में पुनर्जागरण की शुरुआत 15वीं शताब्दी के उत्तरार्ध यानी लेट 15th सेंचुरी में हुई थी। दूसरा तथ्य, एलिजाबेथन एज को अंग्रेजी साहित्य का गोल्डन एरा यानी स्वर्ण युग माना जाता है। तीसरा तथ्य, विलियम शेक्सपियर ने अपने जीवन काल में कुल 37 नाटक यानी प्लेज और 154 सोनेट्स लिखे थे। ये आंकड़ा कई बार परीक्षाओं में सीधे पूछा गया है। चौथा तथ्य, महान विचारक फ्रांसिस बेकन को फादर ऑफ इंग्लिश एसे यानी अंग्रेजी निबंधों का जनक कहा जाता है। पांचवा तथ्य, इसी काल के कारण अंग्रेजी साहित्य विषयों, भाषा की सुंदरता और रचनात्मकता के मामले में दुनिया के सबसे अमीर साहित्यों में शामिल हो पाया।
Dear her future professor English literature history is a great discipline. Azam era changer enter. Sanaji language literature is modern social. Expansion up the number of language, cultural transmission, whole PPA, modern India, Nakara, India.
की शुरुआत इंग्लैंड के इतिहास की सबसे निर्णायक और हिंसक घटना नॉर्मन कॉन्क्वेस्ट यानी नॉर्मन विजय से होती है, जिसने तत्कालीन ब्रिटेन की पूरी राजनीतिक, सामाजिक और भाषाई नियति को पलट कर रख दिया। और इसका समापन 15वीं शताब्दी के अंत में यूरोपीय पुनर्जागरण या रेनेसा की उस भव्य उदय के साथ होता है जिसने मध्यकालीन रूढ़ियों को तोड़कर आधुनिक मानवतावाद की स्थापना की। उच्च स्तरीय प्रतियोगी परीक्षाओं जैसे यूजीसी नेट, सेट और गेट में अक्सर इस कालखंड के विभिन्न नामकरणों और उनकी वैचारिक पृष्ठभूमि से सीधे सैद्धांतिक प्रश्न पूछे जाते हैं। इसलिए आपको ये गहराई से समझना होगा कि इस युग को मुख्य रूप से 3 अन्य विशिष्ट नामों से क्यों विभूषित किया जाता है। इसका पहला और सबसे प्रामाणिक नाम एंग्लो नॉर्मन पीरियड है,
जो ये दर्शाता है कि इस युग का साहित्य केवल एंग्लो सैक्सन लोगों का नहीं था, बल्कि उसमें फ्रांस से आए नॉर्मन शासकों की रक्तधारा, उनकी सामंतवादी संस्कृति और उनकी परिष्कृत चेतना का एक गहरा मिश्रण था। इसे एज ऑफ ट्रांजिशन यानी संक्रांति काल भी कहा जाता है, क्योंकि ये एक ऐसा संधि काल था जहां प्राचीन महाकाव्यात्मक वीरता की प्रवृत्तियां धीरे धीरे विदा हो रही थीं और आधुनिक गद्य, व्यक्तिगत चेतना तथा नवीन छंद पद्धतियों का बीजारोपण हो रहा था। इसके साथ ही इसे एज ऑफ रिलीजियस लिटरेचर के रूप में भी मान्यता प्राप्त है, क्योंकि मध्यकाल की पूरी बौद्धिक और सामाजिक चेतना रोमन कैथोलिक चर्च और उसकी धार्मिक संस्थाओं के कड़े नियंत्रण में थी, जिसके कारण इस दौर में रचे गए गद्य, पद्य और प्रारंभिक नाटकों की आत्मा में धर्म, नैतिकता, पाप, पुण्य और मोक्ष के तत्व कूट कूट कर भरे हुए थे। इस प्रकार पहला पृष्ठ हमें ये समझाता है कि 1066 से 1500 AD का ये पूरा कालखंड कोई ठहराव का काल नहीं था, बल्कि एक निरंतर बहती हुई सांस्कृतिक नदी थी जिसने अंग्रेजी भाषा को वैश्विक मंच पर स्थापित होने की योग्य बनाया।
इतिहास और साहित्य के इस अंतः संबंध को और अधिक गहराई से समझने के लिए अब हम अपनी दृष्टि को दूसरे पृष्ठ की ओर ले जाते हैं, जो इस युग की भू राजनीतिक और सामाजिक उथल पुथल की एक विस्तृत और प्रामाणिक व्याख्या प्रस्तुत करता है। साहित्य कभी भी शून्यता में नहीं रचा जाता, बल्कि वह अपने समय की राजनीतिक हलचलों और शासक वर्ग की विचारधारा का दर्पण होता है, और यही बात मिडिल इंग्लिश पीरियड पर भी पूरी तरह लागू होती है। वर्ष 1056 में एक ऐसी घटना घटी जिसने इंग्लैंड की पूरी सामाजिक संरचना को हिला दिया। ये घटना थी बैटल ऑफ हेस्टिंग्स, यानी हेस्टिंग्स का ऐतिहासिक युद्ध, जिसमें फ्रांस के उत्तर में स्थित नॉर्मंडी प्रांत के शक्तिशाली ड्यूक, जिन्हें इतिहास में विलियम द कॉन्करर के नाम से जाना जाता है, ने इंग्लैंड के अंतिम एंग्लो सैक्सन राजा हेराल्ड को युद्ध के मैदान में पूरी तरह से पराजित और मृत कर दिया। इस एक एकल युद्ध के परिणाम स्वरूप इंग्लैंड में सैक्सन राजवंश का अंत हो गया और नॉर्मन्स ने ब्रिटेन की धरती पर अपनी सत्ता स्थापित की, जो अगले लगभग 300 वर्षों तक अबाधित रूप से चलती रही। इस नॉर्मन शासन ने इंग्लैंड में एक कठोर सामंतवादी व्यवस्था यानी फ्यूडलिज्म को जन्म दिया, जिसने समाज को 3 स्पष्ट वर्गों में विभाजित कर दिया, जिसे मध्यकाल में 3 एस्टेट्स कहा जाता था, जिसमें पादरी वर्ग, कुलीन शासक वर्ग और शोषित किसान वर्ग शामिल थे। इस राजनीतिक परिवर्तन का सबसे तात्कालिक और आक्रामक प्रभाव भाषा के स्तर पर देखा गया, जहां रातों रात राज दरबार की भाषा, न्यायपालिका की भाषा, प्रशासनिक अभिलेखों की भाषा और उच्च कुलीन अभिजात वर्ग की अभिव्यक्ति का माध्यम फ्रांसीसी यानी फ्रेंच भाषा बन गई। इसके विपरीत जो देश की मूल बहुसंख्यक आम जनता थी, जो खेतों में काम करती थी और बाजारों में व्यापार करती थी, वो अपनी दैनिक बोलचाल में पुरानी अंग्रेजी के विभिन्न स्थानीय बोलियों का प्रयोग करती रही, जिसके कारण समाज में एक गहरा भाषाई विभाजन पैदा हो गया। इस त्रिभाषी समाज में जहां लैटिन धर्म और ज्ञान की भाषा बनी रही, फ्रेंच सत्ता और विलासिता की भाषा बनी रही, वहीं अंग्रेजी को एक दोयम दर्जे की, अनपढ़ों की भाषा मानकर हाशिए पर धकेल दिया गया। परंतु यही वो दौर था जब अंग्रेजी भाषा ने हार मानने की बजाय फ्रेंच और लैटिन की सर्वश्रेष्ठ तत्वों, उनकी शब्दावली और उनकी व्याकरणिक संरचनाओं को धीरे धीरे आत्मसात करना शुरू किया, जिसके कारण अंग्रेजी भाषा और उसके साहित्य में एक अभूतपूर्व और क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन आया, जो 1066 के नॉर्मन आक्रमण से शुरू होकर 1500 की पुनर्जागरण तक लगातार विकसित होता रहा। अब हम अपने व्याख्यान के एक अत्यंत तकनीकी और वैचारिक हिस्से में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं, जो हमारी सामग्री के तीसरे पृष्ठ पर बहुत ही व्यवस्थित ढंग से उकेरा गया है, और यहाँ से प्रतियोगी परीक्षाओं में गहन विश्लेषणात्मक प्रश्न पूछे जाते हैं। मिडिल इंग्लिश साहित्य की प्रवृत्तियों को 7 प्रमुख स्तंभों के माध्यम से समझा जा सकता है, जो इसकी आंतरिक और बाहरी बनावट को परिभाषित करते हैं। इसकी सबसे पहली और बुनियादी विशेषता इसका एक ट्रांजिशनल पीरियड होना है, जिसका सीधा अर्थ ये है कि इस काल का साहित्य ना तो पूरी तरह से प्राचीन काल की तरह असभ्य और युद्धप्रिय था, और ना ही आधुनिक काल की तरह पूरी तरह से परिष्कृत और वैज्ञानिक था, बल्कि ये दोनों के बीच एक निरंतर चलने वाला विकासवादी प्रयोग था। दूसरी विशेषता इन्फ्लुएंस ऑफ फ्रेंच यानी फ्रांसीसी भाषा वो गहरा और सर्वव्यापी प्रभाव है, जिसने अंग्रेजी कविता के पुराने छंदों जैसे एलिटरेशन और एंग्लो सैक्सन मीटर को पूरी तरह से विस्थापित करके फ्रांस की लोकप्रिय तुकबंदी वाली छंद प्रणाली और आयम्बिक पेंटामीटर की शुरुआती रूपों का मार्ग प्रशस्त किया। तीसरी विशेषता ग्रोथ ऑफ लिटरेचर के रूप में दिखाई देती है, जहां हम पाते हैं कि कविता के साथ साथ गद्य विधा ने भी अपनी एक स्वतंत्र और मजबूत पहचान बनानी शुरू की, जिससे केवल कहानियां ही नहीं बल्कि दार्शनिक और ऐतिहासिक गद्य भी लिखे जाने लगे। चौथी विशेषता रिलीजियस इन्फ्लुएंस है, जो हमें ये याद दिलाती है कि भले ही राजनीतिक सत्ता राजा के हाथ में थी, लेकिन आम इंसान की आत्मा, उसकी नैतिकता और उसके डर पर पूरी तरह से चर्च का प्रभुत्व था, जिसके कारण इस दौर की प्रेम कविताओं में भी कहीं ना कहीं धार्मिक रहस्यवाद और पाप पुण्य की चेतना अंतर्निहित रहती थी। पांचवी और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण विशेषता है यूज ऑफ वर्नैक्युलर, जिसका अर्थ ये है कि 14वीं शताब्दी के आते आते कवियों और विद्वानों के भीतर ये चेतना जागी कि उन्हें फ्रेंच या लैटिन की गुलामी छोड़कर अपनी मातृभाषा अंग्रेजी में उच्च कोटि के साहित्य का सृजन करना चाहिए, और इसी चेतना ने चौसर जैसे कवियों को अंग्रेजी में लिखने की प्रेरणा दी। छठी विशेषता वैरायटी ऑफ लिटरेचर है, जो ये सिद्ध करती है कि ये युग साहित्यिक प्रवृत्तियों के मामले में अत्यंत समृद्ध था, क्योंकि इसमें जहां एक तरफ धार्मिक और उपदेशात्मक ग्रंथ लिखे जा रहे थे, वहीं दूसरी तरफ राजा आर्थर के कारनामों पर आधारित रोमानी साहित्य, दरबारी शिष्टाचार की कहानियां और समाज की विसंगतियों पर तीखे व्यंग्य भी रचे जा रहे थे।
सातवीं और अंतिम सबसे बड़ी विशेषता डेवलपमेंट ऑफ ड्रामा है, जिसने चर्च की चार दीवारी से निकलकर खुले बाजारों तक की यात्रा की और मिरेकल, मिस्ट्री तथा मोरालिटी प्लेस के माध्यम से एक ऐसी नाट्य परंपरा की नींव रखी जिसने आगे चलकर एलिजाबेथन युग में शेक्सपियर और मार्लो जैसे दिग्गजों को जन्म दिया। आइए अब हम अपनी चर्चा को भाषा विज्ञान और व्याकरण के उस अनूठे धरातल पर ले चलते हैं जिसे चौथे पृष्ठ पर बहुत ही वैज्ञानिक और सौदाहरण ढंग से स्पष्ट किया गया है। मिडिल इंग्लिश की भाषाई बनावट को समझे बिना हम इस काल की कविताओं के आंतरिक संगीत और उनकी संरचना का आनंद नहीं ले सकते। इस काल की भाषा को आधिकारिक तौर पर मिडिल इंग्लिश कहा जाता है, लेकिन ये कोई शुद्ध या एकाश्म भाषा नहीं थी, बल्कि ये प्राचीन ओल्ड इंग्लिश की कठोरता और एंग्लो नॉर्मन फ्रेंच की कोमलता और लचीलेपन का एक अत्यंत सुंदर और हाइब्रिड मिश्रण थी। जब दो संस्कृतियां आपस में टकराती हैं, तो उनके शब्द भी आपस में युद्ध करते हैं और अंततः एक नए भाषाई सामंजस्य का जन्म होता है, और यही मिडिल इंग्लिश के साथ हुआ। फ्रांस से आए नॉर्मन शासकों ने कानून, न्याय, कला, धर्म, युद्ध और प्रशासन के क्षेत्रों में अपनी भाषा के शब्दों को जबरन ढोपा, लेकिन समय के साथ ये शब्द अंग्रेजी भाषा की रगों में इस कदर दौड़ने लगे कि आज हम इनके बिना आधुनिक अंग्रेजी की कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते। इस ऐतिहासिक भाषाई रूपांतरण को समझने के लिए पृष्ठ पर कुछ बेहद प्रामाणिक उदाहरण दिए गए हैं, जो ये दिखाते हैं कि कैसे फ्रांसीसी मूल के शब्दों ने अंग्रेजी का चोला ओढ़ लिया। उदाहरण के लिए राज दरबार से जुड़ा फ्रांसीसी शब्द कोर्ट अंग्रेजी में आकर कोर्ट बना। न्याय व्यवस्था का फ्रेंच शब्द जस्टिस अंग्रेजी का जस्टिस बन गया। चर्च और आध्यात्म का फ्रेंच शब्द रिलीजन अंग्रेजी में रिलीजन के रूप में समाहित हुआ। सौंदर्य शास्त्र और कला का शब्द ब्यूटी अंग्रेजी में ब्यूटी बना, और स्वतंत्रता की चेतना से जुड़ा फ्रेंच शब्द फ्रीडम अंग्रेजी का फ्रीडम बन गया। भाषा विज्ञान की दृष्टि से ये परिवर्तन ये भी दर्शाता है कि कैसे मिडिल इंग्लिश ने ओल्ड इंग्लिश की जटिल विभक्तियों और कठिन व्याकरणिक ढांचों को धीरे धीरे छोड़ दिया और एक सरल, विश्लेषणात्मक तथा लचीली भाषा का रूप धारण किया, जिसने आगे चलकर प्रिंटिंग प्रेस के आने के बाद एक मानक राष्ट्रीय भाषा का दर्जा प्राप्त किया। व्याख्यान के इस चरण में हम मिडिल इंग्लिश साहित्य के आंतरिक वर्गीकरण और उसकी विभिन्न विधाओं का एक विस्तृत मानचित्र देखने जा रहे हैं, जो हमारी सामग्री के 5वें पृष्ठ पर बहुत ही तार्किक ढंग से प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस युग के साहित्य को केवल एक ही चश्मे से नहीं देखा जा सकता, बल्कि इसे विषय वस्तु और लेखक के उद्देश्य के आधार पर 5 मुख्य श्रेणियों में विभाजित किया जाना अनिवार्य है। हमारी पहली श्रेणी रिलीजियस लिटरेचर यानी धार्मिक साहित्य की है, जिसका मुख्य आधार संतों के अलौकिक जीवन की कहानियां, चर्च के पादरियों द्वारा दिए जाने वाले उपदेश, धार्मिक सिद्धांत और ईश्वर के प्रति पूर्ण आत्मसमर्पण को दर्शाने वाली भक्तिपरक कविताएं थीं, जो आम जनता को परलोक के प्रति सचेत करती थीं। दूसरी श्रेणी डिडैक्टिक लिटरेचर यानी उपदेशात्मक साहित्य की है, जिसका प्राथमिक उद्देश्य केवल पाठकों का मनोरंजन करना या उन्हें आनंद देना नहीं था, बल्कि समाज में नैतिक मूल्यों की स्थापना करना, इंसानों की इनके कर्तव्यों का बोध कराना और सदाचार के मार्ग पर चलने के लिए प्रेरित करना था। तीसरी श्रेणी रोमांटिक लिटरेचर की है, जिसने इस काल के धर्म भीरू समाज में कल्पना और रोमांच के नए रंग भरे। इसके अंतर्गत मध्यकालीन यूरोप में प्रचलित रोमांस विधा का विकास हुआ, जो राजा आर्थर और उनके गोलमेज के शूरवीरों के साहसिक अभियानों, उनके अदम्य साहस, महिलाओं के प्रति उनके गहरे सम्मान और उनके अलौकिक प्रेम की कहानियों पर आधारित था। चौथी श्रेणी सैटिरिकल लिटरेचर यानी व्यंग्यात्मक साहित्य है, जो इस बात का अकाट्य प्रमाण है कि इस युग का मध्यकालीन मानव पूरी तरह से अंधविश्वासी नहीं था, बल्कि उसके भीतर एक तार्किक और विद्रोही चेतना भी आकार ले रही थी। इन रचनाओं में तत्कालीन समाज के पाखंड, रोमन कैथोलिक चर्च के भीतर व्याप्त गहरे भ्रष्टाचार, पादरियों के अनैतिक जीवन और मानव स्वभाव की कमजोरियों पर अत्यंत तीखे, तीक्ष्ण और अकाट्य व्यंग्य किए गए थे।
पांचवी और अंतिम श्रेणी ड्रामा यानी नाटक की है, जिसने इस काल में लोकरंजन और लोक कल्याण के एक सशक्त माध्यम के रूप में अपनी पहचान बनाई और मिरेकल, मिस्ट्री और मोरालिटी प्लेस के माध्यम से पूरे इंग्लैंड की अशिक्षित जनता को बाइबल के संदेशों और नैतिक आचरण की शिक्षा बहुत ही सरल और रोचक ढंग से प्रदान की।
अब हम उस महान व्यक्तित्व की चर्चा करने जा रहे हैं जिसे जाने बिना संपूर्ण अंग्रेजी साहित्य का इतिहास ही अधूरा और अप्रासंगिक रह जाता है। और ये महान नाम है जेफरी चौसर, जिनका विवरण छठे पृष्ठ पर अत्यंत श्रद्धा और प्रामाणिकता के साथ अंकित है। चौसर, जिनका जीवन काल लगभग 1340 से 1400 ईस्वी तक माना जाता है, केवल अपने युग के प्रतिनिधि कवि नहीं थे, बल्कि वे एक ऐसे युग प्रवर्तक थे जिन्होंने अंग्रेजी भाषा को एक तुच्छ बोली के स्तर से उठाकर एक महान और प्रतिष्ठित साहित्यिक भाषा के सिंहासन पर बैठाया। यही कारण है कि इतिहासकार एल्बर्ट और महान आलोचक मैथ्यू अर्नोल्ड ने उन्हें सर्वसम्मति से फादर ऑफ इंग्लिश पोइट्री यानी अंग्रेजी कविता का जनक घोषित किया है। चौसर की सबसे बड़ी महानता और उनकी रचनात्मक क्रांति इस बात में निहित थी कि उन्होंने अपने से पहले के कवियों की तरह केवल हवाई कल्पनाओं, अमूर्त धार्मिक रूपकों या राजाओं की झूठी प्रशंसा में अपनी लेखनी नहीं चलाई, बल्कि उन्होंने 14वीं शताब्दी के इंग्लैंड के वास्तविक, धड़कते और जीवंत समाज का एक अत्यंत यथार्थवादी और निष्पक्ष चित्र प्रस्तुत किया। अगर हम उनकी महान साहित्यिक यात्रा और उनकी कालजयी कृतियों पर दृष्टि डालें तो उनमें द कैंटरबरी टेल्स, द हाउस ऑफ फेम, द बुक ऑफ द डचेस और ट्रॉइलस एंड क्रिसाइडे जैसी रचनाएं अंग्रेजी साहित्य की अमूल्य धरोहर हैं। इन सब में उनकी जो रचना वैश्विक साहित्य के शिखर पर विराजमान है वो है द कैंटरबरी टेल्स, जो मूल रूप से 34 तीर्थयात्रियों की एक ऐसी सामूहिक यात्रा की कहानी है जो लंदन के टैबर्डिन नामक सराय से शुरू होकर कैंटरबरी के महान सेंट थॉमस बेकेट की पवित्र मजार की ओर बढ़ रही है। रास्ते के लंबे और उबाऊ सफर को काटने और आपस में मनोरंजन करने के लिए प्रत्येक तीर्थयात्री को जाते समय 2 और आते समय 2 कहानियां सुनाने का नियम बनाया जाता है और इसी बहाने चौसर ने तत्कालीन समाज के हर वर्ग जैसे शूरवीर, भिक्षु, वकीलों, डॉक्टरों और आम व्यापारियों के चरित्रों का जो सजीव, मनोवैज्ञानिक और व्यंग्यात्मक खाका खींचा है वो अद्वितीय है। जेफरी चौसर के उस विशाल और देदीप्यमान प्रकाश के बीच हमें ये कभी नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि उनके समकालीन समाज में कुछ अन्य ऐसे महान और तपस्वी रचनाकार भी थे जिन्होंने अपने अपने स्तर पर मिडिल इंग्लिश साहित्य को एक अभूतपूर्व समृद्धि और विविधता प्रदान की, जिनका विस्तृत विवरण 7वें पृष्ठ पर दिया गया है। इस सूची में जो दूसरा सबसे महत्वपूर्ण और प्रामाणिक नाम आता है वो है सर जॉन मैंडेविले का, जिन्हें अंग्रेजी गद्य के शुरुआती गवेषकों में गिना जाता है। मैंडेविले मूल रूप से यात्राओं, भौगोलिक आश्चर्यों और अद्भुत साहसिक अभियानों के शौकीन लेखक थे और उनकी सबसे प्रसिद्ध और लोकप्रिय कृति का नाम द ट्रैवल्स ऑफ सर जॉन मैंडेविले है, जिसने उस काल के कूपमंडूक यूरोपीय समाज को दुनिया के अन्य हिस्सों, उनकी संस्कृतियों और उनके रहस्यों से परिचित कराया। इस युग के तीसरे सबसे महान और क्रांतिकारी कवि विलियम लैंगलैंड है, जो सेंट ऑगस्टीन एबे के एक अत्यंत गंभीर और संवेदनशील भिक्षु थे। लैंगलैंड ने समाज की ऊपरी तड़क भड़क के पीछे छिपी हुई गरीबी, भूखमरी और चर्च की गहरे नैतिक पतन को बहुत करीब से देखा था और अपनी इसी वेदना को उन्होंने अपनी कालजयी रचना पियर्स प्लाउमन में उड़ेल दिया, जो एक अत्यंत गहरी और जटिल रूपकात्मक स्वप्न कविता है। इसी कड़ी में चौथे लेखक विलियम ऑफ पलरने का नाम आता है, जिन्होंने मुख्य रूप से गंभीर नैतिक चेतना, धार्मिक शुद्धता और इंसानी आचरण के सुधारात्मक पक्षों को अपनी लेखनी का मुख्य विषय बनाया और उनकी प्रसिद्ध कृति भी द विजन ऑफ पियर्स प्लाउमन की परंपरा और उसकी वैचारिक चेतना को आगे बढ़ाने का काम करती है। इस कालखंड की एक और सबसे बड़ी और अद्भुत विशेषता कुछ ऐसी गुमनाम और अज्ञात रचनाकारों की उपस्थिति है, जिन्होंने अपनी पहचान को छुपा कर रखा लेकिन ऐसी कृतियों की रचना की जो आज भी अमर है। इसी अज्ञात कवियों की श्रेणी में अंग्रेजी सर ग्वेन एंड द ग्रीन नाइट के नाम से जाना जाता है, जिसके वास्तविक रचयिता का नाम भले ही इतिहास के पन्नों में खो गया हो, लेकिन उसकी साहित्यिक महत्ता आज भी उतनी ही अक्षुण्ण है। अब हम अपने व्याख्यान के उस हिस्से की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं जहां हम मिडिल इंग्लिश पीरियड की 5 सबसे महान साहित्यिक कृतियों की आंतरिक प्रकृति, उनकी शैली और उनके वैचारिक धरातल का एक अत्यंत सूक्ष्म और विस्तृत विश्लेषण करेंगे, जैसा कि 8वें पृष्ठ पर बहुत ही वैज्ञानिक ढंग से दर्शाया गया है।
हमारी पहली मास्टरपीस जेफरी चौसर की द कैंटरबरी टेल्स है, जिसकी आंतरिक प्रकृति पूरी तरह से यथार्थवादी, मानवीय और सामाजिक है। ये रचना केवल एक कविता नहीं है, बल्कि ये 14वीं शताब्दी के इंग्लैंड का एक ऐसा सजीव एक्सरे है जो समाज के पाखंडों को बिना किसी कड़वाहट के, बल्कि एक मंद मुस्कान और हास्य के साथ हमारे सामने रख देता है। हमारी दूसरी महान रचना विलियम लैंगलैंड द्वारा लिखित पियर्स प्लाउमैन है, जिसकी प्रकृति पूरी तरह से एलेगोरिकल यानी रूपकात्मक है। इसमें कवि नींद में एक सपना देखता है जहां वो एक विशाल मैदान को लोगों से भरा हुआ पाता है, जो मानव समाज का प्रतीक है। और इस पूरी कविता के माध्यम से सत्य, न्याय, ईमानदारी और तत्कालीन भ्रष्ट धार्मिक और प्रशासनिक व्यवस्था की बहुत ही तीखी और निर्भीक आलोचना की गई है। हमारी तीसरी अद्भुत रचना सर गैविन एंड द ग्रीन नाइट है, जिसकी प्रकृति मध्यकालीन शूरवीरता के आदर्शों, दरबारी शिष्टाचार की सीमाओं और एक सच्चे ईसाई योद्धा की नैतिक और शारीरिक परीक्षा के इर्द गिर्द बुनी गई है। हमारी चौथी सबसे महत्वपूर्ण और युगांतरकारी गद्य रचना सर थॉमस मैलोरी द्वारा लिखित मॉटे द आर्थर इतिहास में मील का पत्थर है, क्योंकि मैलोरी ने राजा आर्थर से जुड़ी तमाम बिखरी हुई फ्रांसीसी और अंग्रेजी कहानियों को इकट्ठा करके एक बेहद भव्य, महाकाव्यात्मक और रोमानी गद्य महाकाव्य का रूप दिया, जिसने आने वाले समय में टेनिसन जैसे कवियों को प्रेरित किया। हमारी पांचवी और अंतिम श्रेष्ठ रचना द पर्ल है, जो एक अज्ञात कवि द्वारा लिखी गई एक अत्यंत भावुक, रहस्यमयी और गहरी धार्मिक कविता है। इसकी आंतरिक प्रकृति एक विलाप गीत जैसी है, जिसमें एक पिता अपनी उस छोटी मासूम बेटी की मृत्यु पर असीम शोक व्यक्त करता है, जिसे वो अपनी मोती कहता है, और अंततः वो एक दिव्य स्वप्न के माध्यम से स्वर्ग के दर्शन करता है, जहां उसे आध्यात्मिक सांत्वना और ईश्वर की मर्जी के सामने झुकने की शांति प्राप्त होती है। अब हम साहित्य की एक ऐसी विधा के उद्भव और विकास की यात्रा पर निकलने वाले हैं, जिसने मध्यकाल के जनमानस को सबसे अधिक प्रभावित और आंदोलित किया, और ये विधा है नाटक, जिसका पूरा ऐतिहासिक और विधागत विकास 9वें पृष्ठ पर बहुत ही खूबसूरती से रेखांकित किया गया है। मध्यकाल में नाटकों का पुनर्जन्म चर्च की धार्मिक विधियों से हुआ था, क्योंकि चर्च के पादरियों ने यह महसूस किया कि लातिनी भाषा में दिए जाने वाले उपदेश आम अनपढ़ जनता के सिर के ऊपर से निकल जाते हैं। इसलिए उन्होंने बाइबल की कहानियों को अभिनय के माध्यम से दिखाना शुरू किया। इस विकास क्रम में नाटकों को 3 स्पष्ट श्रेणियों में विभाजित किया गया, जिसमें पहली श्रेणी मिरेकल प्लेस की थी। ये नाटक पूरी तरह से बाइबल में वर्णित ईश्वरीय चमत्कारों, संतों के अलौकिक जीवन, उनके द्वारा किए गए परोपकारों और उनके बलिदानों की कहानियों पर आधारित होते थे, जिसके सबसे लोकप्रिय उदाहरणों में द क्रिएशन यानी सृष्टि की रचना और द नेटिविटी यानी ईसा मसीह के पवित्र जन्म के प्रसंगों का मंचन शामिल था। दूसरी श्रेणी मिस्ट्री प्लेस की थी, जो मानव जाति के उद्धार के लिए ईसा मसीह के इस धरती पर आगमन, उनके द्वारा दिखाए गए सत्य की मार्ग, उनकी क्रूर मृत्यु यानी क्रूसिफिकेशन और उनकी पुनरुत्थान यानी दोबारा जीवित होने की गहन रहस्यमयी घटनाओं पर की होते थे। इन नाटकों का मंचन विभिन्न नगरों की व्यापारिक गिल्डों द्वारा किया जाता था, और ये बड़े बड़े चक्रों में होते थे, जिनमें से द चेस्टर साइकिल परीक्षा के लिहाज से सबसे महत्वपूर्ण और प्रसिद्ध उदाहरण है। तीसरी श्रेणी मोरालिटी प्लेस की थी, जो 14वीं और 15वीं शताब्दी में बहुत लोकप्रिय हुई। इन नाटकों की प्रकृति पूरी तरह से प्रतीकात्मक और उपदेशात्मक होती थी, जहां मंच पर कोई हाड़ मास का इंसान चरित्र नहीं होता था, बल्कि अमूर्त विचार जैसे ज्ञान, सौंदर्य, पाप, सद्गुण, फेलोशिप और मृत्यु पात्र बनकर आते थे, और मनुष्य की आत्मा को बचाने के लिए आपस में संघर्ष करते थे, जिसका सबसे महान और सार्वभौमिक उदाहरण एवरी मैन नामक नाटक है। इन मध्यकालीन नाटकों के मंचन के स्थान के संबंध में एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण ऐतिहासिक सत्य ये है कि जैसे जैसे नाटकों में धर्म के साथ साथ हास्य और लोकरंजन के तत्व बढ़ने लगे, पादरियों ने उन्हें चर्च के भीतर प्रतिबंधित कर दिया, जिसके कारण ये नाटक चर्च की चारदीवारी से बाहर निकलकर खुले अहातों यानी चर्च यार्ड्स और नगर के मुख्य बाजारों तथा चौराहों पर चलित गाड़ियों पर खेले जाने लगे, जिसने नाटक को पूरी तरह से एक जन माध्यम बना दिया।
आइए अब हम इस पूरे कालखंड के साहित्यिक सौंदर्य शास्त्र, उसकी आंतरिक प्रवृत्तियों और रचनात्मक शैलियों का एक व्यापक मूल्यांकन करते हैं, जो हमारी सामग्री के 10वें पृष्ठ पर बहुत ही तार्किक और संक्षिप्त रूप में संकलित किया गया है। मिडिल इंग्लिश साहित्य की जो पहली और सबसे स्थायी आंतरिक विशेषता हमारे सामने उभर कर आती है, वो है इसकी शैली का अत्यंत सरल, प्रत्यक्ष और सीधा होना।
इस युग के रचनाकारों के पास आधुनिक कवियों जैसी कोई बौद्धिक जटिलता या भाषा को जानबूझकर कठिन बनाने का मोह नहीं था, बल्कि उनका उद्देश्य अपनी बात को पाठक या श्रोता के दिल तक सीधे पहुंचाना था। दूसरी सबसे बड़ी विशेषता इसका सुदृढ़ नैतिक और धार्मिक उद्देश्य था, क्योंकि मध्यकालीन चेतना में ये बात गहराई से बैठी हुई थी कि कला और साहित्य का एकमात्र उद्देश्य ईश्वर की महिमा का गुणगान करना और मानव आत्मा को नरक की आग से बचाकर स्वर्ग के मार्ग पर ले जाना होना चाहिए। तीसरी विशेषता रचनाओं में प्रतीकों और रूपकों यानी सिंबल्स एंड एलिगरी का अत्यधिक और बेहद परिष्कृत प्रयोग था, क्योंकि मध्यकालीन मनुष्य हर सांसारिक वस्तु के पीछे एक छुपा हुआ आध्यात्मिक अर्थ ढूंढने का आदी था, जिसके कारण पहाड़ों, नदियों, मोतियों और हल चलाने वाले किसानों को भी गहरे दार्शनिक प्रतीकों के रूप में ढाला गया। चौथी विशेषता फ्रांस की उच्च संस्कृति, उनके महलों की तड़क भड़क और उनकी दरबारी शूरवीरता यानी चिवलरी का वो गहरा प्रभाव था, जिसने अंग्रेजी कविताओं को पुरानी खुरदरी और युद्धप्रिय भाषा से मुक्त करके एक अत्यंत कोमल, संगीतमय और रोमानी संस्कार प्रदान किया। पांचवी और सबसे क्रांतिकारी विशेषता आम और साधारण लोगों के जीवन का बिल्कुल यथार्थ
और मनोवैज्ञानिक वर्णन था, जो इस बात का संकेत था कि साहित्य अब केवल राजाओं और संतों की बपौती नहीं रहा, बल्कि उसमें अब आम किसान, जुलाहे और मध्यवर्गीय महिलाएं भी अपनी पूरी मानवीयता के साथ प्रवेश कर रही थीं। इस पूरे सौंदर्य शास्त्रीय विश्लेषण का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण और केंद्रीय बिंदु यही है कि जेफरी चौसर ही वो पहले दूरदर्शी रचनाकार थे जिन्होंने मिडिल इंग्लिश साहित्य को कोरी धार्मिक संकीर्णता और कड़े उपदेशों के चंगुल से बाहर निकाला और उसमें वास्तविक यथार्थवाद, सच्ची मानवीय संवेदनाओं और हास्य व्यंग्य का एक ऐसा अनूठा मिश्रण किया जिसने अंग्रेजी साहित्य के आधुनिक युग के आगमन का मार्ग पूरी तरह से प्रशस्त कर दिया। व्याख्यान के इस अंतिम से ठीक पहले वाले चरण में हम उन अत्यंत तकनीकी और परीक्षा उपयोगी पारिभाषिक शब्दावलियों का एक गहन ऑपरेशन करने जा रहे हैं, जो 11वें पृष्ठ पर एक बहुत ही सुंदर और व्यवस्थित तालिका के माध्यम से प्रस्तुत की गई हैं। यूजीसी नेट, गेट और स्लेट जैसी परीक्षाओं में सीधे तौर पर इन शब्दों की परिभाषाओं और उनके ऐतिहासिक संदर्भों से जुड़े प्रश्न पूछे जाते हैं, इसलिए इन्हें कंठस्थ करना आपके लिए अनिवार्य है। इस तालिका का पहला शब्द है नॉर्मन कॉन्क्वेस्ट, जिसका सीधा और ऐतिहासिक अर्थ वर्ष 1066 में फ्रांस के नॉर्मंडी प्रांत के ड्यूक विलियम द कॉन्करर द्वारा इंग्लैंड के राजा हेरल्ड को हेस्टिंग्स के मैदान में दी गई वो निर्णायक शिकस्त है, जिसने इंग्लैंड के इतिहास, भूगोल, राजनीति और भाषा को हमेशा हमेशा के लिए बदल दिया। दूसरा शब्द है वर्नैक्युलर, जिसका साहित्यिक और भाषाई अर्थ किसी भी देश या क्षेत्र के आम स्थानीय लोगों की अपनी मूल मातृभाषा या लोक भाषा से होता है। मध्यकालीन संदर्भ में इसका अर्थ ये है कि लैटिन और फ्रेंच जैसी विदेशी और अभिजात भाषाओं के प्रभुत्व के बीच जब अंग्रेजी ने खुद को स्थापित करना शुरू किया तो उसे वर्नैक्युलर साहित्य कहा गया। तीसरा शब्द है चौसेरियन एज, जो अंग्रेजी साहित्य के इतिहास की उस सुनहरे कालखंड को परिभाषित करता है जो पूरी तरह से महान कवि जेफरी चौसर के साहित्यिक अवदान, उनकी शैली, उनकी जीवन काल और उनके समकालीन लेखकों के प्रभाव के इर्द गिर्द घूमता है। चौथा शब्द है एलिगरी यानी रूपक, जो एक ऐसी जटिल रचनात्मक विधा या कलात्मक उपकरण है जिसमें कहानी के ऊपरी धरातल पर कुछ और चल रहा होता है, लेकिन उसके भीतर एक गहरा, अमूर्त, दार्शनिक, राजनीतिक या धार्मिक अर्थ छिपा होता है, जहां पात्र इंसानों के रूप में सत्य, लोभ या न्याय जैसे विचारों का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं। पांचवा शब्द है मोरालिटी प्ले, जिसका सीधा संबंध उन मध्यकालीन नाटकों से है जो विशुद्ध रूप से रूपकात्मक पात्रों के माध्यम से दर्शकों के सामने नैतिक आचरण, अच्छे और बुरे के बीच का संघर्ष और सदाचार की शिक्षा को बहुत ही नाटकीय ढंग से मंचित करते थे। छठा और अंतिम शब्द है मिस्ट्री प्ले, जिसका सीधा ऐतिहासिक संबंध उन नाटकों से है जिनकी पूरी कथा वस्तु और पटकथा सीधे तौर पर पवित्र बाइबल के प्रसंगों, ईसा मसीह के अलौकिक चमत्कारों, उनके उपदेशों और उनके जीवन के रहस्यों पर आधारित होती थी। अब हम इस महाव्याख्यान के बिल्कुल अंतिम चरण यानी 12वें पृष्ठ पर पहुंच चुके हैं, जो त्वरित दोहराव, परीक्षा के ठीक पहले के रिवीजन और आपकी वैचारिक स्पष्टता के लिए पूरे कालखंड का एक अत्यंत ठोस, अकाट्य और व्यापक सारांश हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत करता है।
इस पूरे 2 घंटे के गहन विमर्श का सबसे बड़ा निष्कर्ष यही है कि मिडिल इंग्लिश पीरियड का समय काल दृढ़ता से वर्ष 1066 ईस्वी से शुरू होकर 1500 ईस्वी तक के 450 वर्षों के विशाल फलक पर फैला हुआ है। ये युग कोई अंधकार का युग नहीं था, बल्कि ये प्राचीन ओल्ड इंग्लिश की कठोरता और आधुनिक काल की वैज्ञानिक परिपक्वता के बीच का एक अत्यंत जीवंत, गत्यात्मक और महत्वपूर्ण संक्रांति काल यानी ट्रांजिशनल एज था, जिसने अंग्रेजी भाषा को टूटने से बचाया और उसे समृद्ध किया। इस कालखंड के दौरान अंग्रेजी भाषा, वहां की संस्कृति, रहन सहन, खान पान और राज व्यवस्था पर फ्रांस से आए नॉर्मन शासकों और उनकी भाषा का एक बहुत ही गहरा, अमिट और अमूल्य प्रभाव पड़ा, जिसने अंग्रेजी शब्दावली को असीमित रूप से बढ़ा दिया। इसी संक्रमणकालीन उर्वर भूमि पर साहित्य की विभिन्न नवीन विधाओं जैसे गद्य रोमांस, स्वप्न रूपक कविताएं और मिरेकल, मिस्ट्री तथा मोरालिटी प्लेस जैसी नाट्य शैलियों का बहुआयामी
विकास हुआ, जिसने आने वाले स्वर्णिम युगों के लिए एक मजबूत आधारशिला तैयार की। जेफरी चौसर इस पूरे कालखंड के सबसे महान, कालजयी, युग प्रवर्तक और सर्वश्रेष्ठ लेखक के रूप में स्थापित हैं, जिन्होंने अपनी अद्भुत प्रतिभा से कैंटरबरी टेल्स जैसी कृति रचकर अंग्रेजी कविता को अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तर पर सम्मान और पहचान दिलाई, और इसीलिए वे अंग्रेजी के आदि कवि माने जाते हैं। अंततः इस गौरवशाली और उतार चढ़ाव से भरे मिडिल इंग्लिश पीरियड का समापन वर्ष 1500 के आसपास हुआ, जब इंग्लैंड की धरती पर सामंतवाद की बेड़ियां टूटने लगीं, प्रिंटिंग प्रेस का आविष्कार हुआ, और यही अंत आधुनिक युग के सबसे बड़े अग्रदूत यानी महान यूरोपीय पुनर्जागरण और एलिजाबेथन युग की शुरुआत का सूचक बना। यदि आप इन सभी ऐतिहासिक तथ्यों, भाषाई बदलावों, नाट्य परंपराओं, प्रमुख लेखकों और उनकी अमर रचनाओं की आंतरिक प्रकृतियों को इस दीर्घ पैराग्राफ श्रृंखला और वैचारिक कालक्रम के रूप में पूरी तरह से अपने भीतर आत्मसात कर लेते हैं, तो विश्वास मानिए कि यूजीसी नेट, गेट, सेट या किसी भी प्राध्यापक स्तर की प्रतियोगी परीक्षा में आपका सफलता प्रतिशत 100% सुनिश्चित हो जाएगा। इस व्याख्यान को धैर्यपूर्वक सुनने और आत्मसात करने के लिए आप सभी का हार्दिक धन्यवाद और उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए अनंत शुभकामनाएं। नमस्कार साथियों, आज के इस विशेष व्याख्यान में हम अंग्रेजी साहित्य के इतिहास की शुरुआत करने जा रहे हैं। जैसा कि आप इमेज 1 के पहले पृष्ठ पर देख सकते हैं, हमारा आज का विषय ओल्ड इंग्लिश पीरियड है, जिसे हम एंग्लो सैक्सन पीरियड के नाम से भी जानते हैं। इसका समय काल 450 ईडी से 1066 ईडी तक माना जाता है। यूजीसी नेट और स्लेट जैसी परीक्षाओं के लिए ये कालखंड बेहद महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि यहीं से अंग्रेजी भाषा और साहित्य की नींव पड़ी थी। ये अंग्रेजी साहित्य का सबसे प्रारंभिक चरण है, जिसकी शुरुआत तब हुई जब 3 जर्मनिक जनजातियां इंग्लैंड पहुंची, और इसका अंत 1066 में नॉर्मन विजय के साथ हुआ। परीक्षा के दृष्टिकोण से आपको याद रखना होगा कि इस युग को 3 अन्य नामों से भी जाना जाता है, जिसमें पहला नाम एंग्लो सैक्सन एज, दूसरा एज ऑफ पैगन हीरोइज्म, क्योंकि इस काल के शुरुआती साहित्य में गैर ईसाई वीरता की झलक मिलती है, और तीसरा प्रिमिटिव पीरियड ऑफ इंग्लिश लिटरेचर है। जब आप नेट परीक्षा के प्रश्नों को देखेंगे तो अक्सर क्रोनोलॉजी पूछी जाती है, जहां 450-1066 एडी का ये बुनियादी ढांचा आपकी बहुत काम आएगा। अब हम बढ़ते हैं दूसरे पृष्ठ की ओर, जो इस काल की ऐतिहासिक पृष्ठभूमि को दर्शाता है। किसी भी साहित्य को समझने के लिए उसके इतिहास को समझना अनिवार्य है। इस काल की शुरुआत एंग्लो सैक्सन्स के आगमन से होती है, जब उत्तरी यूरोप से 3 जर्मैनिक जनजातियों ने इंग्लैंड पर आक्रमण किया और वहां बस गए। इन तीनों जनजातियों के नाम आपको अपनी उंगलियों पर याद होने चाहिए, जिनमें एंगल्स, सैक्सन्स और जूट्स शामिल हैं। नेट परीक्षा में कई बार ये गहराई से पूछा जाता है कि इंग्लैंड शब्द की उत्पत्ति कैसे हुई, तो ध्यान दीजिए कि ये शब्द एंगल लैंड से आया है, जिसका अर्थ है एंगल्स की भूमि, और यही एंगल लैंड कालांतर में बदलकर इंग्लैंड बन गया। ये जनजातियां मूल रूप से योद्धा थीं, जिनकी अपनी संस्कृति, भाषा और मान्यताएं थीं। इनके आगमन ने ब्रिटेन के मूल निवासियों को विस्थापित कर दिया और एक नई संस्कृति का उदय हुआ, जिसने अंग्रेजी साहित्य की आधारशिला रखी। तीसरे पृष्ठ पर ओल्ड इंग्लिश लिटरेचर की सबसे महत्वपूर्ण विशेषताओं का उल्लेख है, जहां से सीधे कथन कारण वाले प्रश्न बनते हैं। इस काल के साहित्य की पहली बड़ी विशेषता हेरोइक स्पिरिट थी, जिसमें योद्धाओं और नायकों का महिमा मंडन किया गया था और साहस, निष्ठा, वीरता तथा बलिदान को सर्वोच्च गुण माना गया था। इसके साथ ही प्रारंभिक साहित्य में पेगन इन्फ्लुएंस यानी प्रकृति पूजा और भाग्य पर गहरा विश्वास मिलता था, जिसके लिए वे एक विशेष शब्द वीड का प्रयोग करते थे। बाद के काल में जब ईसाई धर्म का प्रसार हुआ तो साहित्य में रिलीजियस इन्फ्लुएंस आया और धार्मिक विषय जैसे बाइबल की कहानियां और संतों के जीवन का समावेश होने लगा। इस युग में साहित्य लिखित रूप में ना होकर ओरल ट्रेडिशन यानी मौखिक था, जिसे स्कोप नाम के कवियों द्वारा दरबारों और उत्सवों में गाया या सुनाया जाता था। कविता की तकनीकी विशेषता एलिटरेशन यानी अनुप्रास अलंकार थी, जिसमें तुकबंदी नहीं होती थी बल्कि शब्दों के शुरुआती व्यंजनों की आवृत्ति होती। चौथे पृष्ठ के माध्यम से उस समय की भाषा को समझते हैं। इस काल में जिस भाषा का प्रयोग किया जाता था उसे ओल्ड इंग्लिश या एंग्लो सैक्सन लैंग्वेज कहा जाता है, जो आज की आधुनिक अंग्रेजी से पूरी तरह भिन्न थी। इस भाषा की मुख्य विशेषताओं में इसकी कठिन शब्दावली, इसकी जर्मैनिक जड़ें और इसमें विभक्तियों का अत्यधिक प्रयोग यानी व्याकरणिक रूप से शब्दों के अंत में होने वाला बदलाव शामिल है। उदाहरण के लिए, जैसा कि इमेज में एक तालिका द्वारा समझाया गया है, जिसे आज हम फादर कहते हैं, उसे ओल्ड इंग्लिश में फैडर लिखा और बोला जाता था। इसे देखकर आप समझ सकते हैं कि ये भाषा आधुनिक पाठकों के लिए बिना किसी विशेष प्रशिक्षण के पढ़ना पूरी तरह असंभव है। पृष्ठ 5 पर ओल्ड इंग्लिश पोएट्री के वर्गीकरण और प्रमुख लेखकों की रूपरेखा दी गई है। इस काल की कविता को मुख्य रूप से 2 भागों में विभाजित किया जा सकता है, जिसमें पहली पेगन पोएट्री है, जो मुख्य रूप से वीरतापूर्ण कारनामों, युद्धों और साहसिक यात्राओं पर केंद्रित थी, तथा दूसरी क्रिश्चियन पोएट्री है, जो ईसाई धर्म, नैतिकता और बाइबल की कहानियों पर आधारित थी। यदि हम इस काल के प्रमुख लेखकों और उनकी रचनाओं की बात करें, तो सबसे पहला और सर्वोच्च नाम बेओवुल्फ का आता है। ये ओल्ड इंग्लिश साहित्य का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण महाकाव्य है, जिसके लेखक अज्ञात हैं और इसे इंग्लैंड का राष्ट्रीय महाकाव्य माना जाता है। ये पूरी रचना ओल्ड इंग्लिश में लिखी गई है, जिसमें कुल 3182 पंक्तियां हैं और नेट परीक्षा में इसकी सटीक लाइन संख्या कई बार पूछी गई है। इस महाकाव्य की सबसे अनोखी बात यह है कि इसकी पृष्ठभूमि या सेटिंग इंग्लैंड में नहीं बल्कि स्कैंडिनेविया में है। छठे पृष्ठ में बेओवुल्फ महाकाव्य का विस्तृत विश्लेषण है। ये एक हेरोइक एपिक पोयम है, जो नायक बेओवुल्फ के जीवन और उसके 3 महान संघर्षों की कहानी कहती है। ये पूरी कविता 3 प्रमुख लड़ाइयों के इर्द गिर्द घूमती है, जिसमें पहली लड़ाई बेओवुल्फ और ग्रिंडल के बीच होती है, जहां वो डैनिश राजा ह्रोथगार के महल को बचाने के लिए दानव का वध करता है। दूसरी लड़ाई में वो ग्रिंडल की मौत का बदला लेने आई उसकी मां से भयंकर संघर्ष करता है और तीसरी लड़ाई में जीवन के अंतिम पड़ाव में राजा बनने के बाद वो अपनी प्रजा की रक्षा के लिए एक आग उगलने वाले ड्रैगन से लड़ता है और वीरगति को प्राप्त होता है। इस कविता के मुख्य विषय वीरता, अच्छाई बनाम बुराई, मृत्यु, भाग्य और निष्ठा हैं। इसके प्रमुख पात्रों में बेओवुल्फ, ग्रेंडल, ह्रोथगार और विग्लाफ शामिल हैं, जो बेओवुल्फ का वो वफादार साथी है जो आखिरी लड़ाई में उसका साथ देता है। और नेट परीक्षा में इन पात्रों के संबंधों से सीधे प्रश्न आते हैं। पृष्ठ 7 पर 3 अन्य अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण साहित्यिक विभूतियों का विवरण है, जो परीक्षा के लिए गेम चेंजर साबित हो सकते हैं। सबसे पहले कैडमन हैं, जिन्हें अंग्रेजी का पहला ईसाई कवि माना जाता है और इनकी सबसे प्रसिद्ध रचना कैडमन्स हिम्न है, जिसके बारे में सेंट बीड ने लिखा था कि कैडमन को एक रात सपने में साक्षात ईश्वर से काव्य पाठ करने की दिव्य प्रेरणा प्राप्त हुई थी। दूसरे प्रमुख कवि साइने वुल्फ हैं, जो एक प्रसिद्ध धार्मिक कवि हैं और ओल्ड इंग्लिश कवियों में ये उन गिने चुने लोगों में से हैं जिन्होंने अपनी रचनाओं में अपना नाम रून्स यानी प्राचीन अक्षरों में हस्ताक्षरित किया था, तथा इनकी मुख्य कृतियों में क्राइस्ट, जूलियाना, एलीन और द फीट्स ऑफ द अपोस्टल्स शामिल हैं। तीसरे महान विद्वान बीड हैं, जिन्हें द वेनरेबल बीड भी कहा जाता है, और इनकी महान ऐतिहासिक कृति का नाम एसेलास्टिकल हिस्ट्री ऑफ द इंग्लिश पीपल है, जो एंग्लो सैक्सन इंग्लैंड के इतिहास को जानने का सबसे प्रामाणिक स्रोत है। अब हम आते हैं पृष्ठ 8 पर, जहां गद्य के विकास और शोक गीतों की चर्चा की गई है।
इस काल में राजा अल्फ्रेड का नाम सबसे प्रमुख है, जिन्हें फादर ऑफ इंग्लिश प्रोज यानी अंग्रेजी गद्य का जनक कहा जाता है, क्योंकि इन्होंने न केवल शिक्षा को बढ़ावा दिया बल्कि कई महत्वपूर्ण लैटिन पुस्तकों का अंग्रेजी में अनुवाद भी करवाया, ताकि आम जनता उन्हें आसानी से समझ सके। इसके बाद बात करते हैं इंपॉर्टेंट ओल्ड इंग्लिश एलिजीज यानी शोक गीतों की, क्योंकि इस काल की कविता में अकेलेपन और विरह की गहरी भावना मिलती है। इसमें पहली कविता द वॉन्डरर है, जिसका मुख्य विषय अकेलापन और देश निकाला है। दूसरी कविता द सीफेरर है, जो समुद्र यात्रा के कष्टों और एक आध्यात्मिक संघर्ष को दर्शाती है, तथा तीसरी कविता द वाइफ्स लैमेंट है, जो एक विरही पत्नी के दुख की मार्मिक कहानी है। और नेट परीक्षा में अक्सर इन कविताओं के थीम्स का मिलान करने वाले प्रश्न पूछे जाते हैं।
9वें पृष्ठ में ओल्ड इंग्लिश गद्य और धार्मिक कविता की मूल प्रवृत्तियों को रेखांकित किया गया है। इस काल का गद्य मुख्य रूप से धार्मिक और ऐतिहासिक था, जिसमें काल्पनिक कहानियों के बजाय इतिहास लेखन और धर्मशास्त्र पर अधिक बल दिया गया। और इस काल के दो सबसे प्रमुख गद्य लेखक किंग एल्फ्रेड और बीट थे। दूसरी ओर रिलीजियस पोइट्री का महत्व तब अत्यधिक बढ़ गया जब इंग्लैंड में ईसाई धर्म का तेजी से प्रसार हुआ और कवियों ने तलवार तथा युद्ध की कहानियों से हटकर अपनी प्रतिभा को ईश्वर की भक्ति में लगाया, जिसके मुख्य विषय स्वर्ग, नरक, पाप और मोक्ष थे। 10वें पृष्ठ पर कविता की शैली और शिल्प की बेहद तकनीकी और परीक्षा उपयोगी जानकारी दी गई है। ओल्ड इंग्लिश पोइट्री की शैली में एलिट्रेशन मुख्य काव्योपकरण था, जो कविता में लय बनाने का काम करता था, जबकि कैस्यूरा कविता की एक पंक्ति के बिल्कुल बीच में आने वाले ठहराव या विराम को कहा जाता था, जो मौखिक पाठ के दौरान सांस लेने या प्रभाव पैदा करने के लिए जरूरी था। इसके साथ ही कैनिंग्स का अत्यधिक प्रयोग होता था, जिसका अर्थ लाक्षणिक संयुक्त शब्द होता है, जहां सीधे नाम ना लेकर दो शब्दों को जोड़कर एक नया रूपक बनाया जाता है। इसके कुछ बेहतरीन उदाहरणों में समुद्र के लिए वेल रोड, मानव शरीर के लिए बोन हाउस और रक्त के लिए बैटल स्वेट शामिल हैं, जिन्हें अक्सर परीक्षाओं में सीधे वस्तुनिष्ठ प्रश्नों के रूप में पूछा जाता है। 11वें पृष्ठ पर एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण शब्दावली दी गई है, जो सीधे तौर पर यूजीसी नेट के लिए कोर टर्म्स को परिभाषित करती है। इस काल के साहित्य को समझने के लिए इन शब्दों का अर्थ जानना आवश्यक है, जिसमें स्कोप का अर्थ ओल्ड इंग्लिश काल के दरबारी कवि या गायक से है, वर्ड का अर्थ भाग्य या नियति की अवधारणा से है, एपिक का अर्थ एक लंबे वीर रस के महाकाव्य से है, कैनिंग का अर्थ दो शब्दों से बने रूपक अलंकार से है, कीजुरा का अर्थ काव्य पंक्ति की मध्य के विराम से है, और मीड हॉल का अर्थ योद्धाओं के एकत्र होने और उत्सव मनाने वाली मुख्य विशाल कक्ष से है।
अब हम व्याख्यान के अंतिम चरण यानी 12वें पृष्ठ पर पहुंच चुके हैं, जो त्वरित दोहराव के लिए एग्जाम ओरिएंटेड फैक्ट्स की एक खान है। इसमें आपको याद रखना है कि बेओवुल्फ इंग्लैंड का राष्ट्रीय महाकाव्य है, कैडमन प्रथम अंग्रेजी ईसाई कवि हैं, बीड एंग्लो सैक्सन इंग्लैंड के महान इतिहासकार हैं, किंग एल्फ्रेड को अंग्रेजी गद्य का जनक माना जाता है और ओल्ड इंग्लिश पीरियड का अंत 1066 में हुआ था। इस काल का अंत द नॉर्मन कॉन्क्वेस्ट के साथ हुआ, जो इतिहास और साहित्य दोनों को बदलने वाला मोड़ साबित हुआ, क्योंकि 1066 में हेस्टिंग्स के युद्ध में विलियम द कॉन्करर ने एंग्लो सैक्सन राजा हेराल्ड को पराजित कर दिया था। इसके दूरगामी प्रभावों के कारण इंग्लैंड पर फ्रांसीसी प्रभाव बहुत अधिक बढ़ गया, अंग्रेजी भाषा का स्वरूप पूरी तरह बदल गया, व्याकरण सरल हुआ, फ्रांसीसी शब्दों का समावेश हुआ और यहीं से ओल्ड इंग्लिश पीरियड का अंत होकर मिडिल इंग्लिश पीरियड की शुरुआत हुई। यदि आप इन सभी ऐतिहासिक तथ्यों, कवियों, उनकी रचनाओं और काव्य शैलियों को इस पैराग्राफ और कालक्रम के रूप में याद रखते हैं, तो परीक्षा में आपका कोई भी प्रश्न गलत नहीं होगा।
ডিসেম্বর 2025 আমার সেকেন্ড বার্থডে। সবাই ভেবেছিল বুঝি বদলে গেছি।
नमस्कार दोस्तों, अंग्रेजी साहित्य की इस बेहद खास वीडियो में आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज हम डॉक्टर प्रदीप कुमार महाता द्वारा संकलित क्रोनोलॉजी ऑफ लिटरेरी पीरियड्स एंड मूवमेंट्स के माध्यम से अंग्रेजी साहित्य के गौरवशाली इतिहास को शुरू से अंत तक समझेंगे। अगर हम इसके इतिहास पर एक विहंगम नजर डालें तो ये यात्रा सन 450 से भी पहले के डार्क एज यानी अंधकार युग से शुरू होती है, जहां रोम के पतन के बाद शिक्षा और साहित्य में भारी गिरावट देखी गई थी और ज्यादातर रचनाएं केवल मौखिक परंपराओं तक ही सीमित थीं। इसके बाद सन 450 से 1066 तक का समय ओल्ड इंग्लिश यानी एंग्लो-सैक्सन पीरियड के रूप में जाना गया, जिसमें पुरानी अंग्रेजी भाषा का उदय हुआ और बेओवुल्फ जैसी महान महाकाव्य कविताओं तथा शुरुआती ईसाई धार्मिक लेखन का विकास हुआ। फिर आया सन 1066 से 1500 का मिडिल इंग्लिश पीरियड, जो नॉर्मन विजय से गहराई से प्रभावित था। इसी दौर में मिडिल इंग्लिश भाषा समृद्ध हुई और जॉफ्री चौसर ने अपनी अमर कृति कैंटरबरी टेल्स की रचना की। इसके बाद सन 1500 से 1600 के बीच द रेनेसां यानी पुनर्जागरण काल की शुरुआत हुई, जिसने मानववाद, नई सीख और भौगोलिक खोजों के साथ साथ प्रिंटिंग प्रेस के आविष्कार से ज्ञान को हर कोने तक पहुंचाया। फिर आया सन 1660 से 1798 का नियो क्लासिकल पीरियड, जिसने तर्क, व्यवस्था, स्पष्टता और प्राचीन शास्त्रीय परंपराओं पर जोर दिया, जिसे हम फेक क्लासिकल या बुद्धिजीवियों का युग भी कहते हैं। इसके विरोध में भावना, प्रकृति और कल्पना को प्राथमिकता देने के लिए सन 1798 से 1837 तक द रोमांटिक पीरियड का उदय हुआ, जिसने नियो क्लासिकल तर्कवाद को पूरी तरह से नकार दिया। इसके बाद सन 1837 से 1901 तक महारानी विक्टोरिया के शासनकाल में द विक्टोरियन पीरियड आया, जो औद्योगिक प्रगति, साम्राज्य विस्तार, सामाजिक बदलावों और नैतिक गंभीरता के साथ साथ उपन्यासों के स्वर्ण युग के लिए जाना जाता है। अंत में सन 1901 से लेकर अब तक का समय मॉडर्न और पोस्ट मॉडर्न पीरियड कहलाता है, जिसने पुरानी रूढ़िवादी परंपराओं को तोड़कर नए विचारों, दृष्टिकोणों और जीवन की विखंडित वास्तविकताओं को पूरी तरह से अपनाया है। तो चलिए इस अद्भुत ऐतिहासिक यात्रा की हर एक कालखंड को बेहद गहराई से और विस्तार से समझते हैं। आइए अब बात करते हैं द रेनेसां यानी पुनर्जागरण काल की, जो सन 1500 से 1660 तक चला और जिसे साहित्य में पुनर्जन्म, मानववाद और महान सांस्कृतिक उपलब्धियों का युग माना जाता है। इस कालखंड के पहले हिस्से को हम एलिजाबेथन एज कहते हैं, जो 1558 से 1603 तक का समय था और इसे नाटक और कविता का स्वर्ण युग माना जाता है। इस दौर में थिएटर संस्कृति का अभूतपूर्व विकास हुआ, जिसमें द रेड लायन, द कर्टन और सबसे प्रसिद्ध द ग्लोब जैसे प्रमुख प्ले हाउसेस और थिएटरों की स्थापना हुई, जिन्होंने नाटकों को आम जनता के मनोरंजन और विमर्श का मुख्य केंद्र बना दिया। इसी एलिजाबेथन दौर में 7 अग्रणी नाटककारों का एक बेहद प्रभावशाली समूह उभरा, जिन्हें यूनिवर्सिटी विट्स कहा जाता है। इन्होंने अंग्रेजी नाटक की मजबूत आधारशिला रखी। इस समूह में ऑक्सफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी से पढ़े 3 दिग्गज शामिल थे, जॉन लिली, जॉर्ज पील और थॉमस लॉज, जबकि कैम्ब्रिज यूनिवर्सिटी से पढ़े 3 अन्य महान लेखक थे, क्रिस्टोफर मार्लो, जो कि ब्लैंक वर्स यानी अतुकांत छंद के प्रणेता और इस समूह के निर्विवाद लीडर थे। उनके साथ रॉबर्ट ग्रीन और थॉमस नैश भी शामिल थे। इनके अलावा थॉमस किड एक ऐसे नाटककार थे जो किसी भी यूनिवर्सिटी से नहीं पढ़े थे, लेकिन फिर भी अपनी अद्भुत प्रतिभा के कारण इसी समूह का हिस्सा माने गए। इसी स्वर्ण युग में हमें अंग्रेजी साहित्य के 2 सबसे बड़े स्तंभ मिलते हैं। पहले है विलियम शेक्सपियर, जिन्हें दुनिया का सबसे महान नाटककार माना जाता है। हालांकि उनके समकालीन रॉबर्ट ग्रीन ने उनकी बढ़ती लोकप्रियता से ईर्ष्या करते हुए उन्हें एक अपस्टार्ट क्रो यानी नौसिखिया कौवा कहकर उनकी आलोचना भी की थी। और दूसरे महान साहित्यिक आइकन है एडमंड स्पेंसर, जिन्होंने अपनी अमर और कालजयी महाकाव्य द फेरी क्वीन की रचना करके इस युग को हमेशा हमेशा के लिए अमर बना दिया। पुनर्जागरण काल के दूसरे हिस्से में हम लेट रेनेसां में प्रवेश करते हैं, जो सन 1603 से 1660 तक फैला हुआ था और जिसे जकोबियन युग से लेकर कॉमनवेल्थ शासन तक के उतार चढ़ाव के लिए जाना जाता है। इस दौर की शुरुआत सन 1603 से 1625 के बीच जकोबियन एज से होती है, जब इंग्लैंड पर किंग जेम्स प्रथम का शासन था। इस युग की सबसे बड़ी ऐतिहासिक और साहित्यिक उपलब्धि थी सन 1611 में प्रकाशित द द ऑथराइज्ड किंग जेम्स बाइबल, जिसने अंग्रेजी भाषा के गद्य को एक नई ऊंचाई दी। राजनीतिक रूप से ये दौर बेहद उथल-पुथल भरा था, जिसका सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण सन 1605 का असफल गन पाउडर प्लॉट था, जिसने पूरे देश को हिलाकर रख दिया था। साहित्यिक दृष्टि से ये वही दौर था जब विलियम शेक्सपियर ने अपने जीवन की सबसे महान और कालजयी त्रासदियों की रचना की, जिनमें हैमलेट, ओथेलो, किंग लियर और मैकबेथ जैसी विख्यात रचनाएं शामिल हैं। इसके बाद सन 1625 से 1649 तक कैरोलिन एज आया, जब किंग चार्ल्स प्रथम का शासन था। ये युग मुख्य रूप से अपनी बौद्धिक कविता के लिए जाना जाता है, जिसमें मेटाफिजिकल यानी आध्यात्मिक कवि और
कैवलियर कवियों ने अपनी अनूठी शैली से साहित्य को समृद्ध किया। इसके तुरंत बाद इंग्लैंड के इतिहास में एक बड़ा राजनीतिक बदलाव आया और सन 1649 से 1660 तक कॉमनवेल्थ एंड प्योरिटन रूल की स्थापना हुई, जिसका नेतृत्व ओलिवर क्रॉमवेल ने किया। इस दौर में राजशाही को अस्थायी रूप से समाप्त कर दिया गया और कड़े धार्मिक प्योरिटन नियमों को लागू करते हुए सभी थिएटरों को पूरी तरह से बंद करने का सख्त आदेश दे दिया गया। इसी दौर में प्योरिटन विचारधारा के सबसे बड़े और प्रमुख लेखक जॉन मिल्टन का उदय हुआ, जिन्होंने जीवन के उत्तरार्ध में पूरी तरह से दृष्टिहीन होने के बावजूद हार नहीं मानी और अंग्रेजी साहित्य की सर्वोच्च कृति महाकाव्य पैराडाइज लॉस्ट की रचना की, जिसने उन्हें साहित्य जगत में हमेशा के लिए अमर कर दिया। अब हम कदम रखते हैं द न्यू क्लासिकल पीरियड में, जो सन 1660 से 1798 तक चला और जिसे साहित्य के इतिहास में बुद्धि, तर्क और व्यंग्य का फेक क्लासिकल युग भी कहा जाता है। इस दौर का पूरा ध्यान कड़े नियमों, तर्क संगतता और बौद्धिकता पर केंद्रित था और जैसे जैसे समाज में औद्योगिकरण और भौतिकता बढ़ता गया, लेखकों ने प्रकृति की सुंदरता को पूरी तरह से नजरअंदाज कर दिया, जिससे आगे चलकर रोमांटिक विद्रोह की पृष्ठभूमि तैयार हुई। इस पूरे कालखंड को हम 3 मुख्य भागों में बांटकर देख सकते हैं। पहला भाग है द रेस्टोरेशन पीरियड, जो सन 1660 से 1700 तक रहा, जब किंग चार्ल्स द्वितीय की वापसी के साथ इंग्लैंड में राजशाही को फिर से बहाल किया गया। इस युग की सबसे बड़ी साहित्यिक विशेषता थी आफ्रा बेन का उदय, जिन्हें अंग्रेजी इतिहास में पहली पेशेवर महिला लेखिका के रूप में पहचान मिली। इसके बाद आया सन 1700 से 1745 का द ऑगस्टन एज, जिसे द एज ऑफ पोप भी कहा जाता है। ये दौर समाज पर तीखे व्यंग्य करने और अंग्रेजी उपन्यास के शुरुआती विकास के लिए जाना जाता है। इस युग की महानतम कृतियों में अलेक्जेंडर पोप का प्रसिद्ध मॉक हीरोइक काव्य कैन द रेप ऑफ द लॉक और जोनाथन स्विफ्ट का तीखा सामाजिक व्यंग्य गुलिवर्स ट्रैवल्स सबसे प्रमुख है। नियो क्लासिकल काल का तीसरा और अंतिम भाग सन 1745 से 1798 तक का समय है, जिसे द एज ऑफ सेंसिबिलिटी या द एज ऑफ डॉक्टर सैमुअल जॉनसन कहा जाता है। इस युग ने तर्क और व्यावहारिक ज्ञान को सर्वोच्च स्थान दिया और इसकी सबसे बड़ी ऐतिहासिक देन डॉक्टर जॉनसन द्वारा संकलित की गई डिक्शनरी ऑफ द इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज थी, जिसने अंग्रेजी भाषा को पहली बार व्यवस्थित और मानकीकृत रूप दिया। संक्षेप में कहें तो नियो क्लासिकल काल ने तर्क, व्यवस्था और संयम की वकालत की और इसकी सबसे बड़ी विरासत आधुनिक गद्य, व्यंग्य और अंग्रेजी साहित्य के बौद्धिक आधार को मजबूत करने में थी। नियो क्लासिकल युग की रूखी बौद्धिकता और औद्योगिकरण के कड़े नियमों के खिलाफ जब इंसानी दिल ने बगावत की, तो जन्म हुआ द रोमांटिक पीरियड का, जो सन 1798 से 1837 तक चला। ये युग वास्तव में मन और दिल की एक महान क्रांति था, जो फ्रांसीसी क्रांति के स्वतंत्रता और समानता के आदर्शों से प्रेरित था। इसमें लेखकों ने कड़े नियमों को दरकिनार करते हुए तर्क के ऊपर भावना को स्थान दिया। ये ऑगस्टन युग के यांत्रिक नियमों के खिलाफ एक पूर्ण विद्रोह था, जिसने प्रकृति के साथ ही गहरा और अटूट रिश्ता कायम किया। इस क्रांतिकारी युग की आधिकारिक शुरुआत सन 1798 में एक ऐतिहासिक प्रकाशन के साथ हुई, जिसे लिरिकल बैलेड्स कहा जाता है। इस काव्य संग्रह को विलियम वर्ड्सवर्थ और एसटी कोलरिज ने मिलकर लिखा था, जिसमें वर्ड्सवर्थ ने 19 कविताएं और कोलरिज ने 4 कविताएं योगदान की थीं, जो कुल मिलाकर 23 कविताएं थीं।
इस संग्रह का एकमात्र उद्देश्य मानव जाति को फिर से कल्पना, शुद्ध भावना और प्राकृतिक सुंदरता की ओर मोड़ना था। इस रोमांटिक काल में हमें कई ऐसे अद्भुत कवि और लेखक मिले जिन्होंने साहित्य की दिशा बदल दी। इनमें विलियम ब्लेक शामिल थे, जिनकी रचनाएं सॉन्ग्स ऑफ इनोसेंस एंड ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस मानवीय चेतना की गहरी परतों को छूती हैं। इनके साथ ही रोमांटिक कविता की यंगर जनरेशन के महान कवि जॉन कीट्स और पर्सी बिशे शेली ने अपनी छोटी सी उम्र में ऐसी भावुक और सुंदर कविताओं की रचना की जो आज भी बेजोड़ हैं। इसी दौर में मैरी शेली ने फ्रैंकेनस्टीन लिखकर गॉथिक साहित्य को नई ऊंचाई दी, तो वहीं जेन ऑस्टिन ने अपने उपन्यासों के जरिए मानवीय संबंधों और समाज का बेहद सटीक और सजीव चित्रण किया। इस प्रकार रोमांटिक विचारकों ने व्यक्तिवाद का जश्न मनाया, स्वतंत्रता की वकालत की, भावनाओं की गहराई को टटोला और प्रकृति की असीम शक्ति और सुंदरता में साक्षात ईश्वर के दर्शन किए। इसके बाद शुरुआत होती है द विक्टोरियन पीरियड की, जो सन 1837 से 1901 तक चला। ये एक ऐसा जटिल युग था जो अपनी सामाजिक विसंगतियों और अंतर विरोधों के लिए जाना जाता है, जहां एक तरफ कड़े नैतिक सुधार और वैज्ञानिक प्रगति हो रही थी, तो दूसरी तरफ कला के क्षेत्र में अत्यधिक कामुक और सौंदर्यपरक विद्रोह भी सिर उठा रहे थे। सीधे शब्दों में कहें तो ये विज्ञान बनाम कामुकता का दौर था।
यूपीआई पेमेंट फेल हो गया था, इसे वॉलेट लेने घर आना पड़ा। अकाउंट में बैलेंस नहीं था, दोस्त कह रहा था सिर्फ यूपीआई क्रेडिट कार्ड यूज किया करो।
विज्ञान बनाम कामुकता का दौर था। ये पूरा कालखंड महारानी विक्टोरिया के एक लंबे और वैभवशाली शासनकाल से संचालित था। सामाजिक और ऐतिहासिक रूप से ये दौर तीव्र वैज्ञानिक प्रगति, औद्योगिक तकनीक के विकास और बड़े पैमाने पर हुए नैतिक व राजनीतिक सुधारों जैसे कि रिफॉर्म एक्ट ऑफ 1832 के लिए जाना जाता है। साहित्यिक दृष्टि से इस युग की एक बहुत बड़ी विशेषता ये थी कि इसमें महिला लेखिकाओं का जबरदस्त उभार हुआ, जिनमें ब्रॉन्टे सिस्टर्स और जॉर्ज इलियट जैसी दिग्गजों ने रूढ़िवादी समाज को चुनौती देते हुए अपनी पहचान बनाई। इस दौर की अन्य महान साहित्यिक आइकनों में चार्ल्स डिकिंस, थॉमस हार्डी, एल्फ्रेड टेनिसन और रॉबर्ट ब्राउनिंग जैसे नाम शामिल हैं, जिन्होंने अपने उपन्यासों और कविताओं से समाज का यथार्थवादी चित्रण किया। विक्टोरियन काल के भीतर ही कला के क्षेत्र में एक बड़ा विद्रोह हुआ, जिसे प्री राफेलाइट ब्रदरहुड कहा जाता है। ये 7 कवियों और कलाकारों का एक ऐसा समूह था जिसने कला के कड़े और यथार्थवादी नियमों को खारिज करते हुए बेहद जीवंत, रंगीन और कामुक कला की वकालत की, जिसमें दांते गैब्रियल रोसेटी, जॉन एवरेट मिलेज, विलियम होलमैन हंट और एल्जर्नन चार्ल्स स्विनबर्न प्रमुख थे। इसी के साथ 19वीं सदी के अंत में एस्थेटिसिज्म एंड डेकेडेंस आंदोलन की शुरुआत हुई, जिसका नेतृत्व ऑस्कर वाइल्ड ने किया। इन्होंने कला को नैतिकता के बंधनों से आर्ट फॉर आर्ट सीक यानी कला कला के लिए का मशहूर नारा दिया। वास्तव में विक्टोरियन साहित्य एक बदलते हुए जटिल समाज का आईना है, जिसकी उपन्यास, कविताएं और नाटक एक रूपांतरित होती दुनिया के संघर्षों, सपनों और अंतर्विरोधों को पूरी तरह से समेटे हुए हैं। क्षेत्र में एक बड़ा विद्रोह हुआ, जिसे प्री राफेलाइट ब्रदरहुड कहा जाता है। ये 7 कवियों और कलाकारों का एक ऐसा समूह था जिसने कला के कड़े और यथार्थवादी नियमों को खारिज करते हुए बेहद जीवंत, रंगीन और कामुक कला की वकालत की, जिसमें दांते गैब्रियल रोसेटी, जॉन एवरेट मिलेज, विलियम होलमैन हंट और एल्जर्नन चार्ल्स स्विनबर्न प्रमुख थे। इसी के साथ 19वीं सदी के अंत में एस्थेटिसिज्म एंड डेकेडेंस आंदोलन की शुरुआत हुई, जिसका नेतृत्व ऑस्कर वाइल्ड ने किया। इन्होंने कला को नैतिकता के बंधनों से मुक्त करते हुए आर्ट फॉर आर्ट सीक यानी कला कला के लिए का मशहूर नारा दिया। वास्तव में विक्टोरियन साहित्य एक बदलते हुए जटिल समाज का आईना है, जिसकी उपन्यास, कविताएं और नाटक एक रूपांतरित होती दुनिया के संघर्षों, सपनों और अंतर्विरोधों को पूरी तरह से समेटे हुए हैं।
वीडियो के इस अंतिम भाग में आइए हम पूरे अंग्रेजी साहित्य के इस महाविकास क्रम को एक क्रैम शीट या त्वरित सारांश के माध्यम से दोहरा लेते हैं, ताकि परीक्षा के दृष्टिकोण से सब कुछ आपके दिमाग में बिल्कुल साफ हो जाए। सबसे पहले हमने देखा द रेनेसा पीरियड, जिसका मूल दर्शन था पुनर्जन्म और मानववाद। इस युग के सबसे विद्रोही और अग्रणी लेखकों के समूह को यूनिवर्सिटी विट्स कहा गया और इस दौर की सबसे बड़ी उत्कृष्ट कृति विलियम शेक्सपियर का नाटक हैमलेट है। इसके बाद आया नियो क्लासिकल पीरियड, जिसका मुख्य दर्शन तर्क, कड़े नियम और तीखे सामाजिक व्यंग्य पर आधारित था। इस दौर के सबसे प्रमुख विद्रोहियों और कर्णधारों में अलेक्जेंडर पोप और डॉक्टर सैमुअल जॉनसन का नाम आता है और इसकी कालजयी कृतियों में डॉक्टर जॉनसन की डिक्शनरी और जोनाथन स्विफ्ट की गुलिवर्स ट्रेवल्स सबसे बेजोड़ उदाहरण है। इसके बाद समाज में भावनाओं और प्रकृति का दौर आया, जिसे हम रोमांटिक पीरियड कहते हैं। इसका मुख्य दर्शन भावना, प्रकृति की सुंदरता और कड़े नियमों के खिलाफ विद्रोह था, जिसके अगुआ कवि वर्ड्सवर्थ, कीट्स और कोलरिज बने और इस युग की पहचान वर्ड्सवर्थ और कोलरिज का संयुक्त काव्य संग्रह लिरिकल बैलेड्स बना। फिर हमने समझा विक्टोरियन पीरियड को, जिसका दर्शन नैतिकता, विज्ञान और सौंदर्य शास्त्र के बीच का टकराव था। इस दौर में प्री रैफेलाइट ब्रदरहुड और ऑस्कर वाइल्ड जैसे कलाकारों ने कला के लिए के सिद्धांत पर काम किया, जबकि चार्ल्स डिकेंस ने ग्रेट एक्सपेक्टेशंस जैसे महान उपन्यासों की रचना की। और अंत में आता है मॉडर्न पीरियड, जिसका दर्शन जीवन के बिखराव, निरर्थकता और शून्यवाद पर आधारित है। इस युग का प्रतिनिधित्व टी.एस. एलियट और सैमुअल बैकेट जैसे दूरदर्शी लेखकों ने किया, जहां एलियट की कविता द वेस्टलैंड और बैकेट का नाटक वेटिंग फॉर गोडोट आधुनिक मानव की सबसे सटीक और मार्मिक अभिव्यक्ति बनकर उभरे हैं। महाकाव्य कविताओं से लेकर आधुनिक आवाजों तक अंग्रेजी साहित्य का ये सफर बदलते हुए संसार और मानवीय अनुभवों का सबसे खूबसूरत दस्तावेज है।
तो दोस्तों, ये था अंग्रेजी साहित्य के इतिहास का एक बेहद खूबसूरत और ज्ञानवर्धक सफर, जिसे आज हमने शुरुआत से लेकर आधुनिक युग तक गहराई से समझा। हमने देखा कि कैसे साहित्य कभी समाज की रूढ़ियों से बंधा, तो कभी उसने प्रकृति और भावनाओं के साथ एक स्वतंत्र उड़ान भरी, और यही इस पूरे विकास क्रम की सबसे बड़ी खूबसूरती है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि डॉक्टर प्रदीप कुमार महाता द्वारा तैयार की गई इस क्रोनोलॉजी ऑफ लिटरेचर पीरियड्स एंड मूवमेंट्स के माध्यम से आपके मन में अंग्रेजी साहित्य की एक बेहद स्पष्ट और मजबूत समझ बन गई होगी, जो आपकी परीक्षाओं और ज्ञान दोनों के लिए बेहद मददगार साबित होगी। अगर आपको ये वीडियो ज्ञानवर्धक लगा और हमारी ये प्रस्तुति पसंद आई, तो इस वीडियो को लाइक जरूर करें, अपने दोस्तों और सहपाठियों के साथ शेयर करें और ऐसे ही गहरे और विस्तृत शैक्षणिक वीडियो देखने के लिए हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करना बिल्कुल न भूलें। आप अगले वीडियो में साहित्य की किस कालखंड या लेखक के बारे में विस्तार से जानना चाहते हैं, हमें नीचे कमेंट सेक्शन में लिखकर जरूर बताएं। इस सफर में हमारे साथ बने रहने के लिए आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मिलते हैं अगली वीडियो में, तब तक के लिए पढ़ते रहिए, सीखते रहिए।
People gathered to hear songs about battles, gods, and ancestral heroes. This was the true beginning of English poetry.
बालागे कैसे किराया से
Take the free hair test.
Get fresh fruits and vegetables delivered in 10 minutes. Blink it.
Today, we are diving into a big one, Geoffrey Hill. He was a poet so brilliant, so dense, that he often gets labeled as just difficult. But is that the whole story? Let's unpack his work and find out what makes it so rewarding. And that's a fair question, right? Why should we spend our time on poetry that feels like hard work? Well, Hill himself believed that wrestling with complex ideas, especially in art, makes us more thoughtful human beings. So let's put that theory to the test. So here's our plan. We'll start by getting a handle on Hill's reputation. Then we'll dig into the three massive themes that anchor his work: history, faith, and language. From there, we'll track his journey across a few key books and wrap up by figuring out why his words carry so much weight, even today. Okay, so first things first. Who exactly was Geoffrey Hill, and what makes him such a heavyweight of modern poetry? Geoffrey Hill was an English poet, and his work, well, it doesn't just ask for your attention, it absolutely demands it. You can think of his poetry as this incredibly complex, intricate machine built to explore the biggest, toughest questions about morality and the human spirit. So when people say his style is dense, what do they actually mean? A huge part of it is that his work is incredibly elusive. He's constantly referencing other things: history, theology, philosophy, other literature. So when you read a Geoffrey Hill poem, you're not just reading one thing. You're stepping into a conversation that's been going on for centuries. All right, let's get to the heart of it. Pretty much everything he ever wrote circles back to three powerful recurring themes. These are the big three. First, history. And not just dates and names, but the real burden of it, the violence and the power dynamics. Then you've got theology, where he's always wrestling with ideas like guilt, redemption, and faith. And finally, language itself. He was fascinated by the moral weight that words carry and how they can be used to reveal truth or to hide it. And this really gets to the core of why people stick with him. That formal sophistication, all that complexity, it's not just for show. It's a carefully built engine designed to provoke a real response in you, to engage both your mind and your heart. So, how did these ideas actually take shape over his career? Let's take a look at three really distinct works that showcase his incredible range and his evolution as a thinker and a poet. We're going to start with his powerhouse debut from 1959, jump to a truly groundbreaking work from the 70s, and then land on a much more personal collection from the late 90s. It'll give us a really great snapshot of his journey. First up is his debut for The Unfallen. Right from his very first book, Hill basically announced to the world that he was a major and deeply serious new voice. The poems in this collection feel like they've been sculpted, not just written. They're so meticulously crafted. And he's already deep in his major themes, thinking about guilt, responsibility, and this constant tug of war between our own flaws and the hope for something better. Okay, now let's jump forward 12 years. He publishes Mercy and Hymns, a book that many people consider to be one of his absolute masterpieces. And formally, it was a complete game changer. Here, Hill totally switches things up. He uses what are called prose poems. They look like little paragraphs, but they have all the music and density of poetry. And what he does is just incredible. He blends the story of an ancient king with memories from his own childhood to create this powerful meditation on how the past is never really gone. Now, fast forward another 27 years to The Triumph of Love. After decades of focusing on these massive historical and theological subjects, Hill turns the camera around and points it inward. What's so striking about this book is its emotional vulnerability. You really feel Hill grappling with his own life, with aging, with memory and loss. The tone is often mournful, almost elegiac, but it's not hopeless. Ultimately, it's about the power of things like love and redemption to endure, even in the darkest of times. So after that journey through his work, we're back to that first question. Why does this all matter? What's the lasting value of this difficult poetry? I think it really boils down to this. For Geoffrey Hill, poetry wasn't just about making beautiful sounds with words. No, for him, it was a serious tool for moral investigation. It was a way to question power, to wrestle with history, and to really explore the soul. And that's his legacy, a profound, unwavering belief in the moral power of language. He never shied away from the darkest corners of human history, and he consistently showed us that art is one of our best tools for making sense of it all. It's no surprise that he's had such a massive influence on poets writing today. And so, I'll just leave you with this final thought. Hill's work forces us to slow down, to think deeply, to embrace complexity. In our world of hot takes and sound bites, you have to wonder, what essential truths are we missing? What can we only discover when we're willing to sit with what's difficult, what's dense, and what's truly profound?
पापा बोलो बेटा मेरे सेविंग्स अकाउंट में 1 लाख रुपए पड़े हुए हैं कुछ करना चाहिए क्या
All right, we're about to jump into the work of a poet who is famously, some might even say notoriously, difficult, J.H. Prynne. He's often called unreadable, but here's the thing. He's also one of the most influential poets out there. So what's the deal? Well, in this explainer, we're going to pull back the curtain, look at the method behind the madness, and see why grappling with his poetry is actually an incredibly rewarding experience. So let's just start with this question right off the bat, because it really gets to the core of everything Prynne does. What if the whole point of a poem wasn't about finding a neat little message you can tweet about later? What if the real value, the real meaning is found in the process of struggling with the words themselves? Just keep that idea in your back pocket as we go through this. Okay, so here's our game plan. First, we're going to ask, who is this guy? Then we'll dive into how he uses his poetry as a sharp tool for social critique. After that, we'll see how he puts language itself under a microscope. We'll then look at how his work is a direct response to our chaotic modern world. And we'll wrap it all up by tackling that big question: why should we bother reading poetry that's so tough? Right, first things first. Who is J.H. Prynne? For well over half a century, he's been this towering and honestly pretty mysterious figure in the world of British poetry. Okay, so he was born back in 1936, and he really came onto the scene in the 1960s as a major player in what was called the British Poetry Revival, which was basically a movement of poets trying to shake things up and break all the old rules. And his style, it's known for being incredibly dense, just jam-packed with heavy philosophical and political ideas. You see, Prynne doesn't just write poems within the existing rules, he's actively trying to redraw the map of what poetry can even do. Now, let's get into his actual work, and this is where it gets really interesting. When you hear avant-garde poet, your mind probably doesn't jump to, domestic life. But one of his most famous early collections is called Kitchen Poems, and he uses these totally mundane, everyday settings to say some incredibly powerful things about society. And this is his genius right here. He takes these two worlds that we think of as totally separate, the personal, domestic sphere on one side and the huge, abstract world of political economy on the other, and he smashes them together. He shows how things like capitalism and labor aren't just out there ideas, they're woven into the very fabric of our homes, our relationships, our daily lives. It's a really sharp critique, hidden in the most unexpected place. And the thing about Prynne is he never ever stood still. I mean, look at this. This is just a 5-year window. He goes from these sprawling experimental poems in the Whitestones to this really harsh, dense, almost metallic language in brass. And then he pivots again to this incredibly raw physical exploration of pain in wound response. He was always changing, always adopting his style to fit his subject. So, all that constant change wasn't just for kicks. It led him to this really crucial point in his career where the poetry stopped being just about things and started being about language itself. He wasn't just using words anymore. He was taking them apart, piece by piece, to see how they build and break our reality. This description of his collection Brass is just perfect. The language is meant to feel hard, metallic, and resistant. It's not supposed to be pretty or flow smoothly. It's designed to give you the same feeling of alienation you get from the industrial world he's critiquing. You're meant to feel that friction as you read. So how does he do that? How does he create that feeling of resistance? Well, one of his key tools is what's called fragmented syntax. It's a fancy term for a simple idea. He breaks sentences. He shatters the grammar. And by doing that, he forces you, the reader, out of your comfort zone. You can't just passively absorb the poem. You have to actively get in there and piece it together. Just like we have to piece together meaning in our own fractured modern world. And this is so important to understand. If you're reading a Prynne poem and you feel confused or lost, you're not doing it wrong. That's part of the design. The difficulty is the point. He wants you to search, to make your own connections, to become a partner in the act of creating meaning. So once he develops this incredibly potent and challenging style, what does he do with it? He points it like a laser beam at some of the biggest, thorniest issues of our time. Technology, global crises, and all the systems of control that shape our lives. I mean, just look at how relevant his work has stayed. In the 70s, he's writing about technology. In the 80s, it's control and oppression. Fast forward to 2010, and he's tackling the global financial crash. More recently, ecological disaster. He has always used his difficult art to confront the most difficult truths of our times. Let's just take Subsongs as a perfect example. It comes out right after the 2008 financial meltdown, and it's this scathing takedown of the moral emptiness of modern capitalism. And he uses that dense, fragmented style for a reason, because the system he's describing is itself impossibly dense, fragmented, and morally bankrupt. The form is a perfect mirror of the subject. It's absolutely brilliant. Which brings us, finally, to the million-dollar question. After all that, why should any of us put in the hard work to read a poet who is so deliberately difficult? What's the real payoff here? I think this quote really just says it all. The value is the challenge. Reading Prynne is like taking your brain to the gym. It forces you to get your hands dirty, to engage with the actual nuts and bolts of language, and see how form and meaning are totally intertwined. It makes you realize why some of the most important ideas just can't be boiled down to a simple soundbite. So maybe we just need to change our goal when we approach a poem like this. The point isn't to solve it like a puzzle and then say, aha, I got it. The point is to have an experience, to feel on a really deep level how language isn't just a tool we use, but a system that actively builds our reality and sometimes constrains it too. And so I want to leave you with this one last thought. We live in an age that demands everything be quick, easy, and simple. But Bryn's entire body of work stands up and asks a really powerful question in response to that. What if the most complex, the most urgent, the most truly important ideas simply can't be said asleep?
Let's talk about Tom Gunn. Here's a poet who truly lived in two different worlds. He kicks off his career in Britain, as this absolute master of traditional, super structured poetry. But then he completely reinvents himself in the anything-goes counterculture of San Francisco. It's just an incredible story of how changing your surroundings, your entire continent really, can totally reshape who you are as an artist. So here's how we're going to break it down. We'll follow his path from being this disciplined rebel in his early days to his amazing embrace of freedom in America. We're also going to look at how he became one of the most powerful voices during the AIDS crisis. And finally, we'll talk about the incredible legacy he's left behind. Okay, so if you want to get Tom Gunn, you have to understand this one thing, this constant, fascinating pull between his British roots and his American reinvention. It's basically the engine that drives all of his work. I mean, look at this. On one hand, his early British work, it's all about traditional forms, poetry with a really strict rhythm and meter. It's focused on discipline and control, which perfectly reflects that post-war era. But then he gets to America and boom, a totally new voice emerges. One that's all about spontaneity and the wild energy of the 1960s counterculture. This wasn't just a move across the ocean, it was a complete artistic rebirth. So, let's start back in the UK, where he just explodes onto the scene. He's seen as this master of control, but there's always this simmering rebellious streak right under the surface. His first collection, Fighting Terms, was the perfect introduction to him. The poetry is so tight, so precise, so disciplined, and he uses all this imagery of war to explore this really deep idea that all of us are in this constant battle just to figure out who we are, to find some meaning in the world. It's powerful, it's stark, and honestly, it was like nothing else being written back then. And with the sense of movement, he really seals the deal on his reputation. He takes that formal, controlled style of his and points it at these super modern symbols of rebellion. Think leather-clad motorcyclists, outlaws, that kind of thing. He was just completely fascinated by that tension between wanting total freedom and being stuck in the rigid boxes society puts us in. This collection really cemented him as a major voice in British poetry. But then he moves to America and everything changes. I mean, San Francisco in the 1960s, it was a whole different universe from post-war Britain, and it would completely transform not just his life, but the very DNA of his poetry. So he lands in San Francisco in the early 60s, right when the counterculture is starting to catch fire. And the effect on his writing was, immediate and just profound. By 1967, in his collection Touch, he's already breaking away from those strict forms. And by 71, with Molly, he's diving headfirst into some seriously wild experimental stuff. Yeah, Touch is really clear turning point. That rigid control from his early work starts to melt away, and you get this more open, more sensual style. He starts using free verse, which is basically poetry that doesn't have a set rhyme or rhythm, so it sounds a lot more like natural speech. His language gets way more direct, focusing on things like intimacy, desire, the body, a huge shift from the military themes of his youth. And then you get Molly, which is his full-on dive into the counterculture. It's actually named after a mythical herb that protects Odysseus from a sorceress, which is pretty cool. The poems themselves are directly inspired by his experiences with LSD. He uses this fragmented, almost dreamlike language to try and capture what an altered state of consciousness actually feels like. It's a radical departure for sure, a search for liberation in some pretty unconventional ways. So Gunn had spent decades exploring freedom and desire in all these different forms. But in the 1980s, his poetry was forced to face a new, absolutely devastating reality, a crisis that would push the limits of his art and really his humanity. The AIDS epidemic just swept through the gay community in San Francisco, and the toll it took was devastating. Gunn watched as his friends, his neighbors, his loved ones got sick and died. It was this period of just immense loss and fear and grief, but he didn't look away, not for a second. He bore witness to it all. And the work that came out of this time, his 1992 collection, The Man with Night Sweats, is now considered by so many critics to be his masterpiece. But more than that, it's seen as one of the most vital, honest, artistic responses to the entire AIDS crisis. And what's just so incredible about it is how he brought the two halves of his artistic identity together to face this tragedy. He took the formal control of his early work, that discipline he'd mastered years before, and he combined it with the raw, unflinching emotional honesty he'd found in America. The result? A collection of poems that not only document the fear and the grief, but also celebrate the profound resilience of a community staring down the unthinkable. So after this unbelievable continent-spanning journey, what is Tom Gunn's legacy? I mean, what did he leave us with? Well, his legacy is just immense. He was one of those rare poets who could master both traditional forms and free verse, who could explore the deepest questions about being human with such honesty. But more than anything, he was a bridge between the past and the present, between discipline and freedom, and between Britain and America. The thing about Tom Gunn is that he never, ever stood still. He was a poet of constant evolution, always pushing himself, always challenging the idea of what poetry could even be. His whole career is this powerful testament to an artist's ability to grow, to adapt, and to reflect the world around him with courageous clarity. Tom Gunn's life and his work offer a pretty resounding yes to that question. In the hands of a master who's willing to live fully and bravely and honestly within that era, well, it's not just possible, it's absolutely essential.
Bro, हर जगह स्लाइस पे क्रेडिट कार्ड दिख रहा है। ये हाइप किस चीज का है?
Bro, तूने एकदम सही कार्ड चूज किया है। Slice, UPI, credit card. सुनिए कैसे?
All right, let's get right into it. Today, we are talking about one of the most audacious, most explosive voices in all of British theater, the one and only Joe Orton. His career was an absolute firework, brilliant, dazzling, and over way too soon. And this quote absolutely nails it. See, Orton's plays weren't just funny. They were more like, well, they were like little hand grenades he tossed into the stuffy living rooms of 1960s Britain. They were designed to explode, to provoke, and to make you laugh at things you knew you probably shouldn't. So, here's our game plan for today. We're going to break down his unique style, then jump into his big breakthrough play. From there, we'll hit the masterpieces that made him a legend, talk about his tragically short career, and then wrap it all up with why he still matters so much today. Okay, first things first, to really get Joe Orton, you have to understand the word he inspired, a word that basically defines a whole genre of theater, Orton-esque. So what in the world does that actually mean? Well, Orton-esque isn't just one thing. Think of it as this wild cocktail, you know? You've got one part high-speed, door-slamming comedy, another part of really sharp, biting social commentary, and you mix it all together with this incredibly witty, completely irreverent dialogue that dives headfirst into subjects that were just completely off-limits at the time. And this unique style, it absolutely burst onto the scene with his first major success. The year was 1964, and a play landed on the London stage that basically screamed, "There's a new voice in town, and you'd better listen up." That play was Entertaining Mr. Sloane. Now on the surface, the plot sounds almost tame, doesn't it? A charming young man moves in with a middle-aged brother and sister. But underneath that, oh man, Orton builds this pressure cooker of desire, power games, and manipulation. The lonely landlady Kath and her controlling brother Ed are both vying for this young man's affection, and it just completely pulls the rug out from under everything the audience thought they knew about family and morality. It was a huge warning shot for what was to come. Now, after a debut like Sloane, you'd think maybe he'd take a breath. Nope, Orton just hit the accelerator. He followed it up with the plays that would truly cement his reputation as an absolute master of modern farce. Which brings us to one of his most famous and definitely most scandalous comedies, a little play called Loot. Okay, get this for a premise. Two guys rob a bank, and they need somewhere to hide the cash. So where do they put it? In the coffin of one of their recently deceased mothers. I mean, come on, it's just so audacious, and that's the whole point. The characters treat the corpse with this jaw-dropping disrespect. And through all this dark, macabre humor, Orton is just taking shots at everything. Our attitudes toward death, greed, religion, even the bumbling, corrupt police. It's a perfect showcase of his style. But if you want to see his style refined to a razor's edge, a pure, uncut whirlwind of comic chaos, then we have to talk about his final play.
What the butler saw is Orton just firing on all cylinders. It's pure frenetic energy, all set in a psychiatric clinic. Through a manic series of mistaken identities and increasingly absurd situations, the play just completely dismantles our ideas about sanity, authority, and sexual identity. The dialogue is razor sharp, the plot is a non-stop roller coaster, and it's considered an absolute masterpiece of the genre for a reason.
So you have this incredible burst of creativity, one masterpiece after another. But the thing is, it was all packed into an unbelievably short amount of time. His star didn't just rise, it shot across the sky like a comet, and just as quickly, it was gone. I mean, just look at this timeline. It really puts it all into perspective, doesn't it? In just 3 years, from 64 to 67, he went from a nobody to one of the most celebrated writers in Britain. His entire legendary body of work was created in that tiny window. And then, in 1967, at the absolute height of his powers, he was murdered. He was only 34 years old. It remains one of the greatest tragedies in modern theater. You just can't help but wonder what else we lost. But here's the thing. Even in that incredibly short time, Joe Orton left a mark on drama that is, well, it's permanent. His influence is still so powerful, you can feel it today. So what is his ultimate legacy? Well, for one, he was completely fearless. He talked about sexuality and identity in ways that just weren't being done. He mastered the art of using pure laugh-out-loud comedy as a weapon for social critique. And by subverting pretty much every rule he could find, he kicked the door wide open for all the writers who came after him, basically giving them permission to be bolder, to be more honest, and to challenge everything. And that leaves us with one last really fascinating question, doesn't it? Orton's whole thing was about challenging conventions. His spirit was rebellious through and through. So just think, if he were alive and writing today with that same wicked wit and that sharp eye for hypocrisy, what do you think he'd be taking aim at? What part of our world would he be turning completely upside down? It's kind of fun and maybe a little scary to think about.
मेरे फ्रेंड के सब बाल आ गए ट्राया से, लेकिन मेरा हेयरलाइन पीछे ही रह गया। आपके फ्रेंड हमारे पास आए जब वो स्टेज 2 पे थे और आप थे स्टेज 4।
Today, we're diving into the work of Roy Fuller. Now, he was a poet who brought this really rare and vital clarity to the super complex world of 20th century Britain, which kind of makes him a voice we might need now more than ever. I mean, just think about it for a second. The world is just reeling from a massive war. Everything is changing. Who could possibly make sense of it all? Well, for a whole generation of readers, the answer was a poet named Roy Fuller. So who exactly was he? Roy Fuller was, a real cornerstone of British literature. He was active right from the end of World War II all the way up to his death in 1991. And get this, he wasn't just a poet. He was also a really skilled novelist and a sharp essayist, and people loved him for his incredible command of language and just his thoughtful, unflinching way of looking at the world around him. To really, really get Fuller, we've got to start in that post-war era. It was a time that just profoundly shapes his entire perspective, and of course, his poetry. You see, Fuller's unique gift was his ability to connect the small, intimate details of our lives to the huge historical forces that were unfolding all around. His poetry really became this incredible lens for understanding what it actually felt like to live through the aftermath of such a devastating conflict. And he built this foundation in his first major collection, which was called The Middle of the Way. It tackled these deeply human themes head on, trying to find your identity, dealing with loss, that relentless feeling of time passing by. He wasn't just writing about big abstract ideas. He was capturing the very real experience of navigating a world that felt confusing and honestly pretty fractured. Okay, and this brings us to his style. Because, you see, Fuller didn't just have important things to say. He had an absolutely distinctive way of saying them. His work is marked by this fascinating mix of qualities. He could be incredibly witty, but then turn around and be deeply emotional. He could be formally elegant with his words, but still be crystal clear. That meant his poetry was both super intelligent and immediately accessible, which is a really rare and powerful combination that just drew people in. The late 1950s were just an incredibly productive time for him, and you can really trace this rapid artistic development. In 56, he establishes that post-war voice. Then just a few years later, he's showing off his versatility, writing everything from sonnets to free verse. And by 1960, he's diving even deeper into these more abstract, metaphorical ideas. And this evolution is so key to understanding him. As he matured as a writer, he started leaning more and more into symbolic language. Metaphors, like the sea and the mirror, they became these powerful tools for him to explore that complex, often blurry line between our inner world and the world outside. But, the world doesn't stand still, and neither did Fuller's poetry. As he moved into the 1960s, his work started to reflect the new anxieties of a turbulent, almost revolutionary decade. I mean, you can see a really clear shift in his focus. His earlier stuff was all about reflecting on the war and the passage of time. Later on, it gave way to more urgent concerns. Things like political turmoil, this sense of existential dread, and just that basic search for meaning in a world that felt like it was changing at a dizzying pace. A perfect example of this is one of his most powerful collections from this period called The Burning. It is just crackling with this intense, urgent energy that directly confronts the chaos of the era, exploring both personal and societal upheaval with this raw, incredible honesty. And what's so crucial about his later work is this idea of interconnectedness. For Fuller, your personal anxieties and the big political issues of the day, well, they weren't separate things. He saw that the struggles of the individual were a deep, undeniable reflection of the struggles of society as a whole. So what does all of this add up to? Well, let's talk about his enduring legacy and why he has such a lasting place in British literature. Honestly, he was so much more than just a writer. He was a mentor to the next generation of poets. He was a sharp social commentator, a true master of poetic form, and maybe above all, he was a writer of incredible emotional honesty. He was never afraid to capture the true, messy complexities of just being human. And ultimately, this is why he's still so important. Fuller's great talent, his genius really, was his ability to take these complex, difficult feelings and ideas and express them with a sensitivity and clarity that very few could ever match. That's what cemented his place as a major 20th century poet. And that leaves us with a final thought to chew on. In our own, often chaotic and noisy world, there's probably a great deal we can learn from a voice like Roy Fuller's, a voice that consistently chose insight over outrage and clarity over...
नमस्कार, मैं अमित पुबिया। दोस्तों, आज मैं आप लोगों को बताऊंगा केरला गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा चलाई जाने वाली लॉटरीज के बारे में। कौन सी लॉटरी कब आती है, कितने रुपए की है, कितना इनाम है।
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're charting the absolutely incredible intellectual journey of Bertrand Russell, a British philosopher, logician, and social critic who really helped shape the 20th century. This quote right here, this single idea about intellectual humility and just relentlessly questioning everything, well, that's pretty much the key to understanding his entire life's work. So we're going to follow his evolution across 4 distinct phases. We'll start in the pure world of logic, then see how he applied that to the messy realities of human society. Okay, let's dive right in. Russell's whole journey really kicked off with a huge question. Can we prove that math, the most certain knowledge we think we have, is actually built on a perfectly solid foundation? His answer was to push forward a new field, mathematical logic. The goal was to build all of math from the ground up, using nothing but pure logic. It's kind of like trying to build a castle using only a handful of perfectly designed Lego bricks. And this ambition led to the Principia Mathematica, this colossal 3-volume work he co-authored with Alfred North Whitehead. It was a landmark achievement that would end up influencing fields from philosophy all the way to computer science. And even before that, his 1905 essay on denoting had already completely revolutionized how we think about the connection between our words and reality itself. So let's move on and see how this all builds, because Russell definitely didn't stay in the ivory tower. The major crises of the 20th century basically forced him to apply that same intellectual rigor to the world around him. Now, what's so interesting about this is how his big social works map directly onto major world events. You see him writing about socialism as it's rising, then about war right on the brink of 2 world wars. As a totally committed pacifist, he argued against the justifications for World War I. He pushed for diplomacy and just a more humane way of thinking about international relations. Then in his 1938 book, Power, he argued that if we ever want to create a just society, we first have to understand the dynamics of power that shape our lives. Russell also turned his analytical mind inward. He started questioning all the traditional sources of morality and really pushed for a new secular approach to life. So, in his famous essay, Why I Am Not a Christian, he lays out his whole critique of organized religion, arguing that, hey, ethics don't actually require dogma. This was all part of his broader philosophy of secular humanism, which really just champions critical thinking, individual freedom, and social justice. So, and here's the crucial point, he applied this thinking to everything. In Marriage and Morals, he challenged the super restrictive norms of his day, arguing for relationships that were more liberal and more equal. In his later years, Russell kind of consolidated all this vast knowledge and started to reflect on his own incredible intellectual journey. His A History of Western Philosophy became this seminal text that made the entire history of philosophical thought accessible to the general reader. And this just brilliantly illustrates his deep commitment to public education. He even wrote his own intellectual autobiography, My Philosophical Development. It's this really candid account of how his own ideas were formed and, importantly, how they changed over time. So what you should really take away from all this is his multifaceted legacy. I mean, from abstract logic to passionate activism, he engaged so deeply with the biggest questions of his time. And this leaves us with a final thought. In our complex world, maybe, just maybe, Russell's greatest lesson is having the courage to question our own certainties.
मार्केट चाहे गिर रहा हो या ऊपर जा रहा हो, मुझे इस चीज का बिल्कुल फर्क नहीं पड़ता क्योंकि मेरी इनकम हर महीने फिक्स आती है और
All right, let's dive into the work of Ted Hughes, a real titan and one of the most controversial poets of the 20th century. His work, well, it goes straight for the jugular, digging into the raw violence of nature, ancient myths, and those dark, untamed corners of the human soul. You know, if you had to boil his poetry down to just 3 words, these would absolutely be it. Hughes wasn't really interested in writing about gentle streams or pretty singing birds. No, he wrote about the raw, unfiltered struggle for survival, a kind of primal intensity that he saw in the animal kingdom and, more importantly, within all of us. And that intensity, it all starts with his deep, profound connection to the natural world. But let's be clear, this is not some sentimental, romantic view of nature. For Hughes, the wild was a place of really harsh reality. He basically burst onto the scene with his first collection, The Hawk in the Rain, and it was an immediate shock to the system. Hughes used this stark, almost violent language to paint a picture of the animal world not as peaceful, but as this place of constant, unforgiving conflict. But here's the crucial insight, the thing you have to get about Hughes. He wasn't just a nature poet. He held up the animal world like a mirror to us. The hawk, the fox, the pig, he saw them all as reflections of our own primal instincts, our own buried wildness. And this idea just gets deeper in his next collection, Lupercal. He starts to blend that raw, visceral nature with something older, something more mythic. I mean, take a poem like The Thought Fox. It's brilliant. It's not just about an animal in the woods. It's this incredible metaphor for poetic inspiration itself, showing up like a wild, untamable creature that just emerges from the darkness of your mind. So, from exploring myth, he takes this giant leap into creating his own mythology. And this is where we meet one of the most unforgettable, unsettling characters in all of modern poetry, Crow. This is the question that just seems to haunt his masterpiece, Crow. Seriously, forget gentle beginnings. Hughes imagines a universe born from pure chaos, from violence, and from this stubborn, incredibly dark sense of humor. And Crow, he's the ultimate survivor of it all. So who exactly is Crow? Well, he's a trickster, he's a survivor, a witness to both creation and total destruction. He's this indestructible, cynical, and sometimes surprisingly funny figure who just wanders through this surreal, often horrifying landscape, embodying the sheer, bloody-minded struggle just to exist. And with this character of Crow, Hughes really did break new ground. He basically shattered traditional poetic language, creating these fractured, nightmarish verses. And through this dark figure, he was able to tackle the biggest questions out there, life, death, God, but from a perspective that was just cynical, brutal, and completely unsettling. But you know, we can't fully understand Hughes's work without turning to the personal abyss. It is just impossible to ignore the profound and tragic influence of his tumultuous marriage to the brilliant poet Sylvia Plath. After Plath's death in 1963, Hughes kept an almost complete public silence about their relationship. For decades, the story was really told by other people, and they often cast him as the villain. Then, in 1998, right before his own death, he finally broke that silence. 35 years. Just think about that for a second. The incredible weight of that silence, the decades of grief and memory and reflection, all of it just culminating in one final, absolutely staggering collection of poems. Birthday Letters is essentially a direct address to Plath. It is an incredibly raw and vulnerable work, where he explores their life together with such candor and regret. It doesn't give you any simple answers, but what it does is reveal the profound emotional depths of their love and their loss. Now, while Birthday Letters is a monumental part of his story, his literary legacy extends so much further. We also have to remember him as a master mythmaker, a gifted storyteller, and just a towering figure in the entire poetic tradition. I mean, his career was celebrated at the absolute highest levels. He was even appointed Poet Laureate of the United Kingdom, a position he held from 1984 all the way until his death. And his major works, well, they're now considered essential reading. And yet, and this is something that might surprise you, this poet of darkness and brutality also gave us one of the most beloved children's books of all time, The Iron Man. It's this beautiful story about friendship and understanding, and it reveals a completely different, much more tender side of his talent. And that pull towards storytelling and myth-making, it really stayed with him his entire life. Near the very end, he published Tales from Ovid, which is this stunning translation that brought ancient Roman myths just roaring back to life with his signature power and modern voice. So, from the savage natural world to surreal mythologies and deeply personal grief, Hughes really carved out a unique space for himself. His voice is powerful, it's essential, and it continues to challenge and captivate readers to this day. Which, of course, leaves us with one final lingering question. With an artist like Ted Hughes, whose life and work were so intensely intertwined, can we ever truly separate the poems from the man? Or maybe, just maybe, is the friction between them the very source of his incredible power?
Choose from thousands of realistic voices to use in your content. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice-generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
Watch this bit going hooligan. We pop out, we acting on
Oreo and BTS are calling in stores now.
Ever heard of a writer whose influence was so huge, their name literally became an adjective? Well, that's Harold Pinter for you. He was this absolute giant of modern theater who basically rewired the whole game when it came to drama. And I'm not exaggerating his impact. I mean, in 2005, the guy won the Nobel Prize in Literature. The committee basically said he was a master of finding meaning, not just in what's said, but in the silences, in those gaps between the words. And that, right there, leads to a really interesting question. So, yeah, his name became an adjective. But what does Pinteresque actually mean? You hear people use it, but what is that feeling? That specific mix of dread, weird humor, and just unbearable tension that he was a genius at creating? That's exactly what we're going to break down right now. Okay, so if you want to get Pinter, you have to get this one simple rule. What isn't said is way more important than what is. It's all about the subtext. You know, the real fights, the real drama, it's all happening just beneath the surface. The words people are actually saying, that's just the tip of the iceberg. And this brings us to his most famous tool, the Pinteresque pause. Now, in his plays, silence is never, ever empty. It's loaded. It can be a weapon, it can be a confession. It's this supercharged moment full of unspoken threats, secrets, and desires. That's where the real story unfolds. All right, let's dive into one of his big themes. Critics call it the comedy of menace. And it's this wild ability he had to take something totally normal and just slowly inject it with this creeping sense of absolute terror. This is the core of it, really. On the surface, you've got stuff we all get. A birthday party, a family get-together. But look just a little closer. And underneath, there's this brutal psychological war going on. The ordinary setting, that's the trap. Let's look at a classic example, his play, The Birthday Party. So picture this, a rundown boarding house, and our guy Stanley, who's basically doing nothing with his life. Then, these two mysterious men show up, and they seem nice enough, right? But they start playing these mind games, asking these bizarre questions, and they just completely tear him apart, piece by piece, until his whole identity just disintegrates. It's pure psychological warfare, but it looks like a simple visit. And here's the kicker, it's actually funny, in a really dark way. Pinter will make you laugh at how absurd it all is, and then boom, he drops you right back into the horror. It's that mix of comedy and menace that makes it so deeply unsettling. Okay, so another thing Pinter loved to do was take the one place that's supposed to be safe, your home, your family, and turn it into a total battleground. And there's no better example of this than his masterpiece, The Homecoming. So here's the setup. You've got Teddy, the son who's been away, and he brings his wife, Ruth, home to meet the family. But this family, whoa. It's run by the patriarch, Max, who's a total tyrant, and his other sons who are just aggressive and hostile. And then there's Ruth. At first, she seems really quiet, like she doesn't belong at all. But remember, in a Pinter play, what you see is never what you get. Yeah, Ruth doesn't just survive in this house, she takes it over, from the inside out. With these really subtle, quiet moves, she flips the script on them entirely. She finds all their weak spots, pushes all the right buttons, and in this absolutely stunning power move, she ends up in charge. She becomes the new dominant force. This leads us to another huge Pinter obsession, memory. See, for him, the past isn't some fixed thing you can look back on. Nope, it's more like this foggy battlefield where nothing is certain and everyone's fighting to own the story. And his play, No Man's Land, is the perfect deep dive into this. You've got these two guys talking all night, but their memories, they just don't line up. They contradict each other constantly. So as you're watching, you're totally lost. You have no idea what's true, and that's the point. It creates this feeling of deep isolation and shows how fragile our own identities really are, built on stories that might not even be real. So when we talk about Pinter's legacy, it's not just about his plays and that famous pause. His impact was much, much bigger. It went way beyond the theater and straight into the world of politics. Which brings us back to 2005. That Nobel Prize for Literature wasn't just for his plays. It was a recognition of his whole contribution, cementing him as this giant of modern literature, not just in Britain, but for the whole world. And he really earned it. I mean, beyond the awards, Pinter was a powerful activist. He was never afraid to use his voice to call out human rights abuses. You see it in his later plays like Party Time, where he goes after social indifference, or in The New World Order, which is this terrifying look at authoritarian power. He showed everyone that great art could also be a powerful political weapon, and that's a legacy that still inspires writers all over the place. So, when you boil it all down, Pinter's biggest lesson is to listen to the silence. And that leaves us with a pretty big question for today, doesn't it? We live in a world of constant noise, texts, posts, 24/7 chatter. With all that communication, what are the really important things that we're not saying? What truths are hiding in our own silences?
Low balance. Low balance. पैसे नहीं है तो खाते क्यों हो? Low balance.
ये घटना किसी के साथ भी हो सकती है. That's why Slice UPI credit card. UPI QR कोड स्कैन करो जो तुम नॉर्मली करते हो. पैसा तुम्हारे अकाउंट से नहीं, क्रेडिट कार्ड से जाता है. स्कैन कर, पे कर और बाद में रीपे कर. और हर स्कैन पे अप टू 3% कैशबैक मिलेगा. कोई ज्वाइनिंग फी नहीं, कोई एनुअल फी नहीं और कोई हिडन चार्जेस नहीं. पेमेंट फी का टेंशन मत लो. स्लाइस UPI क्रेडिट कार्ड लो.
Experience seamless investing with Angel One. Open free Demat account today.
Investments in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
So, how does a poet who grew up on a small farm in rural Ireland become a voice for the entire world? It seems like a stretch, right? Well, today we're going to dive into the life and work of Seamus Heaney, a man who dug into the earth beneath his feet and somehow found truths that resonate with all of us. You know, you have to start with his words. Just listen to this. Between my finger and my thumb, the squat pen rests, snug as a gun. Wow. In just 2 lines, you feel everything. You feel the weight of that pen. You think of his father and grandfather digging the soil. And then that startling shift from a spade to a pen that's as powerful as a weapon. It's so physical, so real. That's the Heaney magic, right there. To really get Heaney, you first have to understand the place he came from. I mean, his whole poetic world was built on the foundation of his childhood, on the very landscape he grew up in. So let's go all the way back to the beginning. And here's the thing, for Heaney, this farm wasn't just some picturesque backdrop, not at all. The sights, the sounds, the actual smells, like the churning of milk or the dampness of peat, this was the raw material for his art. His poetry is just steeped in this world, and that gives it an authenticity you can almost reach out and touch. And this is where he turns all that raw material into pure poetry. His first big collection, Death of a Naturalist, just explodes onto the scene in 1966. And it's all there, you know, the deep love for nature, the crystal clear memories of being a kid. But there's something else going on too. The title itself is a huge clue. It's really about that moment we all go through when a child's simple wonder about the world bumps up against a much more complicated, sometimes even scary understanding of life and death. But of course, the world outside the farm doesn't stand still. As Heaney's career was just taking off, his home, Northern Ireland, was spiraling into a period of violent conflict. His poetry was about to face its toughest challenge yet. To understand what happens next in his work, you absolutely have to understand this. The Troubles. This wasn't just a political squabble. It was a brutal, complex, and deeply traumatic conflict that tore communities apart for decades. So if you're a poet whose work is all about the land and its people, staying silent, that's not really an option. The real question was, what can a poem possibly do in the face of all that? And his answer was this incredible collection, North. This was a total game changer. Heaney just dove right into the heart of the conflict. But he didn't do it like a journalist or a politician. He did it as a poet, using myth, history, and his own memories to try and make some kind of sense of the chaos. And the way he did this was just remarkable. He wasn't just writing about the daily headlines. No, he dug deeper, and I mean that literally. He became fascinated by these bog bodies, ancient human remains found perfectly preserved in the peat bogs. And in these ancient bodies, he saw this powerful, unsettling parallel to the modern violence. He connected the conflict of his time to an ancient, almost tribal history of ritual sacrifice. It was his way of saying that this violence was part of a long, tragic cycle. A really profound and pretty controversial way to look at it all. So after a collection as intense and heavy as North, where do you go from there? Well, Heaney's work kept evolving. He'd faced the political storm head on, and in his later work, he kind of moved into a more reflective space, really exploring memory, time, and how we see the world. And you can really trace this journey through his later collections. In Fieldwork, for example, he's looking back at Ireland from abroad, getting a whole new perspective on his own identity. Then you've got Station Island, which is like this deep spiritual pilgrimage into his own past and the purpose of poetry itself. And later on, with books like Seeing Things and District and Circle, he comes back to nature, but now with the wisdom of age, thinking about getting older, about family, and just the quiet beauty of everyday life. Now, this incredible body of work, a life's work really, that spanned so much personal and political change, well, it did not go unnoticed. That boy from the farm in County Derry was about to get the highest honor in all of literature. In 1995, it happened. Seamus Heaney won the Nobel Prize in Literature, and you just have to listen to why they gave it to him, because it's perfect. The committee praised his works of lyrical beauty and ethical depth. I mean, come on, does that not just nail it? The beautiful music of his words, combined with his brave, honest look at the toughest parts of our world. His legacy today is just immense. He's easily one of the most important poets of the last century. On top of that, he was an amazing translator, a beloved professor at Harvard. But his greatest gift, I think, comes back to that idea we started with. He took the dirt, the history, and the voices of his tiny corner of Ireland, and through his incredible skill, he made it speak to every single one of us. He proved that the local, if you look at it with enough honesty, is truly universal. So it leaves us with this big question, doesn't it? What gives one person's voice the power to speak for a whole nation, or maybe even for all of us? Looking at Seamus Heaney, the answer seems to be somewhere in that deep connection to the earth, a refusal to look away from the hard truths, and the incredible power of language to make something beautiful that...
क्या छोटे? FD भी कराई है नहीं?
जब आपने कहा था तभी स्टार्ट कर दी थी भैया।
सेफ भी है और टेंशन भी नहीं है। और 5-6% का फायदा भी हो जाता है।
5-6 नहीं, 8.4%।
8.4%? ये बैंक तुझे कहाँ से मिल गया छोटे? स्टेबल मनी पे FD कराएं और पाएं 8.4% तक इंटरेस्ट। डाउनलोड नाउ।
मेरी मम्मी को ना बचपन से ही पानी बहुत पसंद है, तो मैंने प्राइवेट पूल वाला विला बुक कर दिया। मेरी मम्मी पूरा दिन पूल से बाहर ही नहीं निकली है। इनको इनके बचपन के दिन देख पाता हूँ ना, तब लगता है ग्रो कर रहा हूँ।
SIP करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो। प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Hey everyone, today we're diving into the world of a playwright who seems to absolutely love breaking the rules. Seriously, her work has consistently shattered expectations and completely redefined what theater can even do. So let's get into the incredible mind of Carol Churchill. So let's kick things off with a question that really gets to the heart of her genius. What if a play's structure could be just as radical as its message? See, for Churchill, the how a story is told is every bit as important as what it's about. She uses the very form of theater to challenge our deepest assumptions about the world. All right, so here's our roadmap. First, we'll establish why she's seen as such a revolutionary voice. Then we'll dig into her toolkit, how she literally shatters the rules of the stage. After that, we're going to unpack her sharp critiques of power, explore the deep human questions she's always asking, and finally, wrap it all up with why her work feels more urgent than ever right now. Okay, let's jump right in. Section 1, a revolutionary playwright. First things first, we need to get a sense of just how massive her impact has been on modern drama. You know, this quote really just nails it. It's not just about telling interesting stories, it's the way she tells them. She fuses these totally radical storytelling techniques with a fearless take on social issues, and that combination makes her an absolutely essential voice in theater today. So we know she's a big deal. But how exactly does she pull it off? Well, that brings us to section 2, shattering theatrical rules. This is where we look at the mechanics of her genius, how she literally breaks the stage to make us see the world in a completely new light. One of her signature moves, just completely dismantling traditional storytelling. She has no time for simple, straight-line plots. And honestly, there's no better example of this than her landmark 1979 play, Cloud 9. The structure of this play is just wild. Act 1 is set in colonial Victorian Africa, and she uses things like having a man play a woman or a white actor play a black character to critique those rigid power structures. But then, get this, Act 2 leaps forward a whole century to 1970s London. The characters themselves have only aged about 25 years, and now they're trying to figure out sexual liberation. It's this brilliant move that draws a direct line from the repressions of the past to the fight for freedom in the present. But Churchill doesn't just mess with time. She completely bends reality itself. A perfect, and I mean perfect, example is the legendary opening scene of her 1982 masterpiece, Top Girls. So the play kicks off with Marlene, a super successful 1980s career woman throwing a dinner party. But check out this guest list. It's insane. She's having dinner with Pope Joan, a woman who supposedly disguised herself as a man to become Pope, and a 13th century Japanese courtesan, among other incredible women from history and fiction. By putting them all at one table, Churchill creates this powerful, surreal conversation across centuries about what it costs women to be successful. So, okay, her methods are revolutionary, but what's the point? What is she trying to say with all this? That brings us right to section 3, a critique of power. We're going to look at what her plays have to say about money, gender, and the whole social structure. Back in the 80s, Churchill turned her laser focus on the world of high finance. Her play Serious Money was like a scalpel, just slicing open the greed and excess of the financial world. And she wrote the dialogue to be super sharp, fast, with characters talking over each other. It perfectly captures that frantic, morally questionable energy of a trading floor. And as you can see here, this critique of power is a theme that runs through her entire career. In Top Girls, she asks a really uncomfortable question about whether corporate feminism just copied the old boys club, forcing women to compete instead of cooperate. With Serious Money, it's financial corruption, and she's still at it, tackling the legacy of colonialism in recent work. It's like her plays are always asking two things: who's got the power and who's paying the price for it? But her work isn't just about these huge political systems. It gets incredibly personal, too. So let's move on to our fourth section, the human question. This is where we dive into our focus on identity, love, and what it even means to be human. Think about it. How do you possibly capture our fragmented 280-character, information-overloaded lives on a stage? Well, in her play, Love and Information, Churchill's solution was radical. She wrote over 50 short, disconnected scenes. The effect is dizzying, almost overwhelming, and it perfectly mirrors our own desperate search for real connection in this constant flood of digital noise. She's also not afraid to take on the biggest ethical dilemmas of our time, using concepts like, say, human cloning to ask some really profound questions about who we are. She uses this exact idea in her play, A Number, to tackle one of the oldest debates there is, nature versus nurture. The play is about a father and a son, who then finds out he's actually just one of a number of clones. It becomes this deeply unsettling look at what makes us us. Is it our genes, or is it our life, our experiences? And all of this leads us to our final and maybe most important section, why Churchill matters right now. Because her work has always been, and still is, a vital mirror held up to our modern lives and all our anxieties. I mean, look at this. Her finger is just always on the pulse of whatever we're afraid of. Mental illness and environmental decay in the Scricker, collective trauma and climate change and escaped alone. And we already talked about the struggle to connect in the digital age with Love and Information. She's not just a playwright. She's kind of like a diagnostician, putting our biggest collective fears right there on stage for us to look at. Ultimately, when you look at all of her work together, you see this deep, unwavering commitment to social justice. She truly believes in the power of theater, not just to be a fun night out, but to be a space that can genuinely make you think, force you to confront history, and maybe, just maybe, inspire some real change. And that really leaves us with one final challenging question that her work practically screams at us to ask ourselves. If theater's job is to hold a mirror up to society, what are the urgent, uncomfortable truths that we should be forcing ourselves to look at next?
Photo time!
চুল কম দেখাচ্ছে মানে কি তোমাকেও কম দেখা যাবে জেনেটিক কি আর করব জেনেটিক্স হোক বা অন্য কিছু ট্রায়া আছে তো প্লিজ ট্রায়া ভেতর থেকে ট্রিট করে চুল গজাতে সাহায্য করে হ্যাড টেস্ট করুন কিট কিনুন 93% ফল পেয়েছেন
So today we're talking about a guy named John Osborne. And let me tell you, he didn't just write plays, he basically grabbed British theater by the collar and gave it a huge shake. He was the one who brought all the raw, messy stuff of real life and just slammed it right onto the stage. And that's really the big question we're digging into here. Because, you know, before Osborne came along, seeing real, unfiltered anger in a fancy London theater, that just wasn't a thing. He completely flipped the script. And to really get how big of a deal that was, we got to take a look at the world he was about to set on fire. All right, so to really grasp the earthquake that John Osborne caused, you have to picture what came before. I mean, the world of post-war British theater, well, it was, for the most part, a very polite place. Yeah, think about those drawing room comedies, you know, the super well-mannered dramas. The characters were almost always upper class, everyone kept their emotions buttoned up, and the actual gritty reality for most people, that was left at the door. It was all just polished surfaces. And this right here, this says it all. On one hand, you've got that traditional, totally buttoned up theater, and on the other, the revolution Osborne was about to start. They called it kitchen sink realism. And the name fits, right? It was messy, it was unpolished, and it was all about the gritty, everyday struggles of working class people. You know, a world the stage had pretty much ignored until then. So into this super polite world walks this voice, and it is anything but polite. We're talking about a voice just fueled by frustration, disillusionment, and this raw, powerful anger at the whole establishment. And here it is, the moment it all changes. It's 1956. The play is Look Back in Anger. And when it premieres, it's not just a play. It's like a lightning strike. It was in your face, it was loud, and it perfectly captured how an entire generation was feeling, totally left behind by post-war Britain. The thing is, Osborne didn't just write a hit play. He kind of accidentally became the face of this whole new cultural movement. The press called them the angry young men. These were writers who were just done. They were fed up with the old, polite way of doing things, and they used their work to really take aim at British society, the class system, the whole shebang. And the heart of this play is a character named Jimmy Porter. Now, he's not your typical hero, not by a... He's this working class guy who managed to get a university education, but he is just seething with anger at a class system that has no room for him. And he lets it all out, just unleashing these incredible tirades on everyone around him. For audiences back then, seeing a character that raw and that real, wow, it was absolutely electrifying. But here's the thing, Osborne was no one-hit wonder. Nope. Look Back in Anger was just the start. He kept digging into these themes, you know, societal change, identity, personal conflict, for his entire career. Literally the very next year, he comes out with The Entertainer. And in this one, he uses this character, a fading music hall performer named Archie Rice, as this incredible metaphor for Britain itself, a country that was losing its empire and just couldn't figure out its place in the new modern world. It's this really powerful, kind of bitter look at a nation facing its own decline. Then, he does something different. He goes into history with a play called Luther. But this was not your stuffy, boring period piece. Osborne presents Martin Luther's fight against the church as this deeply personal, psychological battle against a huge, powerful institution. And you know what? The rage against authority in that play felt every bit as modern and raw as Jimmy Porter's. And then there's inadmissible evidence. Here, he just turns the camera completely inward. It's this fractured, almost nightmarish look at a lawyer who is having a complete mental breakdown. The whole play basically takes place inside this guy's head. It's a brilliant but really unsettling look at moral collapse and just how fragile our sense of self can be. Okay, so what's really important to get is that this intense critical voice wasn't just for his characters. Osborne took these ideas and explored them everywhere, across different media, and he often pointed the camera right back at himself. Yeah, he definitely wasn't going to stay put in the theater. His biggest plays were turned into some really powerful films, and he also wrote 2 incredibly honest autobiographies, basically letting everyone see the man who was creating all this anger. And you can see that path right here, from the stage to the movie screen, and then to the personal page. The film versions, a lot of them by Tony Richardson, brought that raw energy to a massive new audience. And the autobiographies, well, they really gave us the backstory, the context for the voice that was defining a generation. In those books, A Better Class of Person and Almost a Gentleman, Osborne really lays it all out there. His childhood, his messy relationships with his parents, and this constant feeling of being stuck between his working class roots and the big shot literary world he was now a part of. You can totally see how his own life was the fuel for the fire in his plays. So, when you pull back and look at it all, what's the big takeaway? What did all this anger, all this incredible writing actually build? Well, the answer is pretty simple. A completely new kind of theater. I mean, Osborne's legacy is just immense. He absolutely shattered the mold of that polite, buttoned-up drama. He took the real lives and the real language of ordinary, frustrated people and put them front and center. It wasn't just about a new style. He basically gave a whole generation of writers permission to be angry, to be brutally honest, and to drag uncomfortable truths out into the light. He really paved the way for so many who came after. And that really brings us to the final question, doesn't it? Osborne's rebellion completely reshaped theater in his time. So it makes you wonder, who are the John Osbornes of today? Right now, which voices are using the stage, or any platform really, not just to entertain us, but to challenge us, to provoke us, and to make us look back in anger at the world we're living in right now?
रोज स्लाइस पे क्रेडिट कार्ड लेना है, सही डिसीजन है ना?
ब्रो, तूने एकदम सही कार्ड चूज किया है, स्लाइस यूपीआई क्रेडिट कार्ड। सुनिए कैसे काम करता है। फर्स्ट अप, ये कार्ड यूपीआई पे भी काम करता है। मतलब यू कैन पे एनीवेयर, कैफे, रेस्टोरेंट, पेट्रोल पंप, बस स्कैन करो और पे करो, वो भी क्रेडिट कार्ड से। और हाँ, इससे तुम्हारा क्रेडिट हिस्ट्री भी बिल्ड होता है। दूसरी चीज, हर ट्रांजैक्शन पर तुझे अप टू 3% कैशबैक भी मिल सकता है। मतलब पैसा सिर्फ जाता ही नहीं, थोड़ा थोड़ा वापस भी आता है। कोई बड़ा स्पेंड आ जाए जैसे फोन, फ्लाइट्स, शॉपिंग, बिल पे नहीं, ईएमआई पे ले सकते हो। बस उस पेन को 3 EMIs में स्प्लिट करो, 0 interest on eligible spends, और सबसे
All right, let's dive right in. Today we're talking about a writer who completely changed the game for British theatre. He took the real, raw, messy lives of everyday people and put them right where they belonged, center stage. We're talking about the one and only Arnold Wesker.
So, I want you to picture post-war Britain. Everything is changing, but those old, rigid class divides, yeah, they're still there. For what felt like forever, the theater was all about the fancy drawing rooms of the rich. But out in the noise of the factories, and the steam of the kitchens, and the mud of the farms, a whole new generation was ready to have their stories told. And the person who stepped up to answer that call was Arnold Wesker. For him, this wasn't just about entertainment. No, this was a mission. It was about finally giving a powerful, authentic voice to the working class, the very people whose lives have been ignored by the theater for way too long. You know, to really get Wesker, you've got to get the world he came from. He was born in London's East End, grew up in a country literally rebuilding itself from war and asking some really big questions about its own identity. And right at that moment, this new movement called social realism pops up, saying art needs to get real. All of this created the perfect storm for his explosive debut. And this is what made him so special. See, he wasn't just writing down what he saw. He found this incredible poetry in the way people actually talked. He wrote with this beautiful lyrical style and had such a deep empathy for his characters. He was able to shine a light on their hidden dreams, their burning frustrations, and just their incredible humanity. So how exactly did he pull this off? Well, let's start with one of his big ideas, using the workplace not just as a backdrop, but as a miniature version of the entire world. Wesker quickly became a leading figure in a movement with the perfect name, kitchen sink drama. And that name says it all, doesn't it? It was all about finding huge, profound drama, not in some palace, but in the gritty, cramped, and intensely real spaces where ordinary people lived and worked. His first masterpiece, The Kitchen, is the absolute perfect example of this. On the surface, yeah, it's about a crazy, chaotic restaurant kitchen during a dinner rush. But if you look closer, what you're really seeing is all of post-war Britain crammed into one room. You've got clashing nationalities, intense pressure, simmering anger, and those little fleeting dreams of a better life, all boiling over in one giant pressure cooker. Okay, so after tackling the public world of work, Wesker then turns his focus inward. He starts exploring those really personal struggles of family, heritage, and that big question, who are we? His play Roots just nails this theme. The main character, Beattie Bryant, goes back home to her family's farm after she's been living in London, and she is caught in this massive tug-of-war. On one side, you have her traditional, rural family, and on the other, you have all these exciting new ideas she's soaked up from the city. It's this incredible story about the struggle to find your own voice. And get this, Roots is actually the second play in Wesker's famous trilogy. The other two are Chicken Soup with Barley, and I'm talking about Jerusalem. And what he does across these three plays is just masterful. He shows how huge historical events, we're talking big political movements, massive social changes, how they play out in the everyday lives of a single family. At the absolute heart of this trilogy is Sarah Khan. She is the fierce matriarch of a Jewish family in London's East End, and she is just this force of nature. She completely embodies that relentless working class fight for social justice. Her passion for her political beliefs is just a testament to her unshakable faith in a better world, even when her own life is incredibly hard.
So beyond the workplace and the family dinner table, Wesker also explored those big universal things that connect every single one of us: love, loss, getting older, and just the passing of time. And in his play, The Four Seasons, he asks a question that I think hits home for all of us. It's something we all grapple with. As time goes on, how do our closest relationships change? How do they evolve? And ultimately, how do they survive? It's such a brilliant idea. He uses the changing seasons as this beautiful, powerful metaphor for the entire life cycle of a relationship. You've got the new beginnings of spring, the peak of summer passion, the challenges of autumn, and finally, the quiet reflection of winter. It's just this incredibly tender and insightful look into the human heart. So let's bring it all together. Why are we still talking about Arnold Wesker today? What is it about his work that has lasted? Look, his impact was just massive. He completely changed British theater by saying, yes, the lives of ordinary people absolutely belong on the stage. He showed everyone that theater could be a powerful engine for social change. But he never sacrificed humanity for politics. He created these deeply real characters by blending realistic dialogue with so much empathy. When it comes down to it, Arnold Wesker's greatest contribution was this: he listened. He actually listened to the voices in those loud, chaotic kitchens and in those quiet, tense living rooms, and then he turned up the volume so the whole world could hear them. He gave a powerful, poetic voice to the voiceless. And that really leaves us with something to think about, doesn't it? In our own complicated, modern world, with all its new struggles and unheard voices, if Arnold Wesker were writing today, whose stories would he be telling? Whose voice would he fight to put on that?
अपना बैंक एफडी पे 4% इंटरेस्ट दे और दूसरा बैंक 8.4। बुरा तो लगता है ना, मुझे भी लगा था। Go to a new bank, open a new savings account, making small talk with the people over there. And the last one, spend half a day just doing that. Sounds so unfair, right? That's why I booked my first high interest FD with stable money today. It literally took me 5 minutes. It's as safe as booking in it.
Imagine this. You are the most celebrated playwright in London, an absolute giant of the theater. And then, almost overnight, you're dismissed as a relic, totally old-fashioned, only to be rediscovered decades later as a true master. Well, that's the incredible roller coaster story of Terence Rattigan. And today, we're going to unpack his amazing rise, his dramatic fall, and his brilliant comeback. And this quote right here, it just nails his genius. See, Rattigan's plays weren't really about the big, loud arguments. They were about the silent battles happening underneath. He found all the drama in the quiet desperation, the hidden passions, and that crushing weight of what society expected from you. He was, without a doubt, a master of everything that goes unsaid. So let's rewind back to his golden age. From the 1930s all the way through the 50s, Terence Rattigan wasn't just a playwright in England, he was the playwright. I mean, he was the toast of London, celebrated everywhere for his incredibly elegant style and his uncanny insight into the human heart. So what was his secret sauce? Well, it wasn't about flashy plots or crazy twists. It was all about this elegant, almost invisible craftsmanship. He created these deeply complex characters, people who felt trapped between what they truly wanted and the strict rules of their world. The drama came from who they were, not just what was happening to them. Okay, to really get a feel for his impact, we've got to look at the plays themselves. These weren't just hits, they were massive cultural events. They captured the whole emotional vibe of mid-20th century Britain. So let's dive into two of his most iconic works. First up, The Deep Blue Sea. You could argue this is his masterpiece. It's just a devastatingly honest look at the destructive power of obsessive love. And what's amazing is that it still feels incredibly raw and modern today. So at the center of this story is Hester Collier. She gives up everything, a respectable merit, all her financial security for this intense, passionate, but really volatile affair. And when that affair starts to crumble, she is left completely and utterly alone. It's just this stunning look at what happens when passion isn't enough, and it's a powerful statement on the very limited choices women had back then. All right, let's switch gears to another one of his huge successes, The Winslow Boy. This one is totally different. It's a courtroom drama, and it's based on a real-life story that had the entire country talking. This play really shows you his incredible range. It's all about a father who risks his family's entire fortune and the reputation, all to prove his son is innocent over the theft of a tiny postal order. It was never about the money, it was about the principle, about doing what is right. It really makes you ask, what's the true cost of justice? But then, the world shifted. As Britain rolled into the 1960s, a whole new wave of writers just stormed the stage, and they brought this raw, angry, in-your-face energy with them. All of a sudden, Radigan's world of quiet desperation and polite society seemed completely out of touch. And you can really see the great divide here. On one side, you have Radigan's well-made play, elegant, structured, full of emotional subtlety. But on the other side, you've got the new wave playwrights like John Osborne. They were dragging gritty, kitchen sink reality onto the stage, tackling things like class struggle and social injustice head on. And next to all that raw energy, Radigan's nuance was suddenly dismissed as just being old-fashioned and, well, a little bit boring. And listen, the criticism was brutal. He was basically written off as a dinosaur from a bygone era, a writer who just wasn't relevant anymore. For a man who had been at the absolute pinnacle of his profession, this was a dramatic and, you have to imagine, a really painful fall from grace. But you know what they say? Fashion is fleeting, but genius is permanent. After years of being out in the critical wilderness, a funny thing happened. People started to rediscover Radigan. They started realizing that the emotional power of his work hadn't faded one bit. So that's the big question, right? Why, after being so completely dismissed, what is it about his work that makes it feel so powerful and so relevant again today? What is the secret to his enduring appeal? Well, it really boils down to a few key things. First off, his themes. Love, loss, the search for identity, they're just universal. They never go out of style. Beyond that, there's this undeniable emotional honesty. We recognize the pain and the yearning in his characters. And finally, you just can't ignore the sheer quality of the writing. His plays are so perfectly built that they keep attracting the world's best actors and directors, which in turn sparks this whole new wave of interest. And make no mistake, this isn't just some dusty academic discussion. His plays are constantly being revived in major theaters all over the world. New generations are discovering his work, and they're finding themselves just as captivated as audiences were way back in the 1950s. So, what does this all add up to? What is the lasting legacy of Terence Radigan? And why should we still be paying attention to his work today? Ultimately, I think it's this. Radigan reminds us that the biggest dramas in our lives are often the internal ones. His legacy is built on a profound understanding of the human heart, an emotional truth that cuts right through changing trends, and a level of craftsmanship that is still the gold standard. And that brings us to one last thought. You know, we live in a world where we're encouraged to share everything, all the time. Radigan built his entire career on the exact opposite, on the explosive power of repressed feelings and unspoken truths. So maybe the question he leaves us with is this. In our tell-all culture, have we forgotten the profound drama that lies in what we choose not to say? Have you ever read a play that makes you laugh at quantum physics one minute and then cry over some forgotten historical detail the next? Well, that's what we're diving into today. The absolutely brilliant mind of the one and only Tom Stoppard. And that quote, it just nails it, doesn't it? Stoppard, you see, isn't just a writer. He's more like an architect of ideas, building these incredible plays that are super smart, but also just really, really entertaining. So, what's his secret? Come on, let's break it down. Okay, so first things first. To really get into his work, you kind of have to get to know the man himself. So who exactly is Tom Stoppard? Well, his story starts in Czechoslovakia, where he was born back in 1937. His family had to flee the Nazis, and he eventually ended up in Britain. And it was there in the 1960s that his voice just exploded onto the London stage. Seriously, he completely changed the game for what a play could even be. In the play that really launched him into the stratosphere, it was such a bold move. I mean, think about it. He took one of the most famous stories ever told and decided, you know what? I'm going to tell it from the point of view of two guys who are barely even in the original. And that's the whole genius premise of his 1966 breakthrough, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead. Forget the prince. Stoppard puts us right in the shoes of these two, well, confused nobodies. They're just waiting in the wings for their cues, desperately trying to figure out what's going on in this huge story that's happening just out of sight. I mean, look at the difference here. Shakespeare's Hamlet, that's this epic tragedy about power and revenge, right? Stoppard just flips that completely on its head. He gives us this philosophical comedy about two regular guys trying to grasp their tiny role in a massive, uncontrollable story. That shift in focus, that is pure 100% Stoppard. And inside that simple idea, he just packs in all these enormous concepts. The characters get into these long conversations that are somehow hilarious and heartbreaking at the same time, talking about everything from probability and death to their own lack of free will. It's wild. They're basically characters in a play who start to suspect they're, well, characters in a play. It totally blurs the line between what's performance and what's real.
Okay, but Stoppard's intellectual curiosity didn't just stop with philosophy and theater. Oh no. In his next masterpiece, a play called Arcadia, he weaves this even more intricate web. This time, he's mixing science, history, and romance.
So if Rosencrantz and Guildenstern was all about wrestling with fate, Arcadia is all about tackling the very nature of truth itself. And it is a breathtaking play. It's kind of like part detective story, part romance, and part a totally mind-bending lesson on chaos theory. Yeah, all in one.
The real genius of this play is its structure. You've got the action flipping back and forth between two different time periods, but it's all happening in the same English country house. So in the past, you have this brilliant teenage girl who is basically discovering chaos theory way ahead of her time. And then in the present, you have these two modern day academics who are just desperate trying to piece together what really happened all those years ago. And by doing this, Stoppard gets to ask these huge, profound questions. Like, how can we ever truly know the past? What's the real difference between cold, hard scientific proof and, poetic truth? And as these two timelines start to echo each other, he kind of suggests that the heat of human passion is a force just as real and undeniable as the laws of physics. It's incredible. So, he tackles scientific and historical truth in Arcadia. What's next? Well, Stoppard then turns that same laser-like intellect to something a bit more personal, but trust me, no less complicated: the truth of love. And that brings us to the core question of his 1982 play, The Real Thing. How do you know if love is, well, the real thing, or if it's just a performance? It's a question that's super intellectual, but also, who can't relate to that? In a world full of performance and clever words, how can you ever be sure an emotion is genuine? So to dig into this, Stoppard uses a really cool, classic theatrical trick: the play within a play. The main character, Henry, is a playwright, and he's written a play about a failing marriage. And then what happens? Of course, his own marriage starts to fall apart in an almost identical way. Suddenly, the lines between what's real and what's fiction get super blurry, and it forces everyone, including us in the audience, to question what's genuine and what's not. Okay, so we've only looked at a few of his plays, but you can already start to see a pattern emerging, right? Let's zoom out a bit and really look at the signature style that makes his contribution to drama so huge. This right here, this is the Stoppardian DNA. His scripts are legendary for their linguistic fireworks. We're talking puns, incredible wit, just beautiful language. But what's amazing is that underneath all that sparkle, you've got these intricate clockwork plots that are wrestling with the biggest questions of existence. And somehow, they're also laugh out loud funny. It's a combination that almost no one has ever mastered so perfectly. And get this, his talent isn't just for the stage. He brought that exact same wit and intelligence to the big screen. You've probably heard of a little movie called Shakespeare in Love? Yeah, he co-wrote that screenplay and won an Oscar for it. And it has all his classic hallmarks. It's clever, it's got a lot of heart, and it's built on a deep, deep love for language. So, from his big breakout in the 60s all the way to his more recent, really personal play, Leopoldstadt, Tom Stoppard has never stopped pushing audiences. His plays aren't just entertainment, they're an invitation to think, to question, and honestly, just to marvel at the complex, beautiful, and often absurd patterns of our world. Which, of course, leaves us with one final, very Stoppardian question for you. His plays are always making us think about the roles we're playing and the stories we find ourselves in. So as you go about the rest of your day, maybe ask yourself this: in the grand play of your own life, are you the star, a side character, or are you maybe the one writing the script? Today, we're talking about Edward Bond. He was a British playwright who didn't just, write plays. Nope. He basically threw cultural grenades right onto the stage. His work was designed to be provocative, to be challenging, and most of all, to force a conversation. So let me ask you this. What if a play was so genuinely shocking that it actually forced an entire country to completely rethink its own rules on censorship? It sounds pretty extreme, right? But for one playwright, that's pretty much exactly what happened. Okay, so the year is 1965, and the play is called Saved. It hit the stage and presented this vision of London life that was just gritty, raw, and totally bleak. It was a million miles away from the polite little drawing room dramas that audiences were used to, and it absolutely stunned. At the very heart of the massive controversy was one single, unforgettable scene of just unbelievable brutality. It depicted a group of disaffected young people stoning a baby to death in its own carriage. The public and critical backlash was, as you can imagine, immediate and incredibly intense. But see, this wasn't just violence for the sake of violence. Bond was holding up a mirror to society. His argument was that this horrific act wasn't random. It was the direct result of a society that was so callous, so neglectful, that it allowed its own young people to become completely empty and violent. And this idea, this concept of theater being a mirror to a broken society, well, that's totally central to all of Bond's work. He wasn't just trying to entertain people, he was trying to diagnose a sickness that he saw everywhere around him. A perfect example of this came in 1971, when he decided to take on Shakespeare's King Lear. He took that classic tragedy and just twisted it into this brutal modern parable. Bond's Lear lives in a world of systemic violence, a world of moral decay. He basically turns a family's personal downfall into a chilling critique of 20th century power. And you see these themes pop up again and again and again in his work. He was obsessed with how power works, with class struggle, with the real consequences of war, societal violence, and systemic oppression. For him, these weren't just topics. They were the very engine of his drama. Just take his 1975 play, The Fool, which is all about the aftermath of war. He literally drops us into this haunting, post-apocalyptic landscape to really dig into what happens to human suffering, to innocence, when civilization itself is just shattered. But his work was so much more than just politics. Bond was also deeply fascinated by the inner worlds of his characters. You know, the universal struggles that really define the human condition for all of us. In his play The Sea, the setting itself basically becomes a character. The ocean isn't just a backdrop of water. It's this vast, kind of surreal symbol for the subconscious. It reflects all the characters' inner turmoil and really blurs the lines between what's real and what's just in their heads. He even turned his critical eye on the role of the artist. In a play called Bingo, he imagines the final years of William Shakespeare's life. But it's not a straightforward biography. No, it's a deep dive into the moral responsibility of a creator. It explores that tension between your own personal ambition and the impact your art has on the world. And the scope of what he covered was just immense. He tackled gender and power in the woman, the deep pain of isolation in the lonely, and even the really complex feelings around motherhood, grief, and identity in plays like The Child and The Transfer. Through it all, he was just relentlessly exploring what it really means to be human. So after a whole career that was basically built on confrontation, what is Edward Bond's real enduring legacy? I mean, why does his work still matter so much today? Well, you can kind of boil his legacy down to three key pillars. First, he absolutely shattered traditional storytelling on stage. Second, he forced audiences to look right in the face of uncomfortable social truths. And finally, he was a huge champion for drama and education because he really believed theater could be a powerful tool for change. Ultimately, his entire body of work is this unflinching, brave exploration of our world. He looked at the systems that hold us down and the personal struggles that make us who we are. And he absolutely refused to look away. And he wouldn't let his audience look away either. And that really leaves us with a final thought, doesn't it? Bond believed that art has a duty to make us confront uncomfortable truths. So, if we look at our world right now, what are the uncomfortable truths that art should be forcing us to face today?
मार्केट खुलने से पहले हर ऑप्शन ट्रेडर सोचता है कि यार मार्केट कैसे खुलेगा, कौन से इंडेक्स फोकस में और कहां ट्रेड करूं, गैस वक्त बंद करो और ग्रो यूज करो, क्योंकि यहां आपको मिलता है कंप्लीट मार्केट.
So let me ask you something. What if the whole point of life, the most profound meaning, isn't found in the destination, but in the agonizing, sometimes boring act of waiting? Samuel Beckett, an absolute master of modern literature, built his entire legacy on that single challenging idea. He turned the simple act of waiting into a powerful, unforgettable art form. I want you to really hold on to this question. Because for Beckett, getting to the end was never the point. He believed the real drama, the very essence of our humanity, is found in what we do while we're stuck waiting for something, anything, to happen. It's a pretty radical idea, and it's the key to his entire universe.
So who was this man who made waiting famous? Well, Samuel Beckett wasn't just another writer. He was a revolutionary figure who completely reshaped what was possible in literature and on the stage. Beckett was an Irish writer whose work covered novels, poetry, and of course, plays. But listen, he wasn't interested in telling easy stories or giving you nice, neat resolutions. Nope, his obsession was exploring the big, messy questions, our kind of absurd existence, our constant search for meaning, and the raw, unfiltered human condition. And honestly, there is no better way to understand his work than by diving into his most famous play, Waiting for Godot. This play is so much more than a story. It's a brilliant, haunting metaphor for life itself.
Forget about elaborate backdrops. The play opens with almost nothing, just a desolate road and a single barren tree. This stark landscape isn't just a location, it's a feeling. It's designed to make you feel isolated, stuck, and completely adrift. Basically, nowhere in particular. In this empty world, we meet our two main guys. You've got Vladimir, or Diddy. He's the thinker, the one who's endlessly philosophizing about their predicament. And then you have his companion, Estragon, or Gogo, who is way more down to earth, focused on his aching feet and his empty stomach. Together, they're like two sides of the same coin, a mind searching for purpose and the body just trapped in the immediate present.
And get this is the entire plot. That's it. They wait, they talk, they argue, they meet a couple of strange characters, but their primary purpose, day in and day out, is to wait for a man named Godot, a man who, spoiler alert, never shows up.
And this is the crucial point. That simple act of waiting becomes a container for life's biggest questions. Through it, Beckett explores our desperate search for meaning, that endless back and forth between hope and despair, the absurdity of our daily routines, and the very nature of time and memory itself. It's all in there.
But Vladimir and Estragon aren't entirely alone out there. Their wait is interrupted by Pazzo and Lucky, a cruel master and his silent servant, who are literally tied together by a rope. This disturbing pair injects all these themes of power, dependency, and control into the landscape, showing the bizarre relationships we can form just to pass the time. And this brings us to the question, the one that has echoed through theaters for over 70 years now. Who or what is this Godot that they wait for so patiently?
And right here lies Beckett's genius. He never tells us. Godot is intentionally ambiguous. Is he God? Is he salvation? A reason for being? Or just an idea we invent to make all the waiting bearable? Ultimately, Beckett suggests the answer doesn't even matter. The only thing that truly matters is the act of waiting itself.
And you know, this focus on waiting around in a strange, confined world wasn't a one-off. The core themes from Godot became Beckett's signature, a unique thematic style you can see across all of his writing. Whether it's his plays or his novels, you consistently find these core concerns. Characters are often trapped, either physically or psychologically. They struggle with fragmented memories, they grapple with despair, and they find that words often just fail to express what they truly feel. I mean, just take Endgame, where characters are trapped in a single room, just playing out the final moments of existence. Or look at Kraft's Last Tape, where an old man is tormented by audio recordings of his own youth. In Happy Days, a woman stays relentlessly optimistic, even as she's slowly being buried alive in a mound of earth. The scenarios change, but that core exploration, the human spirit under extreme pressure, it's always the same. So why does all this matter? Why is this bleak, minimalist work so enduring? It's because by stripping away everything we thought a story needed, Beckett didn't just write new plays. He fundamentally changed the rules of theater itself. His legacy is just immense. First, he totally shattered traditional narrative rules, proving a story could be circular and unresolved. Second, he basically weaponized silence, showing that the pauses between the words could carry more weight than the words themselves. And finally, his work paved the way for the theater of the absurd, plays that embrace the illogical and meaningless nature of life, influencing generations of artists to come. This right here is his true legacy. It's the ability to do more with a single word or an agonizing silence than most writers could with a full page.
Beckett proved that you don't need a complex plot to ask the most profound and unsettling questions about what it means to be human. And so we end right where we began, with the question turned back on us. Beckett's work isn't just about characters on a stage. It's a mirror. It forces us to ask, what is our Godot? What are we waiting for to give our lives meaning? And maybe the most important question of all, what are we doing while we wait?
मालागे कैसे किराया से
Take the free hair test.
ब्रो हर जगह स्लाइस यूपीआई क्रेडिट कार्ड दिख रहा है। ये हाइप किस चीज का है?
ब्रो तूने एकदम सही कार्ड चूज किया है, स्लाइस यूपीआई क्रेडिट कार्ड। सुनिए कैसे काम करता है। फर्स्ट अप, ये कार्ड यूपीआई पे भी काम करता है। मतलब यू कैन पे एनीवेयर, कैफे, रेस्टोरेंट, पेट्रोल पंप, बस स्कैन करो और पे करो, वो भी क्रेडिट कार्ड से। और हाँ, इससे तुम्हारा क्रेडिट हिस्ट्री भी बिल्ड होता है। दूसरी चीज, हर ट्रांजैक्शन पर तुझे अप टू 3% कैशबैक भी मिल सकता है। मतलब पैसा सिर्फ जाता ही नहीं, थोड़ा थोड़ा वापस भी आता है। कोई बड़ा स्पेंड आ जाए जैसे फोन, फ्लाइट्स, शॉपिंग, बिल पे नहीं, ईएमआई पे ले सकते हो। बस उस स्पेंड को 3 EMIs में स्प्लिट करो, 0 इंटरेस्ट ऑन एलिजिबल स्पेंड्स। और सबसे सैटिस्फाइंग बात, नो हिडन फी, नो एनुअल फी, लाइफ टाइम फ्री है ये कार्ड। प्योर बेनिफिट्स, नो हिडन शॉक। प्रोसेस भी सिंपल है, स्लाइड ऐप डाउनलोड करो, अप्लाई करो और यूपीआई क्रेडिट कार्ड।
Ever heard of a writer whose influence was so huge, their name literally became an adjective? Well, that's Harold Pinter for you. He was this absolute giant of modern theater who basically rewired the whole game when it came to drama. And I'm not exaggerating his impact. I mean, in 2005, the guy won the Nobel Prize in Literature. The committee basically said he was a master of finding meaning, not just in what's said, but in the silences, in those gaps between the words. And that, right there, leads to a really interesting question. So, yeah, his name became an adjective. But what does Pinteresque actually mean? You hear people use it, but what is that feeling? That specific mix of dread, weird humor, and just unbearable tension that he was a genius at creating? That's exactly what we're going to break down right now. Okay, so if you want to get Pinter, you have to get this one simple rule. What isn't said is way more important than what is. It's all about the subtext, you know? The real fights, the real drama, it's all happening just beneath the surface. The words people are actually saying, that's just the tip of the iceberg. And this brings us to his most famous tool, the Pinteresque pause. Now, in his plays, silence is never, ever empty. It's loaded. It can be a weapon, it can be a confession. It's this supercharged moment full of unspoken threats, secrets, and desires. That's where the real story unfolds. All right, let's dive into one of his big themes. Critics call it the comedy of menace. And it's this wild ability he had to take something totally normal and just slowly inject it with this creeping sense of absolute terror. This is the core of it, really. On the surface, you've got stuff we all get. A birthday party, a family get-together. But look just a little closer. And underneath, there's this brutal psychological war going on. The ordinary setting, that's the trap. Let's look at a classic example, his play, The Birthday Party. So picture this, a rundown boarding house, and our guy Stanley, who's basically doing nothing with his life. Then, these two mysterious men show up, and they seem nice enough, right? But they start playing these mind games, asking these bizarre questions, and they just completely tear him apart, piece by piece, until his whole identity just disintegrates. It's pure psychological warfare, but it looks like a simple visit. And here's the kicker, it's actually funny, in a really dark way. Pinter will make you laugh at how absurd it all is, and then boom, he drops you right back into the horror. It's that mix of comedy and menace that makes it so deeply unsettling. Okay, so another thing Pinter loved to do was take the one place that's supposed to be safe, your home, your family, and turn it into a total battleground. And there's no better example of this than his masterpiece, The Homecoming. So here's the setup. You've got Teddy, the son who's been away, and he brings his wife, Ruth, home to meet the family. But this family, whoa. It's run by the patriarch, Max, who's a total tyrant, and his other sons, who are just aggressive and hostile. And then there's Ruth. At first, she seems really quiet, like she doesn't belong at all. But remember, in a Pinter play, what you see is never what you get. Yeah,
Ruth doesn't just survive in this house, she takes it over, from the inside out. With these really subtle, quiet moves, she flips the script on them entirely. She finds all their weak spots, pushes all the right buttons, and in this absolutely stunning power move, she ends up in charge. She becomes the new dominant force.
This leads us to another huge Pinter obsession: memory. See, for him, the past isn't some fixed thing you can look back on. Nope, it's more like this foggy battlefield where nothing is certain and everyone's fighting to own the story.
And his play, No Man's Land, is the perfect deep dive into this. You've got these two guys talking all night, but their memories, they just don't line up. They contradict each other constantly. So as you're watching, you're totally lost. You have no idea what's true, and that's the point. It creates this feeling of deep isolation and shows how fragile our own identities really are, built on stories that might not even be real. So when we talk about Pinter's legacy, it's not just about his plays and that famous pause. His impact was much, much bigger. It went way beyond the theater and straight into the world of politics. Which brings us back to 2005. That Nobel Prize for Literature wasn't just for his plays. It was a recognition of his whole contribution, cementing him as this giant of modern literature, not just in Britain, but for the whole world. And he really earned it. I mean, beyond the awards, Pinter was a powerful activist. He was never afraid to use his voice to call out human rights abuses. You see it in his later plays like Party Time, where he goes after social indifference, or in The New World Order, which is this terrifying look at authoritarian power. He showed everyone that great art could also be a powerful political weapon. And that's a legacy that still inspires writers all over the place. So, when you boil it all down, Pinter's biggest lesson is to listen to the silence. And that leaves us with a pretty big question for today, doesn't it? We live in a world of constant noise, texts, posts, 24/7 chatter. With all that communication, what are the really important things that we're not saying? What truths are hiding in our own silences?
पापा बोलो बेटा मेरे सेविंग्स अकाउंट में 1 लाख रुपए पड़े हुए हैं कुछ करना चाहिए क्या
Hey everyone, today we're taking a look at a playwright who brought poetry roaring back to life on the 20th century British stage, the one and only Christopher Fry. So let's set the scene. Imagine the theater right after World War II. Everything was about gritty realism, you know, tough, straight to the point prose. So in that world, writing a play in verse, that was almost revolutionary. It felt like a huge step backward. You gotta ask, who would even dare to try something like that? Well, that challenge was met head-on by Christopher Fry. And he didn't just write in verse, he made it sing, he made it feel vibrant, witty, totally essential for a modern audience. He proved that poetic language wasn't just some old, dusty thing. It could hit hard and resonate on a stage that was dealing with very real, very new problems. Okay, so how did he pull it off? That brings us to his most amazing contribution, the revival of verse drama. He basically took this old form and just breathed completely new life into it. First things first, let's make sure we're all on the same page. What is verse drama? Basically, it's a play where the dialogue isn't just everyday chit-chat. It's got rhythm, it's got meter, it's poetry. You know, think Shakespeare. But then imagine that style brought bang up to date for the 20th century. Fry's style was, well, it was like a master chef's recipe. Ingredients were just perfect. You had this beautiful, almost musical language, but then bam, he'd hit you with this sharp wit and really deep, thoughtful ideas. He wasn't afraid to get into religious imagery and big philosophical concepts, all while keeping this incredible sense of wonder about the world. And look, this wasn't just him showing off his writing skills. This was a huge deal for the culture at the time. Fry became this massively important figure because he gave audiences a way to connect with these big classical and religious ideas in a way that felt fresh and, well, human. And this was right after the war, a time when people were desperate for meaning. All right, so let's get into the plays themselves and see how this all works in practice. Because Fry was an absolute master at mixing in 1948 and was a total smash hit. And yeah, it's called a comedy, but don't let that fool you. It's wrestling with some seriously heavy stuff, disillusionment, love, and whether anyone can truly be redeemed. The core of the play is this fantastic clash of characters. On one side, you've got Thomas Mendip, a soldier who is so completely done with the world that he literally wants to be hanged. And on the other side, you have Janet Jourdemain, a woman accused of being a witch who is desperately fighting to live. The whole play is basically their witty, poetic arguments, which really get to the heart of what makes life worth living. And man, was Fry on a roll in those post-war years. The Lady's Not for Burning was just the beginning. He immediately followed it up with more plays that dug even deeper into what people were feeling at the time, the anxieties about war, faith, and what it all means. And that takes us into some of his heavier work. Because Fry wasn't just about witty comedies. He used that same incredible poetic voice to stare right into the darker, more chaotic parts of being human, especially the trauma of war and the struggle to keep faith. Let's look at Asleep of Prisoners. I mean, the setup alone is just so powerful. You have 4 soldiers trapped in a church in the middle of a war. But the real action, the real drama, that all happens in their dreams, where they have no choice but to face their guilt and their deepest fears. What Fry does here is brilliant. He uses these dreams to tap into these ancient, powerful biblical stories. The soldiers' dreams basically become a battlefield for their own souls. It forces them, and us, to ask, how can you believe in anything good when there's so much violence? You get this incredible tension between the holy, sacred space they're in and the ugly reality of war just outside the doors. And then we have The Dark is Light Enough. Fry drops us right into the middle of the violent Hungarian Revolution of 1848 to ask a question that's still so relevant today. When the world is just tearing itself apart, is there any room left for things like pacifism and compassion? Can those ideals actually survive? And the entire moral weight of that question lands on the shoulders of one character, Countess Rosamiran. She is the struggle personified. Through her, Fry really makes you wonder, is sticking to nonviolence a truly noble thing, or is it just a naive fantasy when you're staring down pure brutality? So, where does that leave us? Let's talk about Christopher Fry's legacy. What did he leave behind, and why are we still talking about him today? When you look at the big picture, his legacy is huge. He proved that verse drama wasn't some stuffy old thing to be kept in a museum. It could be exciting, modern, and gripping. He tackled the biggest questions about life and philosophy, but did it with humor and style, not boring lectures. And by doing that, he really paved the way for generations of playwrights who came after him. And that kind of leaves us with one last thing to think about. Fry was writing for a world that was absolutely reeling from chaos. And yet, his work is just filled with this sense of wonder, this constant search for meaning. So, in our own turbulent times, maybe the question is, what can we learn from a voice like his? A voice that insisted on finding the poetry and the hope, even when things seemed...
नमस्कार, मैं अमित भोबिया। दोस्तों, आज मैं आप लोगों को बताऊंगा केरला गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा चलाई जाने वाली लॉटरीज के बारे में। कौन सी लॉटरी कब आती है, कितने रुपए की है, कितने...
So when you hear the name Noel Coward, what comes to mind? For a lot of people, it's this image of a guy in a fancy silk dressing gown, probably holding a long cigarette holder, cracking some incredibly witty joke. And yeah, he was absolutely a titan of 20th century theater, a true symbol of wit and style. But that's really only half the story. There's so much more to him. Behind all that sparkle was a writer who really, truly understood the heart of a nation. To really get a handle on Coward, you've got to look at him through these 3 kind of contradictory lenses. First, there's the pure, dazzling wit of his comedies. Then, on the complete other end of the spectrum, you have the quiet, unexpected heartbreak he could write so perfectly. And then there's just the sheer spectacle of it all, his huge, epic dramas. You'd think these 3 things couldn't possibly come from the same person, but that's exactly where his genius is hiding. Okay, so let's start with Act 1. This is the Noel Coward that everyone thinks they know, the absolute unparalleled master of witty comedy. For years, he was the guy building these sophisticated, sparkling plays that were basically a mirror held up to the upper class, and, hilariously showing them just how ridiculous they could be. He basically owned a specific genre, the comedy of manners. This was his playground. These kinds of plays are all about making fun of social rules, the self-obsession of high society. He wasn't just writing one-liners, he was dissecting an entire social class with surgical precision, and always with a little smirk. A perfect example of this is one of his early hits, Hay Fever. This setup is just brilliant. You have this super eccentric family, the Blisses, and each of them, without telling anyone else, invites a guest to stay for the weekend. What you get is a masterclass in social chaos, as these poor, unsuspecting guests try to figure out what on earth is going on. It's pure, delightful anarchy. And that idea, that none of us are quite as normal as we pretend to be, is right at the heart of his most famous comedy, Private Lives. The plot is legendary. A divorced couple, Elliot and Amanda, accidentally book adjoining hotel rooms while on their honeymoons with their new spouses. Of course, that old fiery spark between them instantly reignites. This quote just says it all, doesn't it? He knew that under the surface we're all a bit of a mess. And for Coward, that thin, blurry line between love and hate, that's where all the best comedy is. And he takes this comedic chaos to a whole other level in Blithe Spirit. Oh, the plot is just wonderful. It all starts when a writer, Charles, decides to hold a seance just for research for his new book. Terrible idea. He accidentally summons the ghost of his first wife, Elvira. And the best part? Only Charles can see or hear her. You can just imagine the jealousy and confusion this causes with his very much alive second wife, Ruth. It's basically a supernatural love triangle played for huge laughs. But just when you think you've got him pegged as this king of comedy, the curtain goes up on Act 2. And here, we find a completely different Noel Coward. This is the man who put down the champagne glass to become the voice of his country, writing about its heartbreaks, its strength, and its resilience. And wow, nothing shows this side of him better than Brief Encounter. This phrase right here perfectly captures it. The quiet despair and beauty of unfulfilled love. We are a million miles away from the comedies now. This is a subtle, heartbreaking story about a married doctor and a housewife who meet by chance and fall deeply, hopelessly in love. They're torn between what they feel and what they know is their duties, and Coward captures this quiet tragedy with just breathtaking emotion. He also knew how to zoom out from these personal stories to look at the life of the whole country. In This Happy Breed, he follows a single, ordinary, middle-class family, the Gibbons, from the end of World War I all the way to the start of World War II. And through their lives, their small joys, and their big sorrows, he managed to capture the spirit of everyday British people as they lived through massive, massive change. It's just a really powerful, down-to-earth piece of work. But his most ambitious project? Oh, that had to be Cavalcade. I mean, the scale of this thing is just mind-blowing. The play covers 3 decades of British history. We're talking the Boer War, the sinking of the Titanic, World War I, the whole shebang. And it does this by following 2 families, one rich and one working class, showing us how these huge historical moments ripple down and change individual personal lives. It was an absolute epic. So here we are. We've got these 2 versions of Noel Coward, the witty guy in the smoking jacket and the profound writer capturing the British soul. So the big question is, how do these 2 seemingly opposite artists add up to one single enduring legacy? Well, the simple answer is that he was never just one thing. He was a brilliant playwright, for sure, but he was also a fantastic composer. He wrote famous songs like Mad Dogs and Englishmen. He was a director, a celebrated actor. He just moved so easily between witty comedies and heartbreaking dramas, from giant stage musicals to intimate films. The man could do it all. And that right there is the ultimate takeaway. The very same mind that could write a hilarious, biting song about the British Empire could also write a scene of quiet romantic despair that would absolutely break your heart. His true genius wasn't just in the wit or just in the drama. It was in his incredible range, his sharp, insightful, and compassionate understanding of the entire spectrum of what it means to be human. So it kind of leaves us with this final thought, right? In our world of fleeting fame, why do we still talk about Noel Coward? Why are his plays still on stages all over the world? Well, maybe it's because he understood something really fundamental about life itself, that it's always a mix of high comedy and deep emotion, of spectacular moments and quiet heartbreaks. And he knew, better than almost anyone, how to put all of that on a stage.
Choose from thousands of realistic voices to use in your content. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1
If you want to get a handle on modern British drama, you've got to know about Alan Bennett. He's this incredible writer who found these profound and often hilarious stories in the most unlikely places, just the quiet, everyday lives of ordinary people. So how did this master of the mundane become one of Britain's most beloved literary figures? Well, let's dive in. Gentle irony and compassion. That right there, that's the perfect key to unlocking his work. You know, a lot of writers back then were all about that kitchen sink anger, that real in-your-face drama. But Bennett, he had a different approach. His signature style was this quieter blend of a little bit of critique and a whole lot of genuine empathy for his characters. And that combination is exactly what makes his writing so powerful. Yeah, you could call him a playwright or an author, but honestly, he was more like a master observer of people. It's like he had this superpower, this uncanny ear for the rhythms of how regular folks in England actually talk. And he could take that and just spin it into unforgettable drama. Stuff that was both hysterically funny and deeply moving, all at the same time. Okay, but a voice like that doesn't just appear out of thin air, right? Nope. It was really forged in the fires of satire, right at this pivotal moment in British culture. And it all kicked off with his, well, explosive debut on the London stage. And this is it. This is where it all started, Beyond the Fringe. Back in 1960, this thing was an absolute sensation. I mean, he was up there with comedy legends like Peter Cook and Dudley Moore. And together, they created a show that just completely changed the game for British comedy. It was smart, it was sharp, it was totally absurd. You could pretty much say this was the moment modern British satire was born. So after that massive group success, Bennett struck out on his own with 40 Years On. And this play, man, it just perfectly captures what he's all about. He sets the whole thing in an English public school, like the ultimate symbol of tradition, and uses that to explore Britain's really complicated relationship with its own history. It's this mix of affection and sharp critique that would basically define his work for decades. Next up, we get to what is arguably his most iconic contribution. See, Bennett absolutely mastered a format that let him get right inside his characters' heads, giving this powerful voice to the kinds of people society all too often overlooks. This series was called Talking Heads. Now, the concept sounds deceptively simple. Just one character in one room talking directly to the camera. That's it. But the result? Oh, it was anything but simple. This was, no joke, revolutionary television. Because through these monologues, Bennett just peeled back the curtain. He gave us this intimate glimpse into the inner lives of people we might pass on the street without a second thought. All of a sudden, we could see their loneliness, their secret hopes, their quiet desperation. And he did it with such incredible humanity and humor, proving that every single life contains a rich, complex story. But don't think Bennett only focused on these small, domestic stories. Not at all. He also tackled huge historical and political themes. The trick was, he always approached them through a very personal, very human lens. He had this amazing gift for making history feel, well, intimate. I mean, just look at this timeline. In The Madness of George III, he examines the entire institution of monarchy by focusing on one man's personal struggle. With The History Boys, he debates the very meaning of education itself, and in People, he critiques how we sell our own history. See the pattern? He's always connecting the grand sweep of history to individual lives. And The History Boys is a perfect example of this. The whole play is built around this conflict between two teachers. You've got Hector, the idealist, who believes you should appreciate knowledge just for the love of it. And then you've got Irwin, the pragmatist, who's totally focused on exam results and practical outcomes. It's a huge debate about the very soul of education, played out in one northern grammar school. So when you put it all together, why does his work continue to resonate so deeply? What is his lasting impact on culture? I think his enduring power lies in his masterful ability to make you laugh out loud one moment and then feel a profound sadness the next. This blend of humor and pathos, you often find it in that little gap between what a character says and what they truly mean. And that's what makes his work feel so true to life. And his influence is just incredibly wide-ranging. He wasn't just a playwright. He wrote memoirs that became films like The Lady in the Van. He wrote classic movie screenplays like A Private Function. He wrote everything from serious political dramas to outright farcical comedies. His voice is simply everywhere in British culture. So ultimately, Bennett taught us to look closer at the world around us, to find the drama and the dignity in everyday life. And that leaves us with a pretty fascinating question to think about. If he were writing today, whose quiet, overlooked story would he choose to tell? Whose ordinary story deserves to be told?
मेरे फ्रेंड के सब बाल आ गए ट्राया से, लेकिन मेरा हेयरलाइन पीछे ही रह गया। आपके फ्रेंड हमारे पास आए जब वो स्टेज 2
You know, some authors write about places, but then you get someone like Peter Ackroyd. He's got this one single obsession that just drives everything he does, the city of London. And for him, it's not just a backdrop, not at all. We're going to dive into how he literally turns an entire city into his main character. Okay, so this right here, this is the key to everything Ackroyd writes. It's not just a setting. For him, London is, well, it's alive. It breathes. It remembers. This quote kind of says it all, right? His whole thing is treating the city as a living entity with its own personality and character. And trust me, that one idea, it changes everything. So, who is the guy behind this incredible vision? I mean, to really get his work, we've got to understand this deep, profound connection he has to the city that pretty much defines him. All right, so Peter Ackroyd was born back in 1949, and he's a master of a lot of different things. Novels, biographies, criticism, you name it. But his real trademark, his signature move, is this incredible blending of fact and fiction. He doesn't see history as some dusty, rigid set of facts. Nope, for him, it's like a painter's palette, and he uses it to create this much richer, much deeper picture of London's soul. And that brings us to his first really big idea. I mean, think about it. If you truly believe a city is alive, how on earth do you tell its story? Well, for Ackroyd, the answer is simple. You write its biography. And in his absolute masterpiece, London, the Biography, that's exactly what he does. He makes the city of London the main character of its own story. It's not just a pile of bricks and streets. No, it's a living, breathing organism that's grown over thousands of years, and it carries all of that history deep inside its own body. So how does he build this incredible character? Well, he basically dissects its soul, layer by painful layer. He looks at its arteries, the rivers. He dives deep into its dark subconscious, the criminal underworld. He even tries to chart its thoughts by looking at its literary history, and he examines its very bones through its architecture. Every single one of these pieces adds another layer to the city's super complex personality. But this is where things start to get really weird. Because for Ackroyd, a living city doesn't see time the way we do in a nice, neat straight line. For him, the past isn't gone. It's not even past. It's always there, just sort of echoing in the present. And nothing illustrates this better than his novel Hawksmoor. It's brilliant. He weaves together two different timelines. So, back in the 18th century, you've got this architect doing just awful, unspeakable things while building some of London's churches. Then, fast forward to the 20th century, and a detective is investigating a string of murders happening in those exact same spots. See what he's doing? Ackroyd is suggesting that the violence of the past is literally bleeding through time, staining the city's streets forever. This obsession with the past and how it bleeds into the present, well, it brings us to another one of his huge themes, his fascination with how slippery history and truth can actually be. Ackroyd is constantly playing with that line, right? The one between what's in the history books and what's just pure invention. He's always challenging us, making us question what we think is real. Let's look at a few examples of how he pulls this off. Okay, first up. He wrote a fictional diary of Oscar Wilde's last days in exile. But the thing is, the voice is so perfect, the details are so convincing, you'd swear you were reading a lost historical document. It's just incredible. It really shows how he can just inhabit the past so completely that he can create something totally new that feels 100% real. Then you've got his novel Chatterton. Now get this, it's about a modern poet who's obsessed with an 18th century poet who was famous for being a forger. It's this brilliant tangled puzzle all about authenticity. It's asking a huge question. Can art that's technically fake still tell us a really profound truth? And check this out. In Dan Leno and the Limehouse Golem, he just drops real historical figures right into the middle of a fictional murder mystery. Yeah, just think about that for a second. Karl Marx, the founder of communism, he becomes a suspect in a series of absolutely gruesome murders. It's this wild, bizarre setup, but Ackroyd uses it to shine a light on the dark, hidden corners of a very real time in history. So, okay, we've got all these pieces, the living city, the echoes of the past, the blurred lines of history. When you put it all together, what does it really add up to? What's the core worldview that Peter Ackroyd is offering us? It really boils down to these three big ideas. First, the city is alive. It's not just a place. Second, because it's alive, the past is always present. It's constantly shaping our world, sometimes even haunting it. And that leads us to the final crucial point. History isn't just a boring list of facts. It's a story. And it's a story that's always being retold, reimagined, and sometimes even faked. And that leaves us with a pretty fascinating thought to chew on, doesn't it? If Ackroyd is right, then it's not just London. Every city, every town has its own biography, its own ghosts, its own stories just waiting right under the surface. So the next time you're walking down a street you've walked 1,000 times, maybe look a little closer. What stories are those streets trying to tell you? What echoes of the past can you hear if you just listen?
ये क्या दे रहे हो? ये आपका कैशबैक. नॉर्मल यूपीआई से करोगे तो यही मिलेगा. आजकल दे कौन रहा है कैशबैक?
Have you ever thought about what it would be like to put an entire era, a whole society, under a microscope? You know, to see all its values, its conflicts, and its secrets just laid bare for everyone to see? Well, there was one writer who did exactly that for his time. He turned his pen into a kind of surgical tool to dissect the world around him. And that writer was John Galsworthy. So picture this. Imagine you're walking through London in the early 1900s. This is a world of incredible, brand new wealth, but it's also a world of super rigid social rules. A world where your status, your power, your whole identity, really, is built on what you have, on your stuff. Everything you do is being watched, being judged. The house you have, the clothes you're wearing, even who you decide to marry, it's all just a statement about your property, about your place in the pecking order. Appearances aren't just important, they're everything. And this is the world that one of its sharpest observers became totally fascinated with. To really get Galsworthy, first you gotta understand the society he was putting under that microscope. This was a world literally built on property, where a person's value was measured by what they owned. Galsworthy put his own upper middle class world right there on the page, and believe me, he did not pull any punches. See, this era, stretching from the late Victorian age into the Edwardian period, was basically run by a powerful class whose entire identity was tied up in ownership. It was a society obsessed with materialism, where family fortunes were built on property and your own personal dreams. Yeah, those often had to be sacrificed for what society expected of you. And right in the middle of all of it was a man quietly taking notes. So, who was this guy observing it all? Let's switch from the world he was writing about to the man himself, John Galsworthy. The fascinating thing is, he was born into this world of privilege, which gave him the perfect insider's perspective to critique it. Galsworthy wasn't just telling interesting stories. He was a social realist. His whole goal was to hold a giant mirror up to the England he knew and force it to take a long, hard look at itself. All the flaws, all the hypocrisy, everything. He just dove right into the dynamics of family, the tremors of social change, and the deep, unsettling hypocrisy he saw all around him. And his career was pretty remarkable. Born into money, he used that position to observe and write. In 1906, he kicks off his masterpiece, the Forsyte Saga. By 1932, his incredible storytelling skills earn him the Nobel Prize in Literature. He somehow managed to be a huge commercial success and a critical powerhouse, which is, let's be honest, a really rare thing for any artist. And look, you simply cannot talk about Galsworthy without talking about the Forsyte Saga. This is it. This is the work that cemented his legacy forever. So what is it? Well, at its heart, it's this massive, multi-generational story that follows one family, the Forsytes. Through 3 main novels and a few little interludes, Galsworthy tracks not just their lives, but the complete transformation of English society itself. I mean, it is an epic in the truest sense of the word. But, you know, an epic story can sometimes feel a bit distant. And this is where Galsworthy's brilliance really shines. He grounds this huge saga in a conflict that is so personal, so relatable, and so deeply human. It's a clash between 2 completely different ways of looking at the world. And here's where it all becomes crystal clear. On one side, you've got Soames Forsyte. This guy is the living, breathing embodiment of his era's values. Property isn't just something he has, it's who he is. And on the other side is his wife, Irene. She represents everything those values try to crush: passion, freedom, the absolute need for a real emotional connection. Their struggle is the engine that drives the entire saga. It's incredible. So this intense conflict between Soames and Irene becomes the very lens through which Galsworthy puts society itself on trial. He digs into how that obsession with ownership just poisons everything it touches, from a marriage to a family to a person's own sense of what's right and wrong. But Galsworthy's critique wasn't just stuck on the pages of his novels. Oh no, he was also a hugely important playwright. He used the stage as this immediate, direct platform for social change, a place to force a live audience to face the uncomfortable truths of their time. Just look at that number. More than 19 plays, and every single one was like a sharp, focused missile aimed at a specific social injustice. For him, the theater wasn't about escaping reality. It was about debating it and waking people up. And on stage meant nothing was off limits. His plays went after the biases in the court system, the brutal fights between bosses and workers, the crazy double standards that women faced. He used drama to show just how hollow all the social rules were, and he showed the human cost of that rigid world in real time. And get this, his work actually changed things in the real world. His 1910 play, Justice, showed such a brutal picture of the legal system's cruelty, especially its final act, where a man is slowly driven insane by solitary confinement. It wasn't a lecture, it was a gut punch for the audience. The play had such a profound effect on the Home Secretary at the time, a young guy named Winston Churchill, that it directly led him to pass actual prison reforms. Now that is the power of art to make a real difference. So, okay, Galsworthy wrote about a world that seems like it's a million years ago. But why does he still matter to us now? What's the legacy of the Forsytes here in the 21st century? When it comes right down to it, his work lasts because that central conflict he pinpointed is still totally with us. We live in a world that is just saturated with materialism, right? Where our status is so often measured by our possessions. Galsworthy's writing makes us stop and ask if our constant chase for more stuff comes at the cost of our own humanity. And that kind of leads us to the big final question, doesn't it? In our modern world of brands and influencers and net worth, are we still letting what we own define who we are? Just look around. Have the values of Soames Forsyte really disappeared, or have they just put on a new, more modern costume? It's really something to think about.
स्मार्ट तरीका मतलब स्टेबल मनी ऐप के जरिए इसमें up to 8.40.
All right, welcome. I want you to imagine something for a second. Look at our world. You know, the offices, the politics, all those social gatherings we go to. Now, what if you saw it not as a society, but as a zoo? Today, we're going to dive into the mind of a writer who saw humanity as exactly that, a huge and honestly a pretty hilarious exhibition. I know, it sounds like a weird question, right? But believe me, it's the key to unlocking the work of one of Britain's absolute sharpest social commentators. You see, he looked at the enclosures, the zookeepers, the way the animals acted, and he saw a perfect, almost perfect, mirror of our own lives. So who was the man behind this unique and critical lens? His name was Angus Wilson, and you can think of him as a kind of literary surgeon, someone who just expertly dissected the society he saw all around him. So, who was Angus Wilson, really? Well, he was an absolute giant of 20th century British literature. And his special talent? It was like he had this X-ray vision for social situations. It let him see right through all the polite stuff people do, you know, the facades they put up, and get straight to the messy, complicated truth hiding underneath. Okay, so what exactly did this X-ray vision of his show him? Well, Wilson was absolutely obsessed with the big questions, things like identity, morality, and what was going on with post-war British society. His work is always digging into that universal struggle we all face, right? The battle between who we really are and who society is telling us we have to be. But here's the thing. His genius wasn't just about what he saw, it was about how he showed it to us. His writing wasn't just critical, it was also brilliantly witty. He'd create these incredibly detailed characters, often flawed, but always, always deeply human. And then he just dropped them right into situations designed to test their very core. Okay, to really get a grip on Angus Wilson, we've got to go back to the beginning, back to his debut novel. And this was a book that wasn't just foundational for his career, it was pulled directly from his own life experiences. Yeah, Hemlock and After. It was a total bombshell when it came out because it was semi-autobiographical. It basically set the tone for his entire career, tackling these themes he knew so intimately. And for its time, man, publishing this was an act of incredible bravery. I mean, you have to remember, this was an era when homosexuality was still illegal in Britain. We're talking about a time of serious repression and social stigma. And into that world, this book comes along and offers this stunningly candid look into the life of a gay man. It's just this powerful story about that internal battle, right? Between personal desire and what society demands of you. It's no wonder it's considered a true landmark in LGBTQ literature. All right, so let's circle back to that question I asked at the very beginning. We're about to head into Wilson's most famous work, the one that really perfectly encapsulates his entire worldview. Welcome to the human zoo. So with his novel, The Old Men at the Zoo,
This is where Wilson really lets loose. He unleashes his full satirical power. He takes what seems like a totally normal setting, a London zoo, and just brilliantly transforms it into a perfect miniature version of our whole society. And this right here is the absolute core of his argument. He used the zoo to satirize, well, everything. Our politics, our petty power struggles, our anxieties about getting older, all those ridiculous social rules we follow without even thinking. The zoo wasn't just a background, you see. It was the satire. And just look at how neatly it all breaks down. So you've got the enclosures, right? Those are basically our social rules and conventions. Then you have the keepers. They're the people in charge, the politicians, the bosses, you name it. And all that weird animal behavior, well, that's us. That's our traditions, our power plays, our social posturing. It's a perfect and kind of devastating comparison when you think about it. You know, creating satire that's this sharp, it isn't just about being funny or being critical. There's more to it. Wilson actually had this carefully honed method, a kind of unique artistic process for putting the whole human condition right under the microscope. So here it is, the Wilson method, if you want to call it that. First, he just observed. He'd notice all the absurd little things people do in their daily lives. Then he'd apply that signature wit of his, not just to make fun of it, but to really critique it. But here's the crucial step. He'd add this deep psychological analysis, and that's what let him reveal the complex, often contradictory truths about who we really are. And it wasn't just novels either. That critical eye of his was everywhere. Wilson was also a really prolific essayist and critic. He turned that sharp intellect of his on basically everything. Art, literature, the biggest social issues of the day. He wasn't just a storyteller. He was a true public intellectual. So that brings us to the big question, right? What is his lasting legacy? I mean, why are we still talking about an author from the middle of the 20th century today? Well, the answer is actually pretty simple. He earned his spot. He absolutely stands as one of the most significant British authors of the 20th century. He was a voice that just captured the anxieties and the absurdities of his time like almost nobody else could. So when you boil it all down, Angus Wilson was so much more than just a novelist. He was that social surgeon, remember? Using his wit like a scalpel. He gave a sharp, critical voice to post-war Britain. He pushed boundaries by exploring identity with a kind of honesty that was really rare back then. And he left us with a body of work that, honestly, feels just as insightful and relevant today as it did then. And that really just leaves us with one final thought. Wilson held this incredibly clear mirror up to his own time. So, if you were here today, looking at our world, with our social media, our 24/7 news cycle, our culture, what parts of our human zoo do you think he'd choose to put on display? Something to think about.
यार सेम प्रॉब्लम एवरी मंथ में सैलरी आती और पता भी नहीं कहाँ चली जाती।
कैसे? रेंट में?
वही रेंट, वाईफाई, ग्रोसरी, एक दो बार बाहर खाना, बस खत्म ना है।
और जो बचा?
बैंक में पड़ा रहता है यार, कुछ होता थोड़ी है उसका।
वही तो गलती है। मैंने अपने आइडल बैंक बैलेंस को क्यूरी पर डालना शुरू किया।
क्यूरी? ये क्या है?
क्यूरी इज इंडियाज फर्स्ट यूपीआई ऐप जहाँ तेरा आइडल मनी इन द बैंक लिक्विड फंड में ग्रो होता है। बेस्ट चीज ये है कि आईसीआईसीआई प्रूडेंशियल का फंड है, so it's completely secure।
कितना रिटर्न्स मिलता है क्यूरी से?
यार बैंक से 2 टाइम्स ज्यादा और डेली दिखता है भाई, क्वार्टरली नहीं।
डेली? सीरियस? पर अगर बीच में कुछ खर्चा आ गया तो अब तो नहीं हो जाएगा?
नहीं यार, यूपीआई कर दे सीधा, कोई पेनल्टी नहीं।
तब स्पेंड के बाद भी ग्रो होता रहता है।
हाँ भाई, जो बचा है वो काम करता रहता है।
ये तो मुझे पहले बताना था।
अरे तो अभी डाउनलोड कर और 100 रुपए से शुरू कर।
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
On holiday, husband sitting on a scooter. Scooter. Husband going. God, I love husband. Then he back scares. Sorry, हाँ. My English थोड़ा, but very sweet.
कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
Okay, picture this. A man who could slam an opponent onto a muddy rugby pitch with just brutal force. And then, in that same period of his life, win one of the most prestigious awards in all of literature. I mean, that was David's story. A really fascinating figure who somehow managed to live this double life as a professional athlete and a celebrated writer. So you have to ask, right? How on earth do you connect those two worlds? The brutal physical world of rugby with the quiet, thoughtful world of the theater. Well, for Story, the answer was surprisingly simple. He used the raw physical truth of the game to power the deep psychological insights in his art. It really all starts on the field. You see, his time as an athlete wasn't just some cool backstory. It was the absolute bedrock of his most powerful writing. It was the place where he learned how to turn all that physical conflict into seriously compelling art. His breakout novel, This Sporting Life, is the perfect example of this. He drops you right into the heart of Northern England, following a young rugby player whose entire life is defined by the game. And because he lived it, the story has this incredible, raw authenticity. But here's the thing, Story wasn't really just writing about rugby. He used the game as a kind of lens to look at these huge, powerful themes. The sheer violence of the sport, the rigid ideas about what it means to be a man, and that crushing conflict between a player's biggest dreams and the tough reality of working class life. And critics immediately saw how powerful it was. The novel was a game changer because it was so unflinchingly honest about the real cost of being a pro athlete. Not just the broken bones, but the deep emotional scars that stick around long after the game is over. So, from the novel, Story then moves to the stage. And he takes all these same ideas, the pressure, the masculinity, the hidden vulnerabilities, and he explores them in the really intense, up-close setting of a live theater. He did this best in his play, The Changing Room. See, he understood that a locker room, or a changing room, isn't just a place to get dressed. No, it's this kind of sacred, private world of male rituals and bonding. But it's also the one place where that tough guy exterior starts to crack, and real vulnerability gets exposed. And that contrast is what gives the play all its power. On one hand, you've got the public machismo, all the pressure to win, to be part of the team. But on the other hand, Story pulls back the curtain and shows you the private fears, the personal dreams that are just simmering right under the surface. It's an absolute masterclass in psychological realism. But Story wasn't just the sports guy. His insight went way beyond the world of athletics. He took that same sharp psychological lens and pointed it at the even more complicated arenas of love, friendship, and family. Take his novel, The Lying Game. Here, the focus shifts to a group of friends, but the themes are just as raw. He so carefully unravels this tangled web of deception and secrets that can, both hold people together and ultimately tear them apart. And then in his play, The Intimate Stranger, he zooms in even closer to the relationship between just one couple. He dives into that painful idea of how the person you're closest to in the world can sometimes feel like a total stranger, looking at the walls we build and the vulnerability it takes to actually tear them down. I mean, his range was just remarkable. He eventually won the super prestigious Booker Prize for his novel Staying On, this time expanding his focus to an English couple trying to figure out their place in post-colonial India. It just proved he could explore these really intimate themes against a huge, sweeping historical backdrop. Beyond all the drama in relationships, there's this one big idea that runs through almost all of Story's work. It's this deep, almost philosophical search for meaning in our modern, often isolating world. This search for meaning was a theme he came back to again and again. Whether it was a boy wrestling with faith and morality in St. Michael, a young man feeling totally alienated in Flight, or a character on this big journey of self-discovery in The Long Way Round, Story was always asking the big questions. Who are we, and where do we really belong? So, when you put it all together, what makes David Story's work still feel so important today? What is the legacy he really leaves behind for all of us? Well, his legacy really stands on a few key pillars. His deep psychological insight, his characters who feel so real and complex you'd swear you've met them, and his fearless exploration of our universal human struggles. But his true genius, it was his ability to blend his personal experience, everything he learned on that rugby pitch, with a powerful investigation of society as a whole. And that leaves us with one final thought, and this one's for you. Think about the stories you love today, whether it's books, movies, or plays. How many of them are still wrestling with these exact same ideas of masculinity, vulnerability, and this universal search for meaning? It just goes to show you that the questions David Story was asking all those decades ago are still incredibly relevant today.
Photo time!
চুল কম দেখাচ্ছে মানে কি? তোমাকেও কম দেখা যাবে?
জেনেটিক কি আর করব?
জেনেটিক্স হোক বা অন্য কিছু, ট্রায়া আছে তো?
Smile please!
ট্রায়া ভেতর থেকে ট্রিট করে চুল
All right, today we're diving into the world of a truly ambitious writer, one of the greats of 20th century British literature, Anthony Powell. So let me ask you something. How would you even begin to capture 50 years of a society in a single story? I mean, think about it. All the social changes, the personal dramas, the crazy dance of human relationships. How do you weave all of that into one coherent narrative? It's a massive challenge, right? Well, that's exactly what Anthony Powell set out to do. To really get Powell, you've got to see him as way more than just a novelist. He was really a master chronicler of an entire era. He managed to capture its very soul with this incredible precision and, real artistry. His life's work was basically this huge, sweeping mural of British society as it navigated some absolutely massive transformations. He watched and he wrote, meticulously documenting the upper class as it went from that kind of stable period between the wars right through the chaos of World War II and out the other side into a totally new and pretty uncertain modern world. And what's really cool is that Powell's own life, he lived from 1905 to 2000, it perfectly spanned this whole period. I mean, he had a front row seat, so he wasn't just making up stories. He was an artist, and his paint was his careful, witty, and super insightful observations of everything and everyone around him. Okay, so all of this keen observation, it all came together in his most significant work. And look, we're not talking about just one book here, not even a trilogy. No, Powell was playing on a completely different level of literary ambition. Right at the very heart of his legacy is this one single monumental work. This was not just another project for him. This was his magnum opus. It took up nearly a quarter century of his life, and honestly, it's what cemented his place in history forever. And the scale, it's just staggering. He came up with a single continuous story told across, get this, 12 interconnected volumes. 12! Just try to wrap your head around that kind of commitment. Not 12 different books, but 12 parts of one giant epic story. And that masterpiece is called A Dance to the Music of Time. It was published over a huge span, from 1951 to 1975. You can think of the whole series as this grand social tapestry, and we get to experience all of it. All these decades of change through the eyes of our guide, the narrator Nick Jenkins. He's the one who pulls us into this world of complicated people and ever-shifting social circles. But it's so much more than just a historical record. Powell uses this huge canvas to explore some of the biggest themes of life, Things like how time and memory can play tricks on us, what happens when a strict class system starts to fall apart, the messy, baffling nature of human relationships, and how huge world events can have these tiny ripple effects on individual, everyday lives. So here's the thing. It wasn't just what Powell wrote about that made him such a master. It was how he wrote it. He had this totally unique perspective, a style that once you've read it, you can spot from a mile away. Okay, so what is that style? Well, for starters, his prose is just beautiful, really elegant, but it's paired with this sharp, dry wit. It's not laugh-out-loud humor, it's subtle. It's always kind of humming under the surface. It comes from just watching people, and seeing the absurdity in how they act or the awkwardness of a situation. And because of this, his characters feel so real, so complex, all living and breathing in this very specific world of the British upper class. Now, look, A Dance to the Music of Time gets and deserves most of the spotlight. But it's so important to remember that Powell was not a one-hit wonder. He had incredible range. Way before and even during his big masterpiece, he was sharpening his skills as a pretty fierce satirist in his other novels. So, for example, take his early novel, Afternoon Men. It's this perfect satire of the aimless, kind of lost post-war generation floating around London. Then later, with What's Become of Waring, he turned that same sharp eye on his own world, the literary scene. He totally skews the pretensions of writers, critics, and publishers. It's brilliant. Okay, so what does this all add up to? Let's wrap things up by looking at Powell's lasting legacy and where he fits in the grand scheme of things. There's no doubt about it. Anthony Powell is and should be seen as one of the absolute giants of 20th century British literature. I mean, his work won tons of awards, like the prestigious W.H. Smith Literary Award. It all just cements a reputation that was built on incredible skill, just profound dedication, and a truly one-of-a-kind way of seeing the world. And that kind of brings us right back to where we started. Powell's genius, really, was his incredible ability to tell the story of a small, specific group of people. and in doing so, somehow illuminate the experience of all of us. By zooming in on the few, he told the story of the many. And his work leaves us with this one big question to chew on. How can the story of just one social circle manage to tell the story of an entire century?
All right, let's talk about an author who saw the absolute chaos of life, the tragedy of it all, and just had to laugh. Today, we are diving into the brilliant, messy, and hilarious literary world of J.P. Donleavy. You know, this question right here, this is pretty much the engine that drives all of J.P. Donleavy's work. He took this idea and ran with it, building this incredible universe that kind of invites us all to find the humor in our own complicated lives. So, to really get a handle on his genius, here's what we're going to do. We'll look at the man himself, the outlaw author. We'll meet his most famous character, the one and only Ginger Man. Then we'll explore the absurd world he created, crack the code on his unique style, and figure out why his writing still hits so hard today. Okay, so first things first. Who exactly was J.P. Donleavy? What was the story behind the guy who wrote these wild, unforgettable books? Well, he was a true master of dark humor. He was a writer who just refused to play by the rules. You see, he didn't really write about the world as we wish it was. He wrote about the world as it actually is. Totally chaotic, often ridiculous, and, well, darkly, deeply funny. And this is his playbook, really. These are the big themes he returned to again and again. Things like loneliness, love, trying to figure out who we are. These are the struggles we all go through. He just put them under this amazing, darkly comic microscope and wasn't afraid to show us the messy, complicated truth of it all. So, how do all those ideas actually show up in his work? Well, let's meet his most legendary creation, a character who is just the perfect, chaotic embodiment of everything Donleavy was about. Yes, the Ginger Man. This book introduces us to Sebastian Dangerfield. He's an American student in post-war Dublin, and he is living a life of, well, glorious irresponsibility. He's got no money, he's a total womanizer, and he is always on the run from the mess he just made. And this quote just nails it. This is the core of what we've come to know as the Donleavy man. He's charming, no doubt about it, but he's also incredibly selfish. He's always on this desperate hunt for meaning, but it's happening inside a storm of chaos that he himself created. He craves freedom, but just can't seem to handle any of the responsibility that goes with it. And you have to understand, stylistically, this book was an absolute bombshell. It was so controversial, openly talking about Saxon, just ignoring all moral duty, that it was actually banned in both Ireland and the US at first. The writing itself, this rapid-fire stream of consciousness, the razor-sharp wit, it was exploring love and betrayal in a way no one had ever really seen before. It was a brand new sound, and a lot of people wanted it silenced. Now, Sebastian Dangerfield wasn't just a one-off. Oh no, he was the prototype. For the rest of his career, Donleavy basically built out an entire universe filled with these flawed, hilarious, and captivating characters, and every single one of them was on their own ridiculous quest. And you can see the pattern so clearly here. You take a book like The Beastly Beatitudes of Balthazar B., where the main character stumbles into being this religious figure, exposing all kinds of hypocrisy. Or A Singular Man, where the protagonist is just drowning in this profound loneliness. The stories change, but that core search for meaning in a world that doesn't seem to offer any, that's always there. Okay, so what is it that makes a Donleavy book feel so Donleavy? If we were to try and crack his literary code, it really comes down to 4 essential ingredients. First, you've got that darkly comic tone, where heartbreak and a belly laugh can happen in the same sentence. Second, there's his language. It's so rich and almost poetic, it just makes everything feel so alive. Third, of course, are his heroes or anti-heroes. These deeply flawed people who are their own worst enemies, but you just can't help rooting for them. And finally, underneath all that noise and chaos are these beautiful, insightful truths about love, loneliness, and what it means to be human. So, when all is said and done, what's the big takeaway? What is J.P. Donleavy's legacy, and why do we keep coming back to his books? Well, the bottom line is this. His contributions made him a massive, absolutely unignorable figure in 20th century literature. He didn't just join the conversation, he started a whole new one, entirely on his own terms. At the end of the day, his genius was his ability to capture just how messy, ridiculous, and beautiful it is to be a person. That's what makes his writing feel so timeless. Yeah, he challenged how stories could be told, but the bigger thing he did was remind us that our flaws, our weird desires, and all our struggles, that's a shared human experience.
He never really gave us any easy answers, did he? But by leaving us with this beautiful, chaotic world of his, J.P. Donalevy's work makes sure we never stop asking the most important questions.
All right, today we're going to talk about a giant of Irish literature, Patrick Kavanagh. He was a poet who didn't just write about the Irish soil, he felt it, he lived it. His words truly captured the heart and soul of rural Ireland, making him, without a doubt, one of the most important voices of the 20th century. I mean, even if you don't know the name Patrick Kavanagh, chances are you know these words. You've probably heard them sung, right? Maybe in a pub or by someone like Luke Kelly. On Raglan Road isn't just a poem. It's practically woven into the DNA of Irish culture. It's this beautiful, heartbreaking ballad of unrequited love that it still gets you every single time. So, yeah, we all know the song. But who was the man behind it? I mean, what's his story? Well, beyond that one famous ballad, you'll find this incredibly complex, brilliant, and often pretty conflicted artist. His life was this mix of struggle, raw genius, and this deep, unshakable connection to the land. So let's get into it. Let's really get to know the man himself. So, Section 1, The Ploughman's Pen, an artist in the making. And, his story doesn't start in some fancy Dublin literary circle. Nope. It begins in the fields of County Monaghan. This is where his voice was really forged, stuck right between the hard graft of farm work and this burning need to write. So, let's get the basics down. Patrick Kavanagh, born in 1904. And what you really need to know is that his work is all about this incredibly deep, personal connection to the land and the people who worked it. And this is key. He wasn't some tourist writing about country life. He was in it. He lived it. And because of that, he brought this raw, unfiltered honesty to everything he wrote. And this really gets to the heart of the conflict that drove his early work. Think of him as a man torn between two worlds. On one hand, you've got his rural life, the dignity of labor, that deep connection to the land. But on the other, you have this burning artistic aspiration, this desire to express himself, to find his own identity, which often clashed with tradition. He had one foot planted firmly in the mud and the other reaching for a pen. And you can feel that pull, that tension so powerfully in his book, The Green Fool. Okay, so looking at his early work, you can really see him finding his feet, finding that unique voice. In Ploughman and other poems, he just takes everyday farm life and elevates it, finding something really profound there. And then you get these amazing novels, The Green Fool and Terry Flynn, which are kind of based on his own life. They're all about a young artist trying to figure things out, wrestling with his community, his ambitions, and just trying to find his place in the world. Okay, Section 2, A Nation's Great Hunger, his masterpiece. Look, all that early work was fantastic. It laid the groundwork, but every great artist has that one moment, right? That one piece of work that just changes everything. For Kavanagh, this was it. This poem turned him from a great rural poet into an essential voice for the entire nation. So, in 1940, he comes out with this long poem called The Great Hunger, and it absolutely redefines his career. And look, this was not your typical romantic, isn't the countryside lovely kind of poem. No way. This was dark. It was deep. It was brutally honest. It basically took the old idealized image of rural Ireland and just shattered it. So what's it about? Well, here's the genius of it. The poem uses this idea of unrequited love as a huge metaphor. On one level, it's about this one farmer's lonely, frustrated life. But Kavanagh connects that personal, emotional hunger to the spiritual hunger of the entire country, which in turn echoes the very real physical starvation of the Great Famine. It's an incredibly powerful link between one man's soul and a nation's trauma. So why is the thing a masterpiece? Well, for one, it gave a voice to this silent suffering that was just simmering under the surface in rural Ireland. It completely dismantled that romantic postcard view of the country. He brilliantly weaves together personal desire with national history, using this really rich, earthy imagery. It's a gut punch of a poem in the best possible way. Next up, Walking by the Canal, a legacy in verse. So after the raw intensity of the Great Hunger, Kavanagh's life and his work took a turn. He ended up in Dublin, and his poetry started to change. It became quieter, more reflective, finding a new kind of peace in some surprisingly ordinary places. And this quote just says it all, doesn't it? Oh, commemorate me where there is water, canal water preferably, so stilly greeny at the heart of summer. It shows that whole shift in his thinking. He wasn't looking for grand epic themes anymore. He was finding beauty in the quiet, simple moments, like just sitting by a canal in Dublin. It became less about the struggle on the land and more about the simple, profound act of just being. When you look at his whole career laid out like this, you really see the incredible journey he went on. I mean, he breaks out in 1938 with 2 major works. Then, boom, just 2 years later in 1940, he drops the masterpiece, The Great Hunger. A few years after that, in 46, he gives us the timeless On Raglan Road. It's just an amazing run, all leading up to his complete poems in 64, which really sealed his legacy. And I think if you had to boil down what makes his work so powerful and timeless, it's this. He wrote in a way that people could actually understand. He used everyday language, the way people really talk, but he packed it with so much emotion. He wrote about his own little corner of the world, his small parish, but somehow he made it feel completely universal. He made his story our story. All right, let's wrap this up with his enduring legacy. So after all this, what's the big takeaway? Why do we still talk about him, sing his songs, and read his poems today? Well, here's why he still matters so much. He gave a real, honest-to-God voice to the Irish rural experience, stripping away all the romance and myth. He showed all of us that you don't need to write about ancient kings or epic battles to create profound poetry. You can find it in a muddy field. You can find it on a quiet walk by the canal. He proved, maybe better than anyone, that the most ordinary parts of life are often the most extraordinary. And that really leaves us with one final question, doesn't it? Kavanaugh's real genius was his ability to find something universal in his own tiny parish, to see the epic in the everyday. And it makes you wonder, where can we find it in our own lives? Where's the epic in our everyday? All right, we're about to step into a world that feels familiar, but is also dangerously different. A world where fairy tales bite back and the heroines, well, they save themselves. Today, we are diving into the brilliantly rebellious mind of a true literary game changer, Angela Carter. So, think back to the stories you were told as a kid. You know the ones. But what if those familiar tales of damsels in distress weren't the whole story? What if the heroines were actually the masters of their own destiny all along, and we just weren't told that version? Well, that's exactly the question Angela Carter dared to answer. She was this groundbreaking British writer who didn't just bend the rules of storytelling, no, she completely shattered them. She rewrote our most cherished myths with a fierce and totally unapologetic new ink. So, what was her secret sauce? What made her work so potent? Well, Carter cooked up this incredible literary mix. She blended a really sharp feminist perspective with the dreamlike logic of magical realism and the dark romance of Gothic fiction. You see, she didn't just tell stories. She used them to dissect our deepest assumptions about gender, sexuality, and, of course, power. And nowhere, I mean nowhere, was this more electrifying than in her revolutionary approach to our oldest tales, the fairy tales. Let's talk about her 1979 masterpiece, The Bloody Chamber. This wasn't just a collection of stories, okay? It was a declaration of war on the whole passive princess trope. Carter grabbed these familiar tales and forged them into these razor-sharp feminist anthems for a new age. So let's unlock the chamber, shall we? Let's see what makes these reimagined tales so powerful and so disturbingly relevant even today. The shift Carter created was, honestly, seismic. Where traditional folklore gave us these passive heroines, Carter gave them agency. Where there were simple moral lessons, she injected complex sexual politics. And in place of those damsels in distress, she created complex, intelligent, and often dangerous women who were absolutely in control of their own stories. And that, right there, was her core mission: to find the voices that had been silenced, the ones pushed to the margins of our stories. She didn't just give them a line, she gave them the entire stage. But Carter's rebellion didn't just stop with fairy tales. Oh no. Let's pivot to her novels and see how this all builds into a surreal, spectacular circus of identity and performance. Now, to really understand her novels, you gotta understand her favorite tool, magical realism. So what is it? It's a style where the bizarre and the everyday just live side by side. The line between what's real and what's fantastic completely dissolves. And the absolute prime example of this is her breathtaking 1984 novel, Nights at the Circus. It's this world just brimming with eccentric characters and surreal encounters, all happening under the big top. At the heart of this novel is Fevers, a winged circus performer. Is she real? Is she a hoax? Carter uses her to explore this incredible tension between liberation and entrapment, between reality and illusion. Fevers becomes this larger-than-life, unforgettable symbol of female independence. You know, this was a theme she explored from the very beginning of her career. Her 1967 debut, The Magic Toy Shop, used the eerie world of puppets to create this powerful metaphor, a critique of the patriarchal strings that try to control women's lives. Now, Angela Carter was never, ever one to play it safe. She was constantly pushing into more daring and politically charged territory, creating these truly provocative new worlds. I mean, you have to understand, Carter was intellectually fearless. Throughout the 1970s, which was this hugely creative decade for her, she just dove headfirst into the most radical questions about what gender, desire, and identity could truly mean. This period was just creatively explosive. In only a few short years, she produced this wave of defining works, from surreal explorations of desire to landmark feminist criticism. She was cementing her reputation as a provocative and absolutely essential voice. For instance, take The Passion of New Eve. The premise alone is astonishing. She imagines a dystopian future where the male protagonist is surgically transformed into a woman. And through this, she forces us, the readers, to question everything we think we know about masculinity, femininity, and identity itself. It's wild. So after all this rebellion, what is the lasting legacy of Angela Carter? Why does her work continue to resonate so powerfully with us today? It's simple, really. She matters because she was a pioneer. She challenged norms. She invented her own literary language by blending feminism and surrealism, and she used it to explore the beautiful, messy complexities of being human. Her influence just echoes in the work of countless writers today. Because ultimately, it wasn't just what she said, but how she said it, you know? Through her rich, imaginative prose, she left what can only be described as an indelible, unmistakable mark on the entire landscape of modern literature. Angela Carter's work was never meant to just sit quietly on a shelf. It's a living challenge. It's a call to action, really, urging us to look at our own world, our own assumptions, and to dare to see our stories a little differently. And that leaves us with one final provocative thought. Angela Carter rewrote the stories of her world. So the only question left is, which stories in your world are waiting to be rewritten?
All right, today we're jumping into the world of Malcolm Bradbury. You've got this novelist, this critic and academic whose seriously sharp, satirical take on modern life, well, it feels like he could be writing about today. It's that relevant. You know, in a world that's always changing, always full of these big ideological battles, Bradbury didn't go for loud speeches or anything like that. Nope. His weapon for cutting through all the nonsense and pretension of society was way simpler. And you know what? Probably a lot more effective. And this right here, this quote just nails it. It really gets to the core of what he was doing. See, he wasn't just cracking jokes. His humor was like a lens, a tool he used for this incredibly deep dive into our culture. That wit, it always had a point. So yeah, that's really the big question for us today, isn't it? When he looked through that satirical lens of his, what exactly did he see? And maybe even more important, what can his observations tell us about the world we're living in right now? Okay, so before we dive headfirst into his books, we've got to understand the man himself. It's absolutely crucial. Why? Because Bradbury wasn't just some writer on the sidelines. He was a foundational piece of the very literary world he was so good at poking fun at. So this gives us a quick flyby of his life. Born in 32, he quickly becomes this really important voice. But look, you gotta pay attention to what happens in the 1970s. He co-founds this huge creative writing course. Now, this wasn't just some side project for him. It became a huge part of who he was, and it gave him this incredible insider's view that he used to just brilliant effect, especially when he published his masterpiece, The History Man, in 1975. And that is such a key point. Think about it. By helping start one of the most famous writing programs on the planet, he was literally shaping the next generation of British writers. He wasn't just watching from the cheap seats, he was in the game, an observer and a player. So you might be asking, how did being an insider actually change his writing? Well, let's look at his most famous book, The History Man. This is where Bradbury took everything he knew about university life and sharpened it into this scalpel of satire that basically defined his entire career. And right at the heart of this whole thing is this guy, Howard Kirk. And let me tell you, he is no hero, not even close. He's actually the perfect character for Bradbury's critique, a totally self-serving sociologist who's just the embodiment of all the moral gray areas and, that fake radicalism of the time. Now, this is what's so cool. What you're seeing here is a breakdown of his whole critique. For Bradbury, the university in the 70s wasn't this grand, noble place. No way. It was more like a theater of the absurd. He was going after the intellectual posturing, the shaky morals, and how personal politics and even sex got all tangled up with the search for knowledge. He saw the university as a miniature version of all society's biggest problems.
So the big takeaway here is that this wasn't just satire for the sake of a few laughs. Not at all. Underneath all that, the History Man is asking this massive question that we're still asking today. What's education really for? And is it actually doing what it's supposed to do? But Bradbury didn't just stick to the university campus. He pointed that satirical eye of his outwards, to the whole wide world, and specifically to that often hilarious, but also often pretty painful clash of different cultures. And to explore this, he invented a whole country, this fictional place called Yugovia. It was just a brilliant move. It basically let him create this perfect little lab to see what happens when these deeply held and often clashing worldviews smash right into each other. And this breakdown here just lays it all out. On one side, you've got Western ideas, bringing all their baggage, their prejudices, their assumptions, which in Bradbury's view just leads to these really shallow interactions. And the result of that, well, you see it on the other side. Big cultural clashes, huge misunderstandings. He was really calling out this idea that culture could become just another product, something you package up, sell, and consume, instead of something you actually try to understand. But he wasn't just pointing fingers at other places. In one of his collections, he brought that exact same critical lens right back home, to Britain. He was digging into what globalization and this nonstop consumer culture were doing to the country's own identity, its own sense of who it was. So, okay, we've seen him take on the ridiculousness of academia and the friction between cultures. So what's the lasting impact? What's his legacy? I mean, why are we still talking about Malcolm Bradbury today? I think it really boils down to this incredible mix of skills he had. Yeah, the wit is sharp, for sure. But that wit is powered by just ridiculously sharp observations and a really deep grasp of how complicated modern life is. He took these powerful critiques and wrapped them up in stories that are so engaging, you just have to listen. And all of this brings us to one last really important question for right now. I mean, think about it. We are drowning in a constant flood of hot takes and social media commentary. In all that noise, can the kind of sharp, thoughtful satire from a master like Bradbury's still hold a mirror up to our world? And if it can, what do we see?
Today, we're diving into the mind of a true literary architect, an author who didn't just write stories, but build entire worlds as complex, as detailed, and as captivating as our own. We're talking about the one and only, the brilliant A.S. Byatt. But let's start with a little thought experiment. Imagine this. Two famous poets from, say, the Victorian era. Their work is carved into the stone of literary history. We think we know everything about them. But what if, right now, today, someone found a stack of hidden letters that revealed a secret, all-consuming, passionate love affair between them? How would that change everything? Well, that is exactly the kind of literary puzzle A.S. Byatt just loved to create. You see, she didn't just write novels. She built these incredible narrative worlds where big ideas and intellectual curiosity crash right into raw, messy human emotion. She shows us the past, it's never really over. In fact, it's always whispering to us. So, how did she do it? How did she build these worlds? Well, at the very heart of almost all her work is this one central driving obsession. What's the real relationship between art and life? You know, how do they feed each other, reflect each other, and sometimes how do they completely consume one another? Okay, so to really get by it, you gotta understand this key idea, intertextuality. Now that sounds academic, but it's actually pretty simple. Think of it like a massive ongoing conversation between books, paintings, poems, and people, all happening across time. She weaves real art and literature into her stories, not just as background decoration, but as vital clues that actually drive the plot forward and tell us who the characters are. And you can see this everywhere in her work. I mean, in the Matisse stories, the characters' lives are just drenched in the same intense, emotional colors you see in a Matisse painting. The biographer's tale goes a step further and questions the whole act of trying to capture someone's life in words. And then there's the children's book, which is this incredible contrast between the beautiful, magical world of fairy tales and the harsh, brutal reality of the world leading up to World War I. Which, of course, brings us to the novel that is the absolute pinnacle of this obsession, the one that won the Booker Prize and really cemented her legacy. We're talking about the masterpiece of literary detective work, Possession, a Romance. The structure of Possession is just genius. It's basically two stories told at the same time. So in the present day, we're following two scholars, Roland and Maud, as they hunt for a historical secret. And then, in the past, we get to see that secret unfold in real time. The forbidden, passionate love affair between two brilliant Victorian poets, Randolph Ashe and Christabel Lamotte. Seriously, this book reads like a thriller. It all kicks off with one tiny clue, a draft of a letter that Roland finds tucked away in an old library book. And that one discovery just lights a fire, sending him and Maud on this frantic chase across England, digging through archives, decoding secret meanings in poems, and literally racing against their academic rivals to piece together this hidden history. But it's so much more than just a whodunit. It's a novel about obsession, the romantic obsession between the poets, sure, but also the intellectual obsession of the scholars hunting for them. It taps into that desire we all have, that need to feel a real, tangible connection to the people and the passions of the past. And this fascination with how the past shapes us, both the big historical past and our own personal past, is also at the center of another huge part of her career, her incredible deep dive into female identity in what's known as the Frederica Quartet. This is just an epic series of 4 books that follows one woman, Frederica Potter, across decades of her life. We meet her as this fiercely intelligent young woman in the super restrictive 1950s, feeling completely trapped by what society expects of her. Then we follow her right through the seismic shifts of the 60s, watching as she tries to figure out how to be a mother, an intellectual, and an artist in a world that keeps changing the rules for women. And this is really one of Byatt's great superpowers, her psychological depth. Her female characters are so smart, so ambitious, and just deeply, deeply complex. They refuse to be put in a box. She explores their inner worlds, their desires, their frustrations, their intellectual hunger, with this incredible unflinching honesty that is just so validating to read. So let's zoom out. When you put all of these pieces together, what is A.S. Byatt's real lasting legacy? I mean, why do her novels, which are often dense and full of ideas, continue to grab readers so powerfully? I think it all comes down to this unique fusion of brain and heart. Byatt proves that a novel can be a nail-biting detective story and a profound meditation on history. It can be a sweeping romance and a sharp philosophical debate. She had this immense respect for her readers' intelligence, but she never, ever forgot that her first job was to tell a damn good story. Ultimately, Byatt's work is this powerful reminder that the past isn't some dusty thing in a museum. It's a living, breathing force that is actively shaping our lives right now. So that leaves me with a question for you. If you were to become a literary detective of your own life, what hidden stories, what secret letters from your past would you find that explain who you are today?
All right. Today, we're going to dive into the work of a writer who absolutely mastered the art of influence, both on her characters and really on literature itself. The one and only Muriel Spark. So, picture this. You've got this teacher, totally unorthodox, who completely captivates a small group of her students. I mean, she's shaping their minds, their futures, the whole shebang. But here's the thing. This influence, it's got a dark side. And it forces us to ask some really tough questions about loyalty, about power, and where persuasion stops and, well, manipulation begins. This is the world Muriel Spark pulls us into. And that central conflict, it comes from her most famous novel. So, let's kick things off with what many people consider her absolute masterpiece, The Prime of Miss Jean Brodie. Okay, so the premise seems pretty simple on the surface. We're in a stuffy, conservative girls' school in Edinburgh in the 1930s, and into this world walks Miss Jean Brodie, a teacher who basically throws the rulebook out the window. She doesn't just stick to the curriculum, she takes a special group of students, her Brodie set, under her wing and teaches them about art, romance, and her own, let's just say, questionable politics. She's literally trying to shape them in her own image. But trust me, this book is so much more than just a story about school. Spark uses Miss Brodie as a lens to really dig into some huge ideas. You know, that constant push and pull between being your own person and just trying to fit in. She explores that razor-thin line between loyalty and betrayal, and how one person's charm can actually become a really dangerous tool for manipulation. Really, it all comes down to how our identities get shaped, for better or for worse, by the people who influence us most. This makes you wonder, right? Who was the woman who could dream up such a complicated, powerful character? Let's take a look at the author herself, Muriel Spark, because her life really sheds a light on where all this came from. So she was born in Edinburgh back in 1918, and her upbringing was pretty strict, Scottish Presbyterianism, and you can totally feel that rebellious streak against authority in her writing. She actually got her start as a poet, right in the thick of the modernist movement, before she ever switched to novels. And then, bam, 1961, The Prime of Miss Jean Brodie hits the shelves and launches her into stardom. Her career was so impactful that she was eventually made a dame in 1993, a huge deal. But here's what's really cool. It wasn't just what she wrote about, it was how she wrote. Spark was a total innovator. She loved to mess with the rules of storytelling. So, what was her secret sauce? What exactly made her writing feel so different? Okay, first off, she loved using unreliable narrators. This was a classic move for modernists, a way of saying goodbye to those old-fashioned, all-knowing storytellers. By giving us a story through the eyes of someone who's biased or maybe doesn't have all the facts, it kind of forces you to become a detective, right? You have to question everything and piece together the real truth for yourself. Next up, she completely played with time. I mean, she just shattered the idea of a straight, linear story. In Miss Jean Brodie, for example, she'll flash forward and tell you a character's fate long before you even understand how they got there. And look, this wasn't just some clever trick. It was her way of digging into memory and consequences, showing how our past, present, and future are all tangled up together. And finally, let's talk about her tone. Spark was an absolute master of satire and dark humor. I mean, she would tackle these massive, serious themes. We're talking morality, evil, even death, but with this incredibly sharp, witty, and sometimes just absurdly funny style. That combination of deep, profound ideas and a cutting sense of humor, that became her signature. And this amazing style? Oh, it wasn't a one-hit wonder. Ms. Jean Brodie might be her most famous creation, but Muriel Spark built this entire literary universe filled with these unconventional, totally fascinating stories. Her range was just incredible. For example, you've got Memento Mori, which is this darkly hilarious novel where a bunch of elderly friends start getting these weird anonymous phone calls with a simple message, "Remember you must die." It's this brilliant, kind of chilling look at mortality. Then you have something totally different, like The Takeover, which is this sharp, biting takedown of capitalism and greed. From death to dollars, her genius was just so versatile. And you know what? This creativity was there right from the start. Her very first novel, The Comforters, is about a writer who starts hearing her own fictional characters talking to her. How wild is that? Then, in The Ballad of Peckham Rye, this devilish, mysterious guy shows up and just flips an entire London neighborhood upside down. Even way later in her career, with A Far Cry from Kensington, she gave us this witty, insider's peek into the publishing world. She never stopped being brilliantly inventive. So, when you put all this together, it leads to the big question, right? What is her legacy? Why are we still talking about Muriel Spark today? Okay, get this. This is a fact that just says everything you need to know. In 2018, more than 50 years after it was first published, The Prime of Miss Jean Brodie won the Golden Booker Prize. That's an award for the best book in the entire history of the prize. Think about that. For a book to have that kind of staying power, it's almost unheard of, and it just proves how timeless her work really is. So, to wrap up her legacy, let's just break it down. She completely blew up our expectations for how a story could be told. She gave us some of the most complex, strong, and unforgettable female characters in all of literature. She dove headfirst into the murky, gray areas of morality, and she did it all with that signature mix of deep ideas and wicked wit, inspiring so many writers who came after her. You know, this quote just hits the nail on the head. She's a key figure for that exact reason, her ability to blend humor with profound insights. She can make you laugh out loud and then make you seriously question everything, sometimes in the exact same sentence. That's real genius. And that kind of brings us full circle, back to where we began. Her work honestly feels more relevant now than ever. So I'll just leave you with this to chew on. In our world today, an age that's completely defined by social media and online influencers, what can a character like Jean Brodie still teach us about the power and the danger of influence?
मेरी मम्मी को ना बचपन से ही पानी बहुत पसंद है तो मैंने प्राइवेट पूल वाला विला बुक कर दिया मेरी मम्मी पूरा दिन पूल से बाहर ही निकली है इनको इनके बचपन के दिन देख पाता हूँ ना तब लगता है ग्रो कर रहा हूँ
SIP करो लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
एक्सक्यूज मी, क्विक क्वेश्चन, आप अपने शॉर्ट टर्म गोल्स के लिए पैसा कैसे सेव करते हो?
शॉर्ट टर्म गोल्स जैसे?
शॉर्ट टर्म गोल्स जैसे कि वेकेशन हो गया, कोई नया फोन लेना हो गया, या फिर किसी के लिए कोई बड़ा गिफ्ट लेना।
ओ अच्छा, ऐसे ट्रिप्स तो मैं बहुत लेती हूँ, साल में एटलीस्ट 4 बार।
आप उन ट्रिप्स के लिए पैसा कैसे सेव करते हो?
एवरी मंथ मेरी सैलरी अकाउंट में हिट होते ही मैं एक पार्ट आरडी में इन्वेस्ट कर देती हूँ।
आरडी मतलब?
रिकरिंग डिपॉजिट्स। जैसे म्यूचुअल फंड्स की दुनिया में SIP होता है, वैसे ही FD की दुनिया में RD होता है। एवरी मंथ सैलरी का एक पार्ट उसमें इन्वेस्ट हो जाता है और ट्रैवल के लिए भी सेविंग्स हो जाती है।
और ये RD आपने कहाँ से करवाई?
स्टेबल मनी ऐप से। यहाँ 7 से 8% तक की हाई इंटरेस्ट वाली सारी RDs मिल जाती है, जहाँ पे आप अमाउंट भी खुद सिलेक्ट कर सकते हो, ड्यूरेशन भी खुद सिलेक्ट कर सकते हो और UPI सेटअप भी कर सकते हो। कभी स्टॉप करनी है तो स्टॉप भी कर सकते हो और पैसे विड्रॉल भी कर सकते हो।
All right, today we're jumping into the brilliant and, let's be honest, sometimes baffling world of the novelist John Fowles. Now, this is an author who didn't just write stories, oh no. He built these intricate philosophical games right into the pages of his books, and he basically invited you, the reader, to come and play along. So let me start by asking you this, just to get you in the Fowles mindset. What if a novel just refused to give you a single tidy ending? Or what if the author flat out admitted halfway through the book that they were just making it all up? This is exactly the kind of rule breaking that made John Fowles a total legend. Fowles' signature move really was to challenge the whole idea of a traditional story. He loved to shatter that fourth wall, you know, that invisible barrier between the world of the story and you, the reader. He makes you an active participant, and sometimes you even feel like you're in on the trick with him. You see this perfectly in his most famous novel, The French Lieutenant's Woman. So Fowles sets the story in Victorian England, right? A time with all these super strict rules and social codes. But then he injects this completely modern, self-aware narrator into it. It's this amazing clash of styles that tells you right from the get-go, this is not your grandma's historical novel. Now, this little game he's playing actually has a name. It's called metafiction. And all it really means is that it's a story that knows it's a story. Fowles isn't just telling you about his characters. He's constantly winking at you, reminding you that they are characters, that he's the one pulling the strings, and that this whole world is just a construction. It's such a bold and fascinating thing to do. And the ways he does it are just incredible. I mean, he'll literally stop the entire plot just to talk to you, the reader. He'll comment on what a character might be thinking or why he made a certain choice. At one point, the narrator even shows up as a character in the book, just watching his own creations. And of course, the most famous part of The French Lieutenant's Woman is that he offers you multiple endings and basically tells you to pick one. It completely forces you to think about free will, not just for the people in the book, but for you too. But okay, Fowles wasn't just playing these clever narrative games, he was also an absolute master of dark psychology. His first novel, The Collector, is this really chilling exploration of obsession, power, and what happens when one person tries to completely control another. Yeah, his 1963 novel, The Collector, man, it's a psychological thriller that feels so modern and is still genuinely disturbing. The premise is terrifyingly simple. A lonely, kind of creepy guy wins the lottery and uses the money to kidnap a young art student he's obsessed with. And not for ransom or anything like that, but just to have her, to possess her, like one of the butterflies in his collection. And what makes the novel so powerful and so unsettling is its structure. It's told in two halves. First, we get the whole story from the kidnapper's point of view, trapping us inside his twisted logic. But then, the perspective completely flips. We get to read the secret diary of his captive, Miranda, as she desperately fights for her freedom and her sanity. It's a brilliant move that just throws you into this moral gray area, forcing you to see this horrific event from both sides. So, if The Collector was a deep dive into psychological control, Fowles' next novel, The Magus, took that idea and just blew it up on a massive scale. This is where he really starts blurring the lines between what's real, what's an illusion, and what's all part of some grand manipulative game. The setup sounds like paradise, right? A young English teacher, Nicholas Earth, gets a job on this beautiful remote Greek island. While he's there, he meets this mysterious and incredibly wealthy man, Maurice Conscious, who lives on a lavish estate. But you guessed it, this paradise very quickly turns into a psychological labyrinth. Conscious starts putting Nicholas through something he calls a God game, and it unfolds in these very distinct stages. First, there's the lure. Nicholas is just drawn in by pure curiosity. Then comes the manipulation, a whole series of bizarre theatrical experiments designed to totally break down his sense of reality. And it all builds to this final confrontation where he's forced to question everything he thought he knew about himself, about morality, about, well, existence itself. The whole book is really asking, can we ever be sure what's real? Okay, so let's pull all this together. A creator of multiple endings, a master of the psychological thriller, a philosophical gamesman. When you put it all in one place, you can really see why John Fowles had such a massive, lasting impact on literature. His legacy really comes down to a few key things. He pushed us all to wrestle with these huge existential questions. Free will, identity, the search for meaning. He completely upended traditional storytelling. He wasn't afraid to dive into the really dark corners of human desire and control. And maybe the most important thing, he proved that a novel could be incredibly philosophical and complex while also being a story that you literally cannot put down. And that leaves us with one last question. One that I think Fowles himself would have really enjoyed. If your life is a story, with all of its own weird twists and unexpected chapters, who's really holding the pen? Are you the character? Or are you the author? Okay, so what if one of the sharpest philosophical minds of the entire 20th century decided that, the best way to get at the truth wasn't through dense academic essays, but through messy, passionate, complicated novels? Well, that's exactly the fascinating world of Iris Murdoch we're about to dive into. It's this place where huge ideas and even bigger human hearts just completely collide. So here's our game plan. First, we'll get right to the heart of what made her so unique, that constant dance between being a philosopher and a storyteller. Then, we'll uncover the moral compass that pretty much guided all her work. From there, we'll see how these big ideas actually come to life in her incredible stories, before finally figuring out why her voice still matters so much today. All right, let's kick things off with his core idea, the philosopher novelist. And this isn't just some fancy title, it's really the central tension and honestly the brilliant solution that defined her entire life's work. It was this constant balancing act between two worlds that, let's be honest, rarely even speak the same language. So you have to ask, right? What really happens when a mind trained in pure, abstract logic turns its attention to the chaotic and often totally illogical world of human relationships? For Murdoch, the answer wasn't just interesting, it was a revolution in what a novel could even do. See, at her core, Iris Murdoch was just obsessed with the biggest questions you can ask. What does it actually mean to be a good person? How does love really work? And she spent her whole career wrestling with these ideas, not in some sterile laboratory, but in the messy, wonderful reality of human connection. And she wasn't just, dabbling in writing, she was a literary force of nature, publishing over 26 novels. I mean, just imagine that, more than 26 distinct worlds, and every single one was a testing ground for her most profound philosophical questions, filled with characters who feel just as real and conflicted as we are. And that brings us to what I like to call the engine room of her work, Murdoch's moral universe. Because to really get her novels, you first have to understand the powerful philosophical ideas that were fueling every single page she ever wrote. Her most important philosophical work is probably The Sovereignty of Good, and it was a direct challenge to the thinking of her time. In an age that was really focused on the self, Murdoch made this incredibly radical argument. True morality isn't about what you can gain. No, it's about the very difficult act of truly seeing and caring for the reality of other people. Just think about how different that was for a second. While a lot of philosophers were talking about cold, calculated self-interest, Murdoch was out there championing a morality that was rooted in something way messier and, well, more human. Love, empathy, and that constant struggle to connect with what's good in the world. And this right here is her true genius. As one analysis puts it so perfectly, her legacy lies in her ability to weave profound philosophical questions into engaging narratives. She didn't just tell you about her ideas, she made you feel them through the lives of her characters. So how did she actually do it? Let's move from the theory to the practice and dive into her stories of life and love. This is where we get to see her philosophy jump right off the academic page and actually start breathing. Across her long and amazing career, a few books really stand out as perfect examples of her craft. So we're going to look at 3 key milestones. Her fantastic debut, Under the Net, a really powerful mid-career book about community called The Bell, and then a complex masterpiece on love and art, The Black Prince. Okay, let's start at the beginning, with her debut, Under the Net. So this novel throws us in with a struggling writer in London who's always searching for freedom but keeps bumping up against his own responsibilities. The title itself is a perfect Murdoch metaphor. It's all about the struggle to escape the net of society, of language, and maybe even of our own self-deceptions. Now, let's jump forward a few years to 1958, and we have The Bell. This one drops us into a totally different world, a lay religious community. It's such a brilliant setup, like a social pressure cooker, where she can really explore that timeless conflict between our own personal desires and our duty to other people. The novel's main symbol, the bell, ends up representing both that pull towards a higher spiritual life and the rigid social rules that can trap us. And finally, let's talk about The Black Prince, which is just one of her most dazzling and complex novels. On the surface, it's the story of a writer whose life is completely upended by an obsessive love affair. But underneath all that, Murdoch is asking us these incredibly tough questions. Can great art come from a life that's morally questionable? What's the real cost of artistic ambition? It's a challenging, dizzying book that you just won't forget. So, after a whole lifetime spent wrestling with these enormous ideas across dozens of novels, what is the Murdoch legacy? Why do these books, written decades ago, feel so urgent and so necessary right now? Her legacy was really built on this unique kind of formula. Step 1, she started with a powerful philosophical foundation. Step 2, she populated her worlds with characters so psychologically complex, they honestly feel like people you know. Step 3, she wove her big questions into their stories, not as lectures, but as things they were actually living through. And the result? She became an absolute titan of 20th century literature. At the end of the day, her work endures because it's more than just a collection of stories. It's a lens. It's a way of looking at our own complicated lives, our own struggles, and seeing them with a lot more clarity and compassion. She never gives you easy answers, but she always leaves you asking better, deeper questions. And really, that's the final invitation her work gives us. In a world that's always pushing for simple summaries and quick fixes, Iris Murdoch's books are this powerful reminder. They ask us, how can we find the courage to turn towards the beautiful, messy, and philosophical complexities of what it really means to be? All right, welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're jumping right into the life and work of one of Britain's most unforgettable literary figures, Kingsley Amis. So, here's a question for you. How exactly does one person's writing manage to capture the entire mood, the whole feeling of an era? Well, for a Britain trying to find its feet after World War II, a big part of the answer was Kingsley Amis. He gave people a voice that was sharp, incredibly funny, and just brutally honest. And get this, he wasn't just a novelist, he was also a poet and a brilliant critic, a real triple threat. So let's unpack what made him so special. To really get Amis, you have to start with his incredible satirical eye. You could almost say it was his literary superpower. You see, Amis looked at the world around him, the rigid class system, all the anxieties about who you were supposed to be, the whole shebang, and he just saw how absurd it all was. He used his wit like a surgeon's scalpel, perfectly dissecting all the layers of British life and pretension. And if you want to see that in action, look no further than the book that made him a household name, let's talk about his 1954 game changer, Lucky Jim. Our hero, and I use that term loosely, is Jim Dixon. He's this young history lecturer who is completely out of his element, just totally fed up with the pompous, stuffy world academia he's found himself in. For a whole generation feeling like the old rules didn't fit anymore, this guy was a total breath of fresh air. At its core, Jim's story is all about rebellion. Sometimes quiet, sometimes not so quiet. It actually helped kickstart a whole literary movement, the Angry Young Men, which was all about post-war frustration with the establishment. Through one hilarious disaster after another, Jim is basically fighting his own little war against everything he's expected to be. And that perfect mix of laugh-out-loud funny moments with razor-sharp commentary, that's what made Lucky Jim an absolute classic right out of the gate. It didn't just make Amos's career, it announced that a major new voice had arrived, and he was not afraid to make fun of anyone. But here's the thing about Amos. He was absolutely not a one-trick pony. The guy seemed determined to never be put in a box. His range as a writer was, well, it was just staggering. So let's take a quick spin through some of his other incredible books. Okay, just look at the variety here. It's pretty wild. First up, you've got The Alteration, an alternate history novel that asks, what if the Protestant Reformation never happened? Then he pivots to The Green Man, a straight-up horror comedy about a haunted pub. And then he goes and wins the super prestigious Booker Prize for The Old Devils, which is this funny but also deeply moving book about old friends getting older. I mean, sci-fi, horror, literary fiction, the man could do it all. He also turned that sharp eye of his outward, you know? In One Fat Englishman, he takes on the classic Brits abroad idea, exploring what happens when a totally out-of-his-element English publisher goes to America. It is as hilarious as it is painfully insightful. And even when he was writing about really tough subjects, he never lost that dark comedic edge. Ending Up is a perfect example. It follows a group of elderly friends as they face their own mortality. Amos somehow finds both the humor and the real heartbreak in their final years. So, when you look at all of this huge, diverse body of work, what's his real legacy? I mean, why are we still talking about Kingsley Amis all these years later? I think this quote right here really nails it. It wasn't just that he was funny. It was that he used that humor to show us some deep and, yeah, often uncomfortable truths about ourselves. That blend of wit and wisdom, that's the magic of Amos. And that's exactly why he still feels so relevant. The things he wrote about, class, identity, getting older, feeling like an outsider, those things are timeless, right? His books are like this powerful and, again, hilarious lens we can still use to look at our own weird, complicated world. Which really leaves us with one final thought, doesn't it? If Kingsley Amis were writing today, what would he go after? What parts of our 21st century lives are just begging for that sharp satirical pen of his? Something to think about. Thanks for joining this
Martin Amis. You know, when you hear that name, it immediately conjures up these images of razor-sharp wit, a bit of literary controversy, and just this brilliant, sometimes brutal dissection of modern life. He was a writer who really held up a mirror to our times, and he wasn't afraid to show us all the absurdities and anxieties reflected back. So let's dive in and unpack the work of this literary giant. And this quote, well, it absolutely nails it. Amos is defined by his provocative style and exploration of contemporary society. That's the heart of everything he did. See, he wasn't just telling stories. Oh no, he was more like a doctor, diagnosing the condition of the world around him. And his incredibly sharp satirical prose, well, that was his scalpel. All right, so here's our roadmap. We're gonna start with what made him the voice of an era. Then we'll get into his explosive early novels, his legendary critique of the 1980s, and then his later shift into much darker, more historical stuff. And we'll wrap it all up by looking at his lasting legacy. So, what was it that made Martin Amis the voice of his era? I mean, how did he become this absolute master of modern satire? Well, the answer really lies in his obsessive focus on the things that kept people up at night. Okay, so look at these themes. What's so fascinating is how they're all tangled up together. Amis was just obsessed with the modern self. You know, how do you even form an identity when you're constantly bombarded by pop culture? And what on earth happens to morality in a world of just non-stop consumerism? He saw things like ambition and rivalry, not just as personal quirks, but as symptoms of a society that was kind of losing its way. And And he captured it all with this incredible style, blending this high-minded, beautiful prose with the gritty, messy language of the street. Right, onto his early work in the 1970s. You've got to understand, Amos didn't just quietly ease into the literary scene. No, he burst onto it, basically kicking the door down and immediately establishing himself as this challenging, totally unignorable new voice. And this slide just illustrates his range perfectly right from the get-go. His first novel, The Racial Papers, is this incredibly sharp, funny, and intense dive into the mind of a young guy, Charles Highway, who's wrestling with desire and who he is. But then, just 2 years later, bam, Dead Babies goes wide, exploring this huge societal decay. It's bleak, it's nihilistic, it's fueled by this pitch-black humor about a generation just spiraling into chaos. He goes from the deeply personal to the massively societal in a heartbeat. Which brings us to the 80s. The decade of excess. It was pretty much the perfect canvas for Amos to paint what many, many people consider his absolute masterpieces. And right at the center of it all is one of modern literature's greatest, most grotesque anti-heroes, John Self. He's the main character in Money, a filmmaker just driven by pure hedonism. We're talking fast food, booze, pornography, and, of course, money. He is a walking, talking embodiment of appetite, completely unchecked. Just a brilliantly repulsive character you can't look away from. So here's the key thing to get. John Self isn't just a character, he is the 1980s. Through his absolutely wild journey through the sleaziest parts of London and New York, Amos puts the greed and the moral rot of extreme consumer culture right under the microscope. The whole thing is narrated in this virtual